stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world with the children of our Mother Earth. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world with the children of our Mother Earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world with the children of our Mother Earth. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world with the children of our Mother Earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world with the children of our Mother Earth. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world with the children of our Mother Earth. Yeah.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Over to you, honey. It's all yours. Thank you.
And a global namaste to everyone out there. Welcome to Healing Our Earth today. We have a special vegetarian special, and you're going to be in for a treat today because you have we have an amazing lineup for you today. I'm Honey Kalaria, your host for today. And I'll be with you throughout the day today to enjoy the special event. Now, before we start anything, we always remember our Gurujis. We always remember whether your teacher is a cooking teacher or whether it's an educational teacher or a spiritual teacher. So today we're going to start off with a special little Guru prayer, and then we'll start our special show. So let's start off with a special little Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So we're going to be bringing a special day. And now we have our blessings as well with all our gurus. I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic day. Now we're going to start off with our special first guest. Now she is amazing. She is actually really amazing lady with the biggest beautiful smile that you'll meet. This one is, of course, our special lady called Neelam Gandecha. She's here from UK. She is going to be talking to us about some desserts, a special type of desserts. I'm not going to tell you anything more than that. Instead, let me introduce this special lady to you. Now, she, of course, Neelam is a passionate and talented baker. And Neelam has been delighting her family and friends with her beautiful creations for decades, I have to say. Neelam specializes in cakes for all occasions, from decadent tea, time treats to gorgeous bakes for special events. My mouth is watering already. I can't wait to find out what she has in store for us today. Now, recently, Neelam has spent time developing more skills and finding new interests. She has completed a Reiki practitioner course and has been creating beautifully illustrated children's books. Amazing. Everything that I love. We have a lot in common, I can see. Now, in this Sunday special, Neelam hopes to inspire budding bakers and dessert lovers by sharing a recipe for delicious and foolproof summer berries for chocolate cake. Yummy. And special tropical fruit salad. So here we go. Let's see what we have in store for us today. Dear Neelam, a global namaste to you.
Oh, namaste, honey. What a wonderful introduction. Thank you. And a global namaste to everyone who is watching.
Absolutely. We are so proud to have you here. This desserts, I can't wait. This sounds so yummy. You know, you said about the berries and you're going to put all this together. What do you have in store for us today, Neelam?
Okay, so today I'm going to share my favorite desserts for summer. And you know, we all need to bring in desserts in our lives. especially during the pandemic times. So I've got a couple. So firstly, we'll have it's a berry chocolate cake. Now it's an eggless cake, so perfect for vegetarians.
Oh, great. Good for me. I love it. Yeah, pure
Good.
vegetarian.
Good.
I'm going to write all of the recipe down right now because eggless cakes are my favorites.
Oh, well, you know, the actual recipe and the method will be available on Facebook afterwards.
Well, perhaps we can show
Oh.
our ingredients at the end as well. Is this all the things you need at the moment?
Absolutely, yes. That's it, yes. And it's a really, really easy recipe to follow. And even the baking time, honey, you know, it literally 20 minutes and that's it, you're done.
That's amazing. Well, do you know when you spoke about this thing, because I know you specialize in desserts and baking, right? So can you tell me, how did you start? Because, you know, baking cakes and things, was it something that you just were interested in, or is it something you studied? What did you actually do? How did you get into this journey?
Both actually, honey. So quite a while back, I've always loved cooking. I've always loved baking. And a while back, I actually did a cake course because I wanted to learn some professional skills. But it was just purely for family and friends. So when we get a birthday in the family or friends, they can just pick up the phone and say, hey, will you make us a cake? And I can feel confident that, you know, I've learned all the tricks and I can near enough a professional cake.
Well, I have to say, if you have your family and friends who speak so highly of you, giving you 5-star reviews, perhaps 5-star reviews at home, right? And having your own family making birthday cakes for you, isn't that delicious? I mean, with your love that you put into it as well. Amazing. Well, show us what are you going to be making today, so I can also see. Now, if there's viewers out there who are watching right now, of course, you know, you can write down the recipe, you can even try it out, because I'm sure you must have these ingredients at home. Is that right? What kind of ingredients do we have for this?
So at the moment, so what we've got, I'll just go through them with you here. So we have we need sugar. So we've got 90 grams of sugar here. We've got 90 grams of butter, and we've got some applesauce, honey. That's going to keep the cake really, really moist. We've got self-raising flour, and then we've got, this is about 160 grams. We've got some cocoa powder, baking soda, and a really good ingredient is black coffee. Now this actually brings out the flavor of cocoa. And I tell you, it's such a simple recipe. Anyone can put it together in no time at all, and I'll show you.
Oh my God, you probably say that because you're a total pro. But I'm sure with Neelam's special instructions, everybody who's there at home, see if you can make this beautiful cake at home while you're watching. Let's try it. And if not, write down the notes and make sure you try out this special little recipe. And it sounds delicious. Please go ahead, Neelam. I'm watching all the way through.
Fine. So what we do, first of all, we want our dry ingredients in one bowl. So that's the flour and the baking soda that's going in there. I've actually sieved all of these. So you need to sieve it beforehand.
What do you, sorry, can you explain that? What do you have to do? Your phone, your other video is horizontal.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, vertical. You need to straighten it, please. The camera itself, so we can see exactly what you're doing. It needs to go the other way.
Hold on a minute. Got it.
Yes, that's it. So if you can, you need to turn it around. You need to turn around your video. It's still coming across vertical. It should be horizontal. So whilst Neelam is getting that sorted out, of course, a little technical hitch here and there, it's not a problem. The cake will make up for it, I'm sure. Now, desserts isn't really, I think desserts are really important for us to learn, because everywhere you go, whether it's Indian backgrounds, family backgrounds, or multicultural backgrounds, we always like our mithai, don't we, after dinner? There's always mithais, whether it's jalebi or jambu, or it's ice cream or cake, whatever it is. There's always some kind of dessert that we tend to make during dinner times and lunch times. So this would be a really fantastic recipe to perhaps keep in your files. So whilst we're doing that, would you like to continue, dear Nilam?
Yes. I'm going to have to go with this camera if that's okay.
Yeah, sure, no problems. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a self-raising flour in here. Sorry, we've got a self-raising flour in here. I'm just going to put the cocoa powder in there. Can you see?
If you can go a little lower down the camera, please.
Perfect. Yes.
That's it. Lovely. Thank you so much.
So cocoa powder goes in there. And then we're just going to give it a mix just to incorporate these together.
Yes. So you use self-raising flour.
Yes. Now, if you're using plain flour, you can always add 1 teaspoon of baking powder. That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
So,
what's the difference? Why would people use self-raising? Why would they use normal flour?
Here in the UK, honey, you can get a self-raising flour which already has got baking powder added to it.
Absolutely.
Just amount. But you can use plain flour. If you're using plain flour, like I said, just use 1 teaspoon of baking powder and that's fine. And it also has half a teaspoon of baking soda in there.
Right. That helps to raise. So everybody watching out, they help your cake to rise, because sometimes you find those cakes that don't rise and you must have done something wrong in it, right? So it's a baking powder we need to add. Absolutely.
And then in one bowl, we're going to, actually, you know what we do? Milk. We've got the milk here. Now we need to heat the milk up so that the butter melts. So we're going to put all the butter in there with the milk. And I'm just going to put it on the heat now, honey.
Right. That's interesting. So you put the butter and the milk together, you mix it up beforehand. That's really interesting.
Yes.
Some people melt the butter first, some people melt the butter first. Is that right? But
yes.
You mix the two together.
Yes. And you know, that's going to be just easy for you to pour in. But the other thing we do, we take our sugar, you put it in one bowl, and now we're going to add this lovely applesauce. Now, applesauce you can buy ready-made in a jar at your local grocery store, or you can also make it at home. If you have some apples, just cut them finely and a little bit of water, and just let that stew over a hob until it's all incorporated. And that's the texture. Can you see that we're looking for?
That's beautiful. Yeah. So you melted the butter and the milk together.
Yes. So now what we're going to do is just give this a really good whisk. So we're going to incorporate all the applesauce in the sugar. And
you may want to raise the camera a little bit. So if you raise the camera, that's it. Lovely. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know what's happened to that second camera.
No, don't worry. No problems. Right. So you whisk it. So you make sure the whisking is there.
Yeah. So as you whisk it, I don't know if you can see, it's going to become a little bit gelatinous.
Right. And of course, people can use a blender as well. They have a whisking blender, right? Some people have. So you just go grrr and it's done.
Oh, that's going to be super quick. Right. So I'm just going to see if the milk is heated and the butter is melted.
Honey and Nilam, if you are reading me, Honey and Nilam, Nilam, your one camera has dropped. So your second camera which you've got, Nilam 1, you can bring it here so we can see properly the ingredients being mixed and we can see your face as well. So Nilam, camera 1, which is on, yes, bring that camera and mount it on top here, and the other one can be on your face.
Yes.
Don't panic. Okay, now keep this one on your face, the one you are talking to. And the other one, you keep it landscape and not portrait. At the moment, it's on a portrait. Can you put it landscape? Correct.
Yes,
Correct.
yes,
Now,
we got it. Yeah, yeah, that's better. Much
and
better.
now put it on the ingredients, please. Let's look at the ingredients and see. That's it. If you can just move, yes. Can you do it landscape, please? So we get a wider view.
You're on mute, dear Nilam. You're on mute. So,
Can you hear me now?
absolutely. If somebody's holding the camera, maybe they can hold it onto the
Yes.
onto
Yes,
the ingredients. Why don't they do that? Pick up this second camera and maybe they can hold it on the ingredients.
Yeah. There you go. I
A
think,
little bit lower down, please.
yeah, perfect, right?
Lower down. That's it. So we can see the ingredients. Thank you.
Okay. So can you see how this is melted now? The butter and the milk?
Absolutely. Yes.
So what we're going to do now is just pour this in slowly and just carry on mixing while we're pouring that in. And there you go. And I'm just going to give this a quick whisk.
Is it important to whisk it a lot? I mean, what happens if you...
No, we don't want to whisk it too much because what will happen is the cake turns a little bit tough because you don't want to work the gluten in the flour too much.
Ah, right. So everybody watching out there, just whisk as much as you need to. You don't need to whisk so much. Okay, otherwise it hardens the cake.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm just going to incorporate all of that, and now I'll add the coffee.
Coffee. Yeah. How did you make that coffee? Did you melt it? What did you do with the coffee?
So if you've got instant coffee granules, just put about half a teaspoon in a little bit of hot water. Make about 2 tablespoons. Right. Or if you've got freshly brewed black coffee, that's even perfectly okay. And you know, honey, the coffee is really going to bring out the flavor of the chocolate. Right. So, and of course, you know, sometimes when you buy these beautiful cakes, you know, like Mr. Kipling or Tesco's or whatever it is, Waitrose, yes. When they have the chocolate cakes with of course the coffee, like coffee walnut or something, it has an amazing taste to it, doesn't it? It has a really lovely taste. Yes. But because we're just using a little bit in here, you're not going to really taste the coffee. It's just a little background note. Right. It's a little taste, just to enhance the flavor of the cake. Understand? Yes. Beautiful. Yes. So I'm just going to adjust the oven. Just bear with me. Sure. So I'm just going to. Okay. So we will, yeah. So what is the temperature there, Nilam? What temperature would you keep the oven for? So we've got 180 Celsius, 340, 350 Fahrenheit, I believe. Right. Yes. So the next thing we're going to do, we need an 18. You can use a round or you can use a square tin. Just line it with the baking parchment, so it's going to be easy to turn out. Right. This is something what we call baking sheets, right? You just buy these baking sheets from. Yes, you can. Yes. You know, sometimes they come ready cut. 8-inch, 6-inch. Or what I tend to do is just get a big roll, and then I will just cut it to whatever measurements that I need. Yeah, I mean, that's probably more useful, isn't it? If you want to make a bigger cake, smaller cake, 3 cakes, just cut and use as okay, very nice. Yes, absolutely. So now we're just going to pour the batter. Can you see how quick that was just to make that batter? Absolutely, yes. So we're going to very carefully just put it in there. Now this is going to bake for about 20 minutes. And after 20 minutes, just check it. If you have a wooden skewer, or even a metal skewer, just go right in the middle and just put the skewer in the middle of the cake. If it comes out clean, it's done. If it's a little bit wet, just leave it in there for about 5 minutes. Right, to make it a little bit harder, to make it a bit more firmer. Yes. Right, rather than making it too runny. Yes. Yes. But then once the batter is in there, you're just going to level it.
Yeah, could you show us? Could you just turn the tin a little bit for us towards the camera? Ah, right, beautiful, right, lovely, thank you.
Okay.
That's nice.
And don't worry if you feel that the actual batter is quite runny, because it's going to keep it really moist.
Right, lovely, thank you.
I'm just going to put it in the oven now. There you go. There it goes for about 20 minutes.
All right, so within 20 minutes you have a ready-made cake?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, absolutely.
Honey, I have, by magic, I've got one that I made earlier.
Oh, well, don't show it to us yet, but show us what do you do with the strawberries, because you mentioned something about the berries as well, didn't you? So
Yes.
are you going to show us with the berries?
Of course, yes. So I'll come to that now. So while you were making, what I would do, make up the berry sauce probably earlier on before you do the batter. So I've taken about 250 grams of mixed berries. And you know, here in the UK, we've got berry season. So we've got lots of blueberries, as you can see, raspberries, blackberries. Blackberries are lovely.
Yeah, could we see it from the other camera? Or maybe, yeah, that's great, lovely. Yeah, that's brilliant. We've got, yeah, that's lovely. Yeah, that's it. So you've got the raspberries, blueberries, blackberries. You left out the strawberries for today, right?
Well, you can put strawberries in there as well.
Yeah, okay.
But, you know, you can use any berry that is in season or any berry of your preference.
Right, fine. So ladies and gents out there, who love, all the cooking enthusiasts out there, just go and grab any berries you like and then follow the recipe as, of course, Nilam is sharing.
Okay, so I have got sauce that I have made earlier. I'm just going to bring it over now. So that's the...
Right.
Can you see the consistency?
Yes, I can see that in the other camera. If the other camera can be moved in that direction, that will be really... Yeah, we can see it. Oh, right. So what did you do? You mixed it, you blended it in a blender?
No. So you get your berries, you put it in your saucepan, then you add about 30 ml of orange juice, and that's about half an orange, that size. And then you put about, I think about 30 grams of sugar. It can be icing sugar or brown sugar, any sugar. You know, you can even use honey to sweeten it. And
that's a great idea.
Yes. And then you just cook that on the stove. When it comes to the boil, just let it, then you turn the flame down and let it simmer. And I would let it simmer for about a good 10 minutes.
Right.
But to make sure it has a slightly runny consistency, as you can see. Yes. Because what that will do, when we actually spread that on our cake layers, the syrup is going to go actually into the cake and just keep it really nice and moist. And it's going to give it a beautiful flavor.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. And I can see, you know, must be very nutritious as well, because berries are very good for you as well, isn't it? Yes. Lots and lots of antioxidants.
Yes, vitamin C and yes, absolutely.
Yes. And you have the orange with it as well. So the orange gives you a bit of vitamin C. So you won't feel so guilty eating a dessert, because you know some good nutritious things are in there as well.
Of course. And you know, I wish you could just be here. It smells lovely, this actual sauce.
I can actually visualize and I can actually smell it here, because it's looking so yummy already.
Okay, right. So what I will do, I will just move on to, I'll bring the cake over and I'll show you exactly how we assemble it. And it's super, super easy. So what I've done, so you can use a board.
Right.
Like so.
Yes.
Are you able to see that?
Did you cut it? Did you cut it in the middle, or did you have two made?
Yes, no. So what I've done, I'll go through that with you. Once your cake is completely cooled, just get a long serrated knife and very carefully just try cut it in the middle. Now, if you would like to make a bigger cake, say for 8, 9, 10 people, what I suggest you do is make up 2 cakes. And then once you've cut it in the middle, both cakes, you'll have 4 layers, and you can always layer it up.
Wow, good idea. That's fantastic. That's how you use all your secret tricks in the kitchen. I understand now.
Okay, so what I'll do, and when you actually have your layers, just put a parchment paper there so it's easy for you to lift it. What I've got actually, I've invested in one of these, so you can pick the cake up without it breaking or cracking.
Ah,
but if it does,
yeah. What is that called? What's that called, Nilam?
I think it's called just a cake lifter. So
okay, yeah.
And the good thing about this is, if you get any cracks, you don't need to worry, because we're going to cover it with fresh cream, remember.
Right, very nice. Beautiful. Look at how beautiful that looks. It's cut so nicely. Yeah, very well. You can tell when somebody's experienced with their cooking.
Oh. Right, so what we're going to do, I'm just going to put the sauce on there, and you can be quite generous with this. And let that syrup really soak into everything. Take it around all the edges. But once we come to decorate the top with fruit, that's going to be the fun part.
Right. So this is brilliant, because this is a bit like jam, isn't it? When you have Victoria sponge cake.
Oh, yes.
And yes, you'll always have this beautiful, maybe jam in the middle or jam and cream in the middle. So this is similar to that you're putting something in the middle of the 2 slices.
Yes. And if you're just making the smaller cake like this, you will have some left over, and you can use that on pancakes or ice cream toppings. So it's not going to go to waste.
Right. Very nice.
Right. That's the first thing. Now, what I'm going to do, let me just show you. So the next thing we will do is make up our whipped cream. But you can make this in advance. So we take about 100 ml of double cream, and 50 grams of cream cheese. Cream cheese?
Cream cheese, is that right? Yeah. So you'd mix whipped cream, something like that? Cream, you would use double, yes?
Yes, so I've got some half whipped. I'm just going to bring it and show you.
So do you buy whipped cream, or do you make the whipped cream?
No, I actually make the whipped cream.
Yes, I mean, I can tell this is already looking so delicious. Yes.
So yes. What I've done here, honey, I've got 50 grams of cream cheese, and when I put the cream cheese in first with the sugar, you see the recipe for that. Once you put that in, you really have to beat the cream cheese until it's completely softened. And then you pour in your 300 ml of double cream or whipping cream.
Right. So double cream or whipping cream, or whichever one, that you would be putting in. But if anybody's stressed out there, you're full of tension, then you know that you can make some whipped cream and just beat it out. Beat your stress out of your system.
Yes. And the other thing you can do while you're beating it, put some hip music on, and you can also shimmy around,
I like that. Now you're talking my kind of language here, Nilam. This is what I do. If I was in the kitchen, then I would have the music on, and I'd be going la 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 la, enjoying my cooking.
Isn't that lovely? Yes. And you're getting a workout as well. You're getting a workout with your hands, arms.
Yeah. There's a keep fit aspect of it, so you don't feel guilty about the calories.
No.
Yes.
But you can whip it with a electric beater. That's absolutely fine.
Yes.
What I like to do is whip it by hand, because then I can see the consistency. And the cream cheese in there is going to stop the fresh cream from curdling. You can always, there's always a danger you're going to over whip it, and then it's going to turn like butter. So the cream cheese is actually going to stop that. So I'm just going to show you. I think we've still got time. We're okay for time.
Yes. Oh, yes, we're fine. Thank you.
So we're just going to whip it, and I'll show you at what stage we're going to stop. But yes, I can just hear some music in my head, and
even I'm hearing the music there. I wish I was there, right there next to the kitchen in there. I would have probably been picking a little bit of that cake. You'd have thought, where's that missing? A piece of that's missing right now.
Yeah. So can
Yeah.
you see how?
Oh,
that's
yes,
just-
yes. So the
just
consistency is thicker. Yeah, it's gone a bit thicker.
Yes.
Yes.
Now remember, we've got to have it to a thickness where we can put it in a piping bag and pipe it. So it's got to be a little bit stiffer. So I'll just carry on, and you just see as I'm whipping, it's getting just to the consistency that we need. See?
Right. So we're talking about at least 5 to 10 minutes. Keep whipping the cream.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Great. Yes. And I can see the consistency changing as well. I can see that. Yes.
So we're nearly there. But what you can do, and which is what I've done, you can prepare this a few hours before you're actually making the cake, and put it in the piping bag and just put it in the fridge.
Ah, that's a great idea. See if these lovely tips that are coming through. I hope you're all listening, my dear Healing Our Earth family members watching out there. These are great tips. Just put it in the fridge so you can harden the actual cream so it's easier when you decorate the cake.
Yes. So we're just there now. Can you see we're just there? It's
Yes.
just holding. Go.
Oh, yes, I can see that completely now.
Yes. Now, if you do over whip it, you don't need to worry because we've got the cream cheese in there, and that's going to stabilize the cream.
Right. Is there a different taste that comes? Is the flavor different by putting the cream cheese in it?
Oh, yes. It's going to give it a really richness. And when you actually eat the cake, it's not just like a normal whipped cream. You will taste that richness and a little bit of tanginess coming from the cream cheese.
Right, yes, because we have a lot of cheese fans out there who love their cheese. So this could have a little cheese taste to it, right?
Yes, yes. And some people put a little bit of corn flour instead of the cream cheese, and that's to stabilize it as well. But I actually prefer to use cream cheese. So can you see how that's really...
Absolutely, yes. It looks delicious, yes.
Okay. So what we're going to do now, I'll give you a tip. You get your icing bag, pop your nozzle in there. And I like to take a tall glass.
Right.
And just pop that in there. And then you just, I mean, if you've got a wider glass, that's absolutely fine. Just go like that. And it's just going to make it easier to put this in. So I'm just going to take a spoon, just bear with me.
That's very clever, isn't it? Nilam's got all these wonderful tips. I hope you're jotting down these fantastic tips that she's passing on to you. This is great. I've never thought, because normally you're holding this and you're trying to pour in the cream, but this is a great way to hold it in place. Very nice.
So we're going to put that in there. Just gently pop it all in. Like so. And then you would carry on. And then at once it's sort of halfway up, you can just hold it like that and then just carry on filling it.
Right. And do you buy these bags? Are these bags specially bought?
Yes, you can buy them in specialist cake shops, but you can also buy them in your local food store.
Okay, right, yeah, sure.
With so as you actually just give it a slight squeeze so that it goes all the way down, and then carry on filling that. Just to save time, I've actually got one that's ready filled. I'm just going to get that. And if we do run out of cream, I know I've got some here.
Clever. Yes. For those who love their creams on the cakes, right? Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So I can see at this moment in time, I can see the lovely two cakes, they've been split in half, and we have definitely put the beautiful berry sauce. It's a whole little blend of different berries that Nilam put together, and there it goes. You can see it right there on one of the cakes, and she's come back with this wonderful cream, and she's going to show us how we're going to decorate this cake with. Oh my God, that really looks delicious,
doesn't it? Yes. We're going to decorate the cake with, and if you have young children, when you're actually decorating the top of the cake, they can join in, and they're going to have so much fun. So Absolutely. They can make their own designs and just have fun with it.
Absolutely. I'm sure that you can make this into cupcakes as well. So if you have little cupcakes with the same thing, then you can have kids making their little designs, learning how to cook as well. It's good for bonding time with your children, with mums and the kids. And it's also good for creativity, for them to come in and do their own designs. So
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And what I've done I've actually cut, Kate, you can see the strawberries quite finely like that.
Right.
So what we're going to do now, so this is, I've actually taken around, can you see that nozzle?
Yes, we can see that. Yes.
But I'm just going to use that for now. And I'm just going to put this on one side. I'm just going to make sure. Okay. So what you want to do is just take this cream right to the edge. And don't worry if it spills over onto the side, that's absolutely fine.
Right. Okay. Oh, yes, I see.
So what I'm going to do now is with the raspberries, now this is going to hold the second layer up.
Right.
So I'm just going to take the raspberries and just put them there like so.
Ah, right.
See all the way around?
Yes. Is this the top of the cake or the middle of?
This is the middle of the cake. Now the other layer is going to go on top.
Uh-huh.
And that's going to just hold it there. And what we'll do is, if you wish, you can put some more of the filling.
Yes. So you can put more of the cream in the middle as well, and some more fruit.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes.
If you like your cream, you can absolutely do that. And we can do that because I think we've got quite a lot of cream here. There we go.
Ah, right. So of course this is to suit, so if anybody's trying this out or writing the recipe down, then it's also to suit your taste. If you feel you want more fruits in it, then you can put in more fruits.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. I'm just going to put a little bit of cream there, just a little. I mean, you can just pipe it like that. That's absolutely fine.
Ah, lovely. Yes.
And then what I'm going to do is very carefully take this and slide it on the top. Now,
with the cake lifter. I've learned that new one, the cake lifter.
Yes. So now I think I should be able to do it like this. Here we go. And you just drop it down like that. Can you see? And don't worry if it's just going to go everywhere. That's absolutely fine. Now this cream that I've got, honey, I've actually left it quite loose. So it can just ooze down. But the other cream that I'm just going to fill this up again with more cream. Remember, this is a stiffer cream, and I'd like this to stand up on the top.
So you're keeping some more. So that was the other one was made a little earlier, and you kept it in the fridge. So it's a little harder. It just becomes slightly harder. And this one you just made just now, yes, which will be a little softer.
And don't worry, when you put your second cake on and you think, oops, it's cracked or whatever, I wouldn't worry, because remember, the fresh cream is going to cover all of that.
Ah, fantastic.
So what I would like to do, you can also at this stage, you can put some more syrup on there if you wish, or you can just pipe the cream on itself. I think I might just add a little bit of this, and also you can drizzle this over the middle of your cake, and I'll show you later on how. So yes. And if you find that your cake is a little bit lopsided, or you can always put an extra few berries on there, whichever side, and that's going to prop it up again.
So there's ways to cheat as well.
Oh yes, no.
Very nice.
Right. So what I'm going to do now with this, I'm just going to take it from the middle, and this is where you can have fun.
Yes. That really does look a lot of fun. I'd love to do all of this. And be a little bit more creative and come up with these lovely ideas. I think anybody who enjoys a bit, and I think it's therapeutic as well, isn't it, Nilam? When you're when you're doing these kinds of things, but the concentration, it's like meditation when you're fully present.
Yes. So don't worry, because we're going to spread it around as well. And remember, the fruit is going on top.
Yes. I mean, it still looks so neat.
Oh, I wish everyone could just zoom in and be here and smell this. It's just absolutely delicious.
You're making us jealous.
Sorry. Right. So
yes, that's
just
so yummy.
I'm just going to take it to the edge a little bit, if you can see.
Yes. Is there a reason you do that, to take it to the edge? For a reason?
No, no particular reason.
Okay, right.
You just want to make it, yes, just smooth it out a little bit. And what you can do also is, if you wish, you can pipe little mounds like that.
Yeah,
And
to
then
give
put
that.
a raspberry on there.
Very good idea. Yes, yes.
Okay. So I already washed my hands before.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, you can make patterns. Can you see?
Oh yes, we see. Yeah, very beautiful.
So I'm just gonna. I think we're okay. Are we okay for time?
Oh yes, we are. So we're fine with time.
Lovely. So you can carry on doing that. And this is where children will love to help you.
Yes, yes. I mean, we like doing it. I'm sure the children would love it. And look at this shapes, because shapes people. It's also good to teach kids about shapes and the different textures. Yes,
you're absolutely right there. And then I've got some blueberries. You can just pop them up there. I'm just going to cut these a little bit. Blackberries. Sorry, we've got some.
These are the blackberries. Yes,
available at the moment.
Yes, yes. I tend to do a lot of juices, smoothies with berry smoothies, because they're very nutritious. So I always recommend to everybody that if you've got lots of these wonderful berries, then you can also make lovely smoothies with it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And then we're just going to space it out, a little bit like so. And then the last one can go in.
Yeah.
Then I've got some blueberries here as well.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, you can just grab some with your hand like so, and just very carefully just let them fall in. Just naturally like that.
Right. Yes.
There you go. Now you can just add more fruit if you wish, or just stop there. I'm just going to stop there.
Oh, that's looking lovely. Yeah. So nice.
And what I like to do is just take a little bit of this syrup and just pour it in the middle, so it gives that lovely sheen.
It's like a gâteau, isn't it? Sometimes when you make the gâteaux that people make, it's normally got that lovely berries and the soft liquid in it.
Yes. And this eggless cake, the recipe with the applesauce, it's going to keep it so moist and it's going to taste delicious. So,
yes. Wow, that's looking lovely.
My very, very chocolate seasonal chocolate cake.
Bravo. And that actually, with just sharing with our audience members out there, can you imagine this is in 45 minutes, a cake of this, I would say even 40 minutes, a cake from beginning till end, made so beautifully and delicious as well as nutritious. This lovely.
Thank you. And so the key to this is having everything prepared early. So get your cream prepared, get your sauce prepared, and then all you're doing is just assembling it.
Absolutely. So to run through the ingredients again, could we perhaps go through the ingredients one more time so that we can remind our viewers?
Okay. So what we'll need, I've got it here because okay.
Yeah, I think it's coming on the screen. So we
have sugar, the 90 grams of sugar, 90 grams of butter, 100 grams of applesauce, 160 grams of self-raising flour, 40 grams of cocoa powder, but make sure it's a good quality cocoa powder, 140 ml of milk, half a teaspoon of baking soda, 2 tablespoons liquid black coffee, and that's for the actual batter.
Right, yes. And then you have the one with of course, the icing that you make on top as well.
So I'm just going to tell you now. So for the sauce, you need about 250 grams of berries, and they can be any berries of your choice. And to that, we're going to add 30 grams of sugar and 30 ml of fresh orange juice, which works up to about half a squeezed, orange, that size.
Orange, yes. So half an orange juice.
That size. That's absolutely fine. Yes. And then for the cream, you need 50 grams of cream cheese, and you need about 1 tablespoon of icing sugar. So just mix the cream cheese and the icing sugar until they're incorporated. Put your whipping cream in or double cream, and just, you can either whisk it by electric whisk, whisk or hand whisk, and just take it up to that consistency that I showed you. Just so it's like this.
Yes,
Not
slightly thicker. Should not be runny. It has to be a little thickness.
Yes, and you don't have to worry about the cream splitting because we've got the cream cheese in there. So foolproof.
Absolutely amazing. Yes, that's fantastic. Bravo. Thank you very much, dear Neelam. That was amazing. So I'm going to ask you a few questions now. Is this our last? I wish I could be with you right now, because I would have loved having a piece of that with some coffee.
Oh, come along.
Afternoon tea, as we say, or next time maybe. So yes. Neelam, tell me, so with all these cakes and things you do, what other cakes are there that you find are very useful to make and to bake?
So with this, so you instead of chocolate, you can make a vanilla sponge. Use the same recipe, but just leave out the cocoa powder.
Yes.
And then the other cakes that I actually like to do, I tell you, Neil's favorite is this chocolate cake. We usually get together. Sometimes, COVID. Obviously, we do obey the COVID rules when we can get together, and one of us will bring a starter or a dessert, and he absolutely loved this chocolate cake. So make it up the same way, but you can use butter icing, chocolate butter icing, to cover it, and then you can add your decorations, and that Neil Kumar absolutely loves, and he says, this is so scrumptious, I'd like you to share it with everyone so they can taste it as well.
Actually, he's very right. I'm so glad he's done a favor for the rest of us. We got a chance to, and it's eggless. That's the fantastic part about it, which is really fantastic. Yes. So you mentioned there are different ways to do it. So you can even make it into a vanilla sponge. You can use different types of creams. So you had a fresh cream right now. You could maybe turn it into coffee cream, add some coffee to it. All different. You can use your own design. Your own ingredients if you feel to add.
Yes, and if you're a vegan, you don't eat dairy, you can use vegan butter, and you can use when you actually melt we did the milk and the butter. You can do vegan butter, and you can do soya milk, almond milk, any milk. And also, I do believe you can get a vegan cream that you can whip up.
Mm-hmm.
I think it may be coconut, I'm not too sure, but yeah, absolutely. So even if you can enjoy this.
Why do people use condensed milk? Sometimes people use condensed milk. Why is that?
I think condensed milk, probably because that's got the sugar in there, and
it's probably prepared in advance with all the sugar and the milk and everything. So we don't need to do the simmering or anything like that. It goes straight into the cake, right? Yeah. Yes, I understand. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, I just wanted to also, I was very, very interested to find out about your Reiki, because being a Reiki practitioner, you studied Reiki as well. What made you want to study Reiki?
Oh, honey, you know what happened a little while back? I went to a Reiki practitioner and just had some healing, and I really benefited from that. And she actually said to me, all of us do have the healing properties, abilities within us. It's just that we let everyday stresses and problems get in the way. And I thought, what, if she's been able to help me, I've got some older generation in my family, friends, and sometimes they've got aches and pains, and I thought maybe I can help them. Yeah. So I decided to do the course purely to help family and friends. Yes, and it helped my mom.
You're right. So you seem to be a very helpful person, which is really lovely to know. You're definitely fitting with the rest of us here. You're always wanting to help the close people and family members and everybody, friends as well. So, I mean, Reiki, because, they say with the Reiki, you have amazing energy. It's all about energies, right? And clearing energies.
Yeah. So you've got your 7 chakras. So even if you do self-healing on yourself, if you, and there are special, so you would put your hands for your crown chakra, you know, for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just totally relax, and you do your third eye, your neck, your heart, and then you would carry on. And that clears all the blockages that we have. You know, a lot of pain and diseases come about because of the blockages in these chakras, and then the blood doesn't flow very well. So if you just first clear the chakras, it really helps, and then it's going to relax you.
Yeah, that's, I think, really a very good, interesting point you mentioned as well, that by healing the chakras, and when you're cooking as well, we find that you're actually putting your energy, the way you make your food, your thoughts.
Yes.
You know, if you're angry and you're cooking, that's not a good idea either. You need to give nice positive thoughts in your food. Is that right?
Yes, yes. Do you know, when you are cooking, I believe you've got to cook with love, and all that vibes, like you say, the positive vibes is going to go in the food, and it's going to be so beneficial to the people who are going to partake that food. And also, if you are with Reiki, so you can give Reiki energy, like you said, to the food. You know, it's going to taste that little bit nicer, and it's going to be beneficial to whoever is.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good point, you know, that whilst you're doing this, wonderful that you've studied Reiki, because you will appreciate that when you're cooking, how to put in good energy into your food as well.
Yes.
Yeah. And are there any tips that you feel that, you know, like our listeners and our viewers are watching right now, any tips in cooking generally that you would like to maybe leave with, maybe 5 top tips or something that you feel for any foods or anything that you do?
I think I tell you what, there's so much out there on YouTube. So I found if I was cooking and I came across a problem, or how am I going to solve this, or how am I going to do this, or can I tweak it a little bit? You know, if you go on YouTube, you get some really good ideas, and then you can just you know, throw in a few of your twists. I find that really helps me.
So I would say that's a wonderful tip that you talked about with the YouTube side. Was there any, maybe one last tip that you could leave us with? Because the audience members, of course, you know, if you're looking to cook, if you're doing all these wonderful recipes at home, going into the YouTube is the best way to find any shortcuts and other ideas. That's a very good point that you've just mentioned. Maybe one last tip that you'd like to leave us with, dear Neelam?
So what I actually like to do, I like to test a recipe first before I'm going to cook, and then serve it to family and friends. So by all means, just go. I mean, you may not always get it right first time. Like with this eggless cake recipe, I actually had looked at quite a few, and then I just tweaked, you know, a few things here and there, and just came up with my own. And then if you do a little bit of research, you know, I always like to find out, for example, this has applesauce in it. Why do you have a applesauce? What does that do? Firstly, it's going to keep the cake really moist, and the acidity in the apple is going to react with the raising agents and keep that cake really light and give it that.
Yes. Oh, this is really amazing. Thank you, Neelam. It's been really amazing with all the things that you've shared with us, that lovely recipe that you've done as well, of course. And I have absolutely thoroughly enjoyed just understanding who you are as a person, that you don't just cook for the sake of cooking. You do it for your family, for your friends. You cook so that you can bring a big smile on people's faces, and you bring in this beautiful energy in your cooking, of course, through understanding energy principles, Reiki, and other wonderful, you know, I would say art forms as well, you know, healing forms. And you bring all this knowledge into your cooking. It's just beautiful. It's tremendous. And I would like to say a very big congratulations to you for the wonderful work you're doing. You need to put that in a box and send it to the Healing Our Earth team, right? So we can have a scrumptious cake.
over right now. But
Very
thank you
nice.
so much for, I'm so pleased to have this opportunity to show our viewers that, you know, anyone can just bake a scrumptious cake like that. So I really, really do hope that everyone gives this cake a try. And you won't be disappointed.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, with a big smile like that, and with those lovely berries on top of your cake, making it nutritious as well. So why would you not try out this beautiful cake? I mean, we are very shortly, of course, going to go to our next guest, who is, of course, Bharat Pankania, and we'll be speaking to him about what he has to share with us with his recipes. But meanwhile, I would like to say to Neelam as well, Neelam, thank you so much for joining us here at Healing Our Earth. And do share your recipes, because we would love to have more of your recipes on our Healing Our Earth.
Oh, absolutely. This is just the beginning. And I'm really looking forward to, you know, for this chili moga recipe as well.
Oh, yes. Oh, gosh. My mouth is already watering. I haven't even seen Bharat make anything yet. Just the sound of it sounds amazing. So we're really definitely going to go off to Bharat very shortly.
Okay.
You know, one question I had, Neelam, before we moved on to Bharat, there was, you know, people say, food, you know, good food. If you want to go to what did he say? To get to the man's heart, you have to make good food, right?
Yes.
The way to a man's heart is through good food,
Through
right?
his stomach,
Well,
yes.
I think that
So
this thing, I don't understand.
through his stomach. So,
Yeah,
you know,
because do you find your husband loves your foods? Tell me, share your secrets.
he's got a sweet tooth, and he will be the first one to try this.
So definitely, so it works. That quote works, right?
Absolutely works. And look, Neil Kumar loves them as well.
Ah, right. Right. We'll have to remember that one as well. That's a very good tip out there for all the single women out there. Make sure you learn wonderful cooking. Yes.
Thank you so much for having me on the show.
Thank you, Neelam. A big global namaste to you. And we're not going to be off. We're a big global namaste. And do share your recipes, as I mentioned. And we're going to go off to our next guest, of course. And our next guest, by the way, he's somebody that doesn't actually need any kind of introductions, because you would have seen him all over the place on television and news shows and all sorts of places. And he's going to be helping us understand cooking in a slightly different way. He calls it Dr. Sahib style. Dr. Sahib style. I need to get my Hindi right? So Dr. Bharat Pankania, actually, you know, he's got widespread experience of advising on national community. I mean, he advises people on disease control. He helps people develop action plans at national and international levels. Dr. Pankania is also a senior consultant in communicable disease control, which is coordinated in a particular way. He works on lots of complex and very sensitive back exercises where there's been laboratory errors. He looks into all these things. He also looks at hospital exposure of patients, how many people are getting infections, and it's a lot of research-based programs. He studies many of these things, and he has a lot of information that we should be aware of. And these are major national exercises and very sensitive operations that he gets involved in. So Dr. Pankania's experience includes pandemic influenza outbreak planning and major plan testing exercises. He also is involved in development of a web-based surveillance system for recording the first 500 plus cases of a pandemic to quickly understand the new virus, and thus, of course, better implement control measures. Amazing, isn't he? You're wonderful. He's got so much knowledge. And Dr. Pankania is also a keen cook. He loves preparing various vegetarian dishes, which I love because I'm also a vegetarian, as mentioned. And he loves entertaining guests with his type of cooking and his delicacies. And we're looking forward to finding out how he's going to be perhaps being a good host on our Healing Our Earth with us. So I wanted to say a very big global namaste to dear Bharat Pankania. Hello, Bharatji.
Namaste, namaste. Can you hear me all right? Can you see me all right? This
Oh,
is.
yes, we can see you all right. Okay. Yes,
Can you hear?
absolutely.
Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you perfectly. Thank you very much for that. And Bharatji, I know before we go on to our cooking session, you have been doing such amazing work on a national and international level relating to health. Can you share us a little bit about what you've been doing recently with the kind of work that you've been involved in?
So I have been hands-on looking after some health authorities in the United Kingdom and directly influencing the directions we take, the control measures we implement, and the policies we develop for protecting that local population. So, for example, we look after how best to manage infection control in schools and how best to manage infection control in factories, workplaces, etc. And also, more important, very important, is keeping nursing homes, residential homes, care homes, and such establishments safer for the extremely vulnerable people that we have been charged with looking after. So, in these domains, these are all the domains of local authorities. So I'm in charge, and every day I look at what's going on. And by, as you said, the first 5 cases of a pandemic virus, how it is behaving, what it's doing. Similarly, I look at patterns. I look at what's going on in nursing homes. I look at what's going on in schools. And the idea is that as soon as I see a abnormal behavior, in other words, a rise in number of cases or any other developments of concern, you nip it in the bud. So the idea is that if you nip it in the bud, you stop a great big fireball of infectious diseases in the schools, work settings, public sector, nursing homes, etc. So that's at the local authority level. Of course, at other levels, I teach and pass on best practice. So we've done a lot of international webinars teaching others and passing the news on from Australia to America about how to look after yourselves, either as a collective population or at an individual level, doing both. And of course, I teach at the University of Exeter as head of public health medicine. So there we
Yes.
are.
Oh my God, Bharatji, this is amazing. You have a very, very, very important role that you're playing right now with this amazing, I mean, the pandemic that's come across. Of course, we've never had something like this in history. So those people who are involved are also having a real, I'm sure, a tough time to ensure, it's all being controlled. So you're playing a very big role in ensuring people are being kept safe. And of course, the right policies are being implemented to help interconnected, because sometimes when you have medical issues, you may have a group of people perhaps, but here you find that it's literally a global pandemic. So you have to actually not just deal with the local, national, but international things as well. How is things going right now with our UK? How do you feel it is right now, the situation?
So the UK and the European Union and the United States will soon come out of the worst bit. And that's because we are rich nations. And this is a classic example of the rich can do what the poor people cannot do. So the rich people have gone and bought forward orders on vaccines. And having basically bought up all the vaccines that can be manufactured in the year 2021, we are immunizing our people, and we will be in a safer place. But I personally feel a lot of pain that all those things that we've always talked about, which is you people only look after yourselves, you're only interested in the self, you pretend to look after India, Africa, Asia, South America, but you only pretend, it's only words. And this is absolutely clear as clear can be. It's a wake-up call for India, Asia, Africa, South America, that the European nations, the American nations, maybe even China, all these countries that you think will come to your aid, you need to readdress those issues because they have not come to your aid. They have not. They have not, and there is no chance that they can. And it is a tragedy. And if lessons are learned, then there needs to be a readdressing of how other nations work with other nations in cooperation, because the richer nations have looked after themselves well. People are dying in India, Africa, South America, and nothing can be done. Nothing.
Oh, is that because there's a limited supplies of vaccinations and things? Is that the reason, main reason, or is mainly also economic reasons?
A lot of it is politics, and the politics is we bought up all the vaccines that we could buy, and therefore the poorer nations cannot get any vaccines. And then we gone asleep, really. They are desperate for respirators, oxygen, beds, logistics, support. They've never dealt with anything as big on this scale. And we are strangely quiet and silent about supporting them in their dire hour of need. You see, if you need oxygen in several parts of India, for example, you need the logistics experience to deliver that oxygen at pace in different distant parts of India. And the richer nations have the logistics know-how, as well as the logistics hardware, as well as the logistics expertise. But I do not see a unleashing of an international effort to help the poorer nations. There is none of it.
Right. So we need to perhaps work on that side, definitely. Something has to move. So you are a definite pioneer in this area. So we're looking forward to some good, positive things happening for the future. But of course, we have to really come together for something that's a global pandemic. We have to come together to look after each other. So coming back to this, with this wonderful wealth of knowledge you have in this field, in the health industry and this field, you also are a fantastic cook. So tell us, Bharatji, what are you going to be making today for us, and what are you going to be sharing?
Yes, really the great big desire was to cook in my garden. That was my desire, and I would love to have set up the kitchen, which I have all the tools for setting up a portable coal-fired old-style Jiko, the ones that we used to use in Africa. I've got all those things. And unfortunately, the British weather being what it is, it's raining and it's cold and it's dark, and it's not dark, but it's not conducive to setting up a camera outside. So it's such a pity.
Oh, what a pity. We would have loved to go outside, because I love nature as it is anyway. And cooking and nature together is a double treat for us.
Yeah.
So it would be amazing.
Yeah, it's maybe some other time we will do this again, and it's set up in the garden. So that's what I was going to do, was basically demonstrate how easy it is. That's the important point. How easy it is to have a good time in the garden, where everybody's sitting down and relaxing, and slowly but gently we're cooking this and that.
Yeah, and of course, to add to the oxygen as well, the beautiful oxygen, fresh air as well. When you're outside, you're having the vitamin D from the sun. You're enjoying the oxygen, as we say, prana outside in the air. So there are many other positive benefits for being in the fresh air too, isn't there?
Yeah, I think we would be more relaxed, and if the cooking doesn't go right because the coal didn't fire up fast enough, or you get things wrong, but on the other hand, you get things right too. The atmosphere, the ambience, the people, and make do. And I think I wanted. See, anyone can cook beautifully in a properly equipped kitchen, but I want to steer people away from fancy cooking to cheap, easy cooking, steering people away from supermarket bought stuff to just, we can do it ourselves, freshly prepared. And so what I'm going to do, because of time pressures and having to move my kitchen from one place to another, I decided that we make dosa. Now,
dosa! I thought we were making chili mogo today, but oh my God, dosa sounds amazing.
Yeah. So indeed, we were making chili mogo. You're absolutely right. So what happened with the chili mogo is because of Brexit, this is amazing, yeah, because of Brexit and COVID, but Brexit more so, I can't lay my hands on frozen chili, mogo or fresh mogo for that matter. I can't lay my hands on it. I live in Bath. So in Bath, it's not easy to lay your hands on exotic vegetables. So again, further change of plan. And I thought, well, why don't I, from scratch, first make the stuffing for our dosa. And then I also want to talk about how to make the dosa batter. Because for years, and me being very truthful to you all, for years and years and years, we've used ready mix powder of dosa mix, which you sort of make in in a bowl and you fluff it up and off you go. And I have learned that you can make the dosa yourself is much better, much better.
Yes, with the fresh ingredients made at home. So the whole batter is made at home, just like our moms and grandmas used to make a long time ago, before all the shops started storing this ready-made things, right?
But it's infinitely better to have the homemade stuff. It really is, because you can also vary the quantities and amount, but it is. And my experience is, making a dosa is not easy because the stupid thing sticks to the
Yes, so you have to make sure the batter is of a particular
pan
consistency. Yeah, it's a particular consistency.
But performs better, full stop. It just performs better.
Right. So, well, being a systematic person yourself, let's put some systematic methods in place with our cooking. So please go ahead and show us how we're going to make. I've got my recipe notebook and pen as well, ready to learn from dear Bharatji. So all of you dosa fans out there, all those people who love South Indian dishes, you have to get your little notepads out and get these delicious, healthy recipe that Bharatji is going to share with us.
Well, the other point is this route, make it up as you go, you want. But this allows people to look at it as fundamentals. But you add more or less of whatever you like because you are doing it, right? So what I'm going to do here, I've got my packing and here's some health advice. So this is not a bottle of gin, I promise you, right? This is a glass bottle. In glass bottle, I have got pure rapeseed oil. Now, I don't want you people to use a plastic bottle to store your oil. It's not healthy. Okay. So the health tip number one is glass bottle, please. It's important. And another money-saving tip is if you go to the supermarkets websites and you look at pure vegetable oil, it invariably is 100% rapeseed oil. So that's what you want. But if you go to buy pure rapeseed oil, it's much more expensive. But if you buy pure vegetable oil and you read the label carefully, it is 100% rapeseed oil. So don't buy 100% rapeseed oil. It costs more money. But buy 100% vegetable oil, but make sure you read the label. And if you read the label, if I had it here, I'd show you. If you read the label, it's vegetable oil, and then it says 100% rapeseed oil. So why are you wasting money buying rapeseed? So there's my good wife. She's very good.
Fantastic. I love that. There's two tips we've already got from Bharatji while she's setting up over there. And he talked about don't use plastic bottles to put your oil in. Store your oil in. Yeah. Oh, there you go. And this is the second one. Make sure you buy vegetable oil, which is 100% rapeseed oil. It should say there. Ah, there you go. Yes, I see that. Great for frying as well. Made from 100% rape seeds. So there you go. So these are two fantastic tips that Virgie has mentioned. As I mentioned, keep your oil in your glass bottles. And second one is, of course, buy vegetable oil, which is 100% rapeseed oils.
Yeah. So the next item, which all Indian men and women who cook will know, is we fry mustard and cumin seeds to begin with. So I'm making the stuffing. I'm making the stuffing for our dosa. So I must say, and I have done this, although I'm not demonstrating it to you. Before you start cooking, item number one is wash your hands and dry them. This is extremely important, right? Because this is where illness starts. So ceremoniously in the olden days, when people started to cook, there would be a system, there would be a prayer, there would be, get yourself into the mindset of I am cooking. And you really need to be actively in the mindset of I am cooking. So the first thing to do about getting into the mindset for cooking is wash your hands. This is extremely important. One more thing, it really is important, is wash your hands, warm soapy water, and then dry them. Washed hands are not good enough, but washed dry hands are better. It is really, really important. This is where, because I investigate outbreaks. So, I walk into restaurants and cooking places, and I know when things have gone wrong. So wash your hands. Then we allow the oil to warm up. And one thing is, so if you notice, I put in just 3 or 4 drops, seeds of mustard first, and they started to sizzle immediately. So that tells me my oil is warm. If you get the first 3 or 4 steps right, you're going to be successful. Okay, so get these things right, and that is warm the oil, not very hot, but not cold. It won't work. So this is the most important bit in most Indian cookings is, so in goes my mustard, and look, it's already started to sizzle, right? So the oil is pretty, warmed up, and it's starting to I've taken it off the heat, as you can see, because I don't want to burn, right? Then the next item I put in is my cumin seeds. And now this is the interesting bit. After the cumin seeds, and they've just sizzled, I'm going to put in some dal, right? Chana dal, right? And I want this chana dal to gently roast in that. So because I'm going to do chana dal and urad dal, so whilst the chana dal is gently roasting, I'm also going to finely chop up a onion, just so that everything follows in a sequence. So what I'm doing now is just allowing the chana dal to gently roast. And as it is roasting, if you observe me doing my onion as well, this is an important technique, is you peel the skin off like so, but you don't, keep the root as it is. Okay, so I'm sorry, we're multitasking. My chana dal is gently getting golden with the onion. What you do is keep the root intact, and you slice it through. So you notice that's the root there. That's very important, right?
What is the reason you like to keep the root there?
I'm going to show you. So what happens is it's displayed like so, right? With the root there. And when you keep the root there, it's from the root area that all the chemicals are released as you chop the onion, and those chemicals hit you in the eyeball, and then they make you cry. So what you do really is you keep the root intact, as you see, and then you go vertical slices like so, yeah.
Yes.
And then halfway through it, you go along gently like so, right? So you go like that. So now because I've got cuts in this direction and in this direction, yeah.
That's clever.
And then when I slice it, it produces small pieces very, very quickly. And then the last bit of the root, you just chop that, and you see very little waste, very little waste. See that?
That's fantastic. That's really clever. Very good tip, that one. It's very nice. So you
and
just keep the ending, because sometimes these slips, you know, when you're trying to hold the onion and they keep slipping. But you keep the whole onion in place and intact. Very beautiful.
So you see, my chana dal has gone a bit golden now. In fact, it's a little bit overdone. And now I'm putting in some urad dal, all right? And the urad dal takes less of a cooking time. So I'm just doing the urad dal now. And at this stage, is it onions next, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to put in my, I want to put in some curry leaves first, and then I'll put in the onions. Okay. So, right. So here's some curry leaves, and they add some beautiful taste and aroma to the whole project. So just going to temper the curry leaves, and I can already smell the, it's looking golden in color, and I can smell the aroma from the curry leaves. And just putting in my onions now. So in go the onions. Remember, I'm using my hands, and that's perfectly okay because I washed and dried my hands thoroughly. Okay.
Yes. That's lovely.
So now my mixture of onions, chana dal, urad dal is gently simmering, and I'm going to chop some onion and some green chilies. I find green chilies.
Right. So whilst we're doing this, can we perhaps say what would we explain the urad dal and chana dal? What would we say in English? So if our
chana dal is chickpea, it's split chickpeas.
Yes, split chickpeas.
And urad dal, I don't know the name for urad dal in English, but
is it mung? Is it
no, it's not mung beans. No.
Okay, urad. Okay, so let's find out what urad is in English.
Yeah. So I've got my here we go. Look, I've got my chilies here.
Yes.
And my onions are cooking. So the chilies need to go in a little bit later than the onions, if you see what I mean. Yeah.
Yes. So she could go afterwards, right? And by the way, I found it's black gram. I think it's called black gram.
Yeah. Black gram beans. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, black gram beans. So we have, of course, split chickpeas.
So have a look, and then finally now, just after the chili, the green chilies have had a little time to cook, right? At this stage, I also would add the salt, because you don't want to add salt late. And you add the salt as your taste, right? You know, go easy on it. Less is better for your blood pressure. Less salt.
Is it sometimes good to use rock salt or Himalayan salt?
No. Don't waste your money, please. Right? Salt is salt. Right? Please don't waste your money. Salt is salt, and you may want a little bit of flavors and things from the rock salt, but.
Yes. Yeah. But we find that there's more minerals in rock salt, is what we're told.
No. There is a lot of talk about these extra minerals and things. I want you to, when you're in doubt, this is what I want you to ask yourselves. When in doubt, what did my grandfather do? Right.
Yes.
So your grandfather didn't go to the Himalayas. Your grandfather didn't go to the Himalayas please. Your grandfather didn't go to the Himalayas to get pink Himalayan salt, did he? Come on. Get real. Right? Get real. And you really need to get real, because a lot of these people want you to buy these things. And I'm very much against you people, everyone, all of us. So next I'm going to put in is some finely grated ginger, and no fancy things required. Here is my grater, and I pre-grated this, and here we are. right? So
And this is grating. What are you grating there? Oh, that's a clever way of grating, using the spoon.
no,
There.
it's ginger. It's
Yeah,
just a grate.
just ginger straight in there. Right, fine,
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah,
That's it. Thank you.
yeah, handheld, and off you go. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
And by the way, so here's a good tip for you. So when you I can smell the ginger. So when you peel the ginger off the skin, yes,
Yes.
save that skin and put it in the freezer. Save it. And
Right.
and the reason is, so when you're making tea, you can put those ginger shavings into your hot tea, and you will get ginger tea. So there you are. You know,
Oh,
you can
that's a
use.
very clever idea, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because we
yeah,
do
yeah.
ginger every day, right?
Yeah.
I normally make ice cubes, with ginger ice cubes, and I keep
Yeah.
them there. So every day you make the ginger, but this is fresh, very nice, clever
Yeah.
idea.
So now my lentils are cooked. My onions are sort of almost cooked, and they've simmered, and you can see that there is a color change, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
and you can see that the marcha, the chilies, the chopped chilies are not burnt or anything. And I don't want my onions to be burnt either. I want them to be just translucent, yeah?
Yes.
Which they are. Look, that's looking a lovely color.
Yes. It
And
looks yummy.
now,
It looks very good.
so the next step here is I'm going to put my pre-boiled potatoes chopped, roughly chopped into small pieces into the mixture here. And I personally feel that there is some science in this thing, which is a lot of people would just dump the entire bowl in. Do you follow?
Yes.
Right? And I personally think that there is a sharp drop in temperature when you do that, and maybe you kill the flavors off. So my personal opinion is you add your potatoes slowly, right, and allow it to come to the temperature. So the temperature drop is not dramatic.
Right, right. So you're mixing the potatoes a little at a time.
Little at a time.
Yeah, so each one has its full flavor, as at the same time the temperature is set in the right way.
Yeah, the temperature doesn't have a dramatic change when you dump in a bowl of potatoes.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, because I think our food is, the flavors are all chemicals, really. So
Yes.
You don't want to assault the chemicals by dramatic temperature changes. And it also allows you to gently coat your potatoes in the mixture without having to move a lot of them in one go, you see?
Yes.
It's a better
yes.
technique. It really is, because it might take you a little bit longer, but I personally think a little at a time equals much better mixing without the stress of moving a large mass.
Yes, I can see that. And I can see you're left-handed as well.
Yeah. So it's interesting that all the best people are left-handed. Did you know that?
Absolutely. Very unique, hey?
Yeah,
Nice.
all the best people are. And my wife is left-handed.
Wow.
And she has a lot of problems as a dentist, I must admit.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
Because a left-handed dentist has to have a left-handed chair, and a left-handed, the whole surgery has to be set up for a left-handed person.
Yes. Oh my God, I've never really thought about that at all.
Yeah.
Something new. Yes. Something new for us to learn.
So when she wants to work part-time, that surgery, the other time, cannot be used.
She has to have a specially made setup. So
yeah,
probably,
but if you're only working part-time, the other part-time, it's not being used.
Yes.
So it is a headache for a left-handed dentist to work part-time, because the other half of the time, a right-handed dentist can't use it. Do you follow?
Yes, absolutely. Well, for COVID, it's very good, right? Because only you're using it.
Well, yeah, but it's yeah.
Yes, absolutely. No, we understand, but at least this unique, and she's also very unique. It's a very nice thing. Is it Hasmita?
No, she's hiding behind the camera and she doesn't want to come in front of the camera.
But she must be very lucky to have a wonderful cook as a husband.
No,
Who's a very great
no,
cook.
I will openly say on camera, right, that once upon a time when I met my wife, she was meat and two veg, right?
Yes.
Right, meat and two veg, margia, hell for a vegetarian like me. But I have to be honest and truthful. She's a better cook than I am, much better cook than I am. She's completely usurped me from my kitchen, and she's a much better cook, much better cook.
That's lovely. Yeah.
No, honestly, she is. She's very good. She will cook, kandwi and all sorts of things. By the way, this is it is her recipe. So
I see. All right. So there you go. We need to give. We say Shiv Shakti, right? So we got a bit of Shakti's energy there as well.
Yeah. So now, no, without a doubt, I just wish, I really do. I wish my father was alive. I really do, because my father said, if you speak in Gujarati, I'll say it in Gujarati and then I'll translate it in English. And my father said, "A chokra ne rotli kon khavravse," right? Implying, who is going to feed chapatis to this boy, right?
Yes,
now that he's married this woman here who doesn't cook anything Indian.
So what happens then? How do we deal with these people then?
Well, you just ignore my dad, but he was telling the truth as well, which was, I don't know who's going to feed me chapatis. How do I know? All right. But having said that, my wife cooks. My wife cooks better than I do. All the vegetarian food, all the Gujarati food, and I've been chucked out of the kitchen, so that's fine. By the way,
all I can say is you're a thorough gentleman. You're a very charming man, and I'm sure your wife loves you to bits for saying that as well. So it's a lovely thing to appreciate good qualities of your partner.
No, it's a fact. And then when I say to her, this is better than my sister, and I won't mention which one because I have 3 sisters, and she says, yeah, but I expect to be as good as your sisters. I have been doing it for 20 years. So fair enough. But so when I say to her, it's as good as my sisters, if not better, she says, I expect it to be. So listen, I mustn't forget, you notice I put the turmeric in last.
Yes.
And the reason is anything that is powdery, if you put it in too early, it will burn. Yeah.
Right.
And you don't want your turmeric to burn. You want it to flavor. Yes.
Yes.
So powdery things you save for later. So I've just put in some turmeric. I'm going to put in some red chilies as well, red chili powder.
Yes.
The red chili powder, you could add Kashmiri chili powder. And the reason why you could add some Kashmiri chili powder.
Yeah, why Kashmiri? Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I was going to tell you. So remember, the heat is coming from the green marcha, the green chilies, but you want that yellowish, reddish color. So, but if you put too much chilies in, it will be too hot. So the Kashmiri chili powder is red and warm, and it gives it a nice color, but it is not so hot. So because you want it to be, red and colorful, but not chilly, meaning very hot. Yeah.
Yes.
So look, now that's
that is beginning to look so delicious, really delicious, yummy. So very nice.
So now that it's almost there, and I'm having a quick look at my watch as well. So I'm just going to mash it a little bit, not too much. You just want it to be mashed a little bit, not too much. Okay?
Yes.
So
you're mashing the potatoes. That's what you're doing, right?
It's not too much. Only a little bit of a bashing. right?
Yes, yes.
I don't want you to create a mash, but just a little bit of, a little bit of a beating, because, yeah.
Is there any reason for this? Is there any reason, or is how?
It sits better. It sits better in a dosa. And the other technique is, say, for example, I was making potato and aubergine curry or something. I would take a bowl full of potatoes or chickpeas and mash them up, because then they thicken the sauce for you. So instead of using a sauce thickener, you use you use your mashed up potatoes or mashed up chana dal or whatever. You mash it up, a little amount of it,
and
so
put
that,
it in the sauce, and
yeah. So it adds to the thickness of the sauce.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. I think a lot of our grandmas used to do that too, right?
Yeah. So don't use fancy powders and thickening agents and all that. Just take a little bit of your, if you're making, say, chana batata, you take a mixture of the potatoes and the chickpeas and you mash them together, or whatever you are cooking. If it is, say, rajma, which is red kidney beans, again, take a bowl full of it, mash it up, and then let it simmer with its own sauce. It's much more tastier, because otherwise you're adding an alien taste of a thickening agent to your main meal, which you don't want.
Yes, yeah. So, very good tip there. Yes, very nice tip. Yes.
So we're almost coming to the end of the potato cooking. And here is some fresh lemon, and the fresh lemon has to go in last. Okay, this is important, because heat changes the flavor, the flavor of lemon. You will lose the flavor, right?
Oh, I see. Right. So you put that always at the end. The lemon is always
at the end. Always at the end, because otherwise you lose the flavor, right?
Right.
And of course, if we were doing this in the garden, it would have been my pleasure to show you lemons on my lemon tree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But kya kare, I haven't.
No, but it's looking already so delicious. It really is looking very, very delicious.
No, and unfortunately, I can't send you the smell, but it is looking, it's smelling good, and it's looking good. So it's done. And then finally, after the lemon has gone in, because remember, we eat with our eyes, right?
Yeah, visually we look. Yeah, we like to look at good food, right? Presented in a very nice, delicious way.
Yeah. So have a look, please. Because this is really important. We've gone from nothing to this lovely golden color, right?
Yes.
It's already telling you, come and eat me. And now
eat me, yes.
Yeah, and now what I would do is, make a tight bowl of coriander, right? So and then be careful of your fingers, but roughly chop it. But you don't want it too fine, but you don't want too big either. So roughly chopped your fresh coriander. You can tell it's fresh by the way it is crunching. So just a little crush. You don't want it too fine. Okay. And now I would really like you to watch the transformation again. Right? Just look at that. I mean, that is lovely.
That looks really, really delicious. Really nice. I mean, do you put this in the dosa? But do you need dal as well, or can you eat this alone with the dosa?
Of course, you can eat it alone.
Right. Yes.
Yeah,
it's beautiful. So it looks so. Yeah, the green coriander looks so delicious with the yellow, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The green
so I'm
and
not
the yellow,
stirring
golden.
it in. I'm just leaving it there.
Yes.
And that's our potatoes done. And what I'm now going to do is, where is my cover, please? What I'm going to do next is I have to find my dosa tawa.
No problem. So whilst that's not.
I found it. I found it.
You found it. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So give it a little bit.
So we can see that the food is very delicious at the moment. You can see that the stuffing has been made already, which we call maybe potato sabji or potato mushak.
Yeah, that's the stuffing. And this is always available in an Indian home. This is a lovely little container where all your spices are in one box. So
Perfect. It's
I'm,
perfect. Yes.
I'm going to put that away because I don't need it. So the other tip I wanted to give to people is if you have your ingredients, which I did, if you can you pan on this thing here, please. So if you have your ingredients on in a turntable like setting, right? Like
Yes.
this, right? It doesn't have to be a turntable, right? But the message, the important message is um, if you have, you know, let's see like this, okay? So
Yes.
so the tip here is if you're starting here, and that's why this is slightly different, yeah,
Uh-huh.
right? Then you know, going clockwise or whichever way, you go item 1, item 2, item 3, 4, 5, 6 in that order. So you've already got, if you're not competent with in which order the food should go in, set it out like that, and then go from, you know, 12 o'clock. So start
Yes.
with 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7, 9, 12. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Very clever way to present your food as well.
Yeah, it's set up the sequence for you. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So how you should be eating it step by step.
Not eating it, but cooking it.
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand.
Getting it into the sequence in the pan, so it would
So
be.
you're very organized with the way you also cook.
No, not
Keeping all
really.
your ingredients ready, you know, just ready to go. That's very nicely said. Yes.
No, I'm very
It stops a lot
disorganized.
of limits a lot of wastage of time when you're in the kitchen
Well,
if you
it-
pre-plan like that.
Yeah, it stops mistakes.
Yes.
So what I'm doing here is I've just put some oil, and there is a bit too much oil. So that's the oil for the dosa that I'm going to make. But I need, you see, because it is the first dosa. The first dosa is always hopeless. Yeah.
Oh, right. So you have to set it nicely first for the first dosa.
Yeah, the first dosa will always be, you know, probably not right. So here we are. This is the batter that is homemade, 100% homemade. And I want to talk about how to make it as I do it, okay? So multitasking again. You take rice and you take urad dal split and more rice than urad dal.
So
And
is that a rice powder or rice actual rice?
No, rice grains.
Actual
rice
rice.
grains.
Right, rice
Yeah.
grains. So for our
And
viewers who are
urad
watching
dal.
out there, just to explain in English, we're just looking at rice and the other was chana. Did you put in?
No, urad dal. Urad
Urad
dal
dal.
is
We go back to the black gram. Yes, the black
yeah,
gram.
that's right.
Okay, urad dal. Okay.
Right. So it's the dehusked urad dal. So it's about, so I put 275 grams of basmati rice and 60 grams of urad dal. Yeah.
Yes.
Dehusked, so it's white. And then a teaspoon or so of fenugreek seeds, that's methi seeds.
Yes, yes.
And you soak them overnight. And then having soaked them overnight, you next day, you pound it in a machine. So in other words, it's pulverized. Yes.
Yes.
And then you add some water to it. And, you know, this is roughly speaking, you want a paste like this, and then allow it to ferment for a couple of days.
Right. So, very nice. Yes. So I'm looking at this. You have all these different lentils, different types. You have mung dal, and you have, you know, urad dal, and you have all these different types of dals that people can use. But in dosas is always the ones that you have just mentioned.
No, you can use I was talking to my sister, and my sister said to me, instead of urad dal, you could use jowar, which is barley. So again, experiment. I think the main ingredient is rice, but the other lentil can be anything you want it to be.
Right. So yes, so anybody who may prefer a different type of lentil can still make the dosa with that particular flour.
Yeah, and I would ask people to experiment, right? Now, notice that I've gently, because my pan is hot, but whilst my pan is hot, I have still managed to spread the mix, the batter. Yeah, and I
Right,
have to add, as I say, I have to add salt and water to this mixture. Okay, that's important.
right.
So you have to have it a bit of a runny consistency, and
Mhm.
then look, as this is cooking here, don't panic. This is important, and you really need to have a tawa dedicated only to what do you say, to making dosas.
Right,
Uh,
right.
so,
So,
so, so, so don't use your dosa thing for anything else.
right, and this is so that you prevent these dosas getting stuck to the pans,
Yes,
right?
yeah, but don't panic. You see, it's cooking now, and if you start fiddling with it, it will break, and all sorts of things will happen.
Right,
But let it cook. Just let it gently cook. Some people put oil at the top as well. So I'm just squeezing. I don't want a lot of oil, so I'm just squeezing a little bit of my tissue paper that I had used to wipe the pan initially. So if
right.
you have a look here, just focus down, please. You
Very
can see
nice.
that it's sizzling.
You're
Yeah,
cooking it.
it's
It
cooking.
has to be well cooked as well by the looks of it, right? So you need to make sure it's nice and
It
golden
will turn.
brown.
It will be nice and golden underneath, and the first one is always a bit lousy. But we're pressed for time, and I just want to get it right. So, but otherwise, I would have made it big enough to cover the whole tawa. Yeah,
Yes,
and
yes. Wow.
yeah,
This is
yeah, yeah.
whilst
But that will.
whilst you're
So look,
making, whilst you're, oh, look at this. This is beautiful. Look at the way it's come off. Very nice. Is that meant to?
but you got to be patient. Just let it cook. Let it
Right,
cook, and it will release itself from the pan itself. Right?
right,
Just
right.
just let it cook, and gently it will. So don't panic. That's the main point. Now, whilst it's cooking, at this point, about like it's nearly, as you noticed, it was nearly sort of done, but not quite.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm going to do something else in a minute. But look, it's almost free now. It is free, completely free. Look at that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, beautiful.
No,
Yes, yes, yes.
but,
I'm getting
but
hungry all of a sudden.
so,
Paraji.
so, but let it cook. Let it still cook, because you don't want it raw. That doesn't
Right,
taste nice, right? And at
fine.
about this stage, I would take my beautiful food
Uh-huh.
that I previously cooked, and just, you don't want to load it with too much stuffing. Okay, so
Yeah.
start at the top. Not, don't have it in the center, and there is a reason why you don't want it in the center. Okay,
Right. So you put it in the sides, right? Okay.
almost at the top of the circle, to describe. Right, have a look.
Yes.
It's at the top of the circle there. Yeah.
I see that. So in the side, on that one side. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then watch what I do, okay? And I just want to take this because remember, it is hot, okay? But
Yes.
gently, right? Press it there like so,
Yes.
right? So I'm now folding it. Do you follow?
Yes. So you're turning it into a nice little round, we call it little, yeah, tube shaped.
Tube.
Looks yummy. Look, we're getting amazing messages, Bharatji, from many people saying it looks absolutely gorgeous and very, very yummy.
So I would really keep on rolling it in one
Yes.
direction, but on this occasion, because I've got camera fright.
Yeah.
But look,
Oh,
come on,
it
that's
looks
pretty good.
amazing. It really does look amazing. It really does.
Yeah. So that's sort of rolled up. Yeah. And that is.
Is there any particular chutney or something like that that
Well, traditionally I would have coconut chutney
Uh-huh.
and dal rasam, right? As we always do, right? Tur
Yes.
dal. But
Yes.
I personally feel up to you, whatever that takes your fancy. You do need, I think, some sort of a liquidy chutney, rasam, to make it less dry.
Yes.
But yeah, use whatever chutney you want. You want to make one which is tomatoey, coconutty, dal, as you wish.
Right. So
But
it looks actually really lovely and crispy, and it's made into a right color as well. The color looks really right. Very well cooked. And we have lots of dosa fans who are writing to us and sending us messages right now. Wow, that's amazing. This is really good.
And
So, Bharatji, when are you going to make this lovely dosas for the Healing Our Earth team?
well, when you visit our home in Bath, and on a sunny day, we are going to do it in the garden. That would be my biggest pleasure. That the sun was shining, So really,
Yeah.
what I want to do is, again, can you focus here, please? Right? Is I really want to show you that it is possible to get around. Do you see?
Yes.
And look, it is. Right? There we are. I've pressed it down a little bit.
Beautiful. Yes.
And then what I want to do is cut it this way, not across, but at a slant. Yeah. And so nice sharp knife, nice sharp move. And look, that's your
Oh, that is just really delicious. And I love the way you've cut it in the side, with an angle, because
yeah.
that cutting in an angle makes it look very delicious. And of course, food has to be appealing, like you said, visually appealing too. So,
Absolutely.
So this looks really delicious from every angle that you look at. So just to let our viewers know that, of course, you can make this dosa with the wonderful stuffing that's been made out of potato, which was done in such a delicious way. But at the same time, you can also include chutney, you can include dal, you can include, like curry, we would say in English. And coconut chutney is normally what's normally used with dosas.
Yes.
It's a South Indian dish. Therefore, the taste is also very South Indian style.
Yes. So I'm just going to be brave and see if I can make a bigger size, what you call it, dosa.
Bigger size dosa? Sure, no problem. We have about 5 more minutes left, dear.
Why don't you? Yeah, 5 more minutes is good enough for me for you
great.
to ask other questions
whilst you're doing that. We had one question though that was coming through over and over again, but it's keep going. It's fine. Please show us what we have in store and what you have in store.
So you see.
And of course, we had a few questions coming up. Actually, the people were very interested to know a little bit about this COVID side of things as well from yourself. Maybe we can ask a couple of questions to you at the end or while this is cooking.
No. Ask away now.
May I? Oh, somebody was asking that, in your opinion, after 19th of July, which is end of lockdown, what do you think of the fact that people are saying that no masks will be required? What's your take on that?
Well, it's very
this
simple.
is from Hasmita from London.
Yeah, Hasmita. Namaste, Hasmita. My advice to you and to everyone is, it is your duty to look after yourself, right? So just because somebody says to you it's not required or not okay, that's their opinion. You have to do what you feel safe with. And my view is, if you are not in good health, you've got poor immune system, you've got other health issues, then you take extra care, even if you have been fully immunized. That's what I would do. So I would, if I was in a crowded indoor place, I was on a crowded tube, bus, etc., and my immunity is not so good, I'm older, I've got some other underlying health conditions, wear your mask, wear it properly. And one more advice, please, is
yes.
Up your mask.
You mean where it? You mean?
No. Up your specification. So far we've been wearing a flimsy little mask.
Yes.
We've got a more infectious virus around. So my advice to all my listeners, all of you, Bharat Bhai advising, please go and buy a higher quality mask. We call it FP2. Look it up on the internet and buy a higher quality mask and wear it, and wear
High
it
quality
properly.
mask.
It's very
Yes.
important. It will save your life. Wear a higher quality, better quality, higher specification mask. That is my advice to you. It will
That's
save your life. I want you to be alive. I want you to come to my home and eat dosas in my garden.
We have to come definitely with a delicious food like that. I don't think we're going to miss out on that invitation. We've actually invited ourselves, I know.
No, you must come because we're very
You-
welcoming.
You're actually part of our family now, dear Bharatji, because Healing Our Earth actually goes out to so many countries around the world right now. And we've got people who are tuning in from Malaysia and USA and Africa, Singapore, all sorts of places, who are watching this today and enjoying these amazing recipes, also commenting right now. And you're also sharing this wonderful knowledge about the pandemic as well at the same time. So I'm sure whoever's watching right now is getting a wealth of information right now, which will support and save their life as well, as you mentioned.
I hope so. I hope so. So, with respect to nutrition and things, so a dosa properly done is giving you lentils, a variety of lentils. It's a bit of ferment. It's giving you dal. It's giving you coconut. It is a complete meal in one. It is a cheap meal in one. And I don't want you to look at cheap equals inferior. I want you to look at it as cheap and very, very nutritious. It's very important that we eat well. And to eat well, it is mostly a vegetarian diet. You need to eat nuts, lentils, fruit, berries, greens, and if you wish to eat meat, only a little bit. And you must add a little bit of ferment to your diet. And by ferment, I mean things like pickles and yogurt. And that bio mix is a ideal diet. Lots of
Right.
greens.
Do you say pickles are also good for you,
Yes.
Bharatji? Is that pickles are also good for you because they have
Yes. You do need a bit of ferment in your diet. Absolutely. We're learning things every day, and a
Yes.
little bit of ferment is very important. So yogurt, or like the South Koreans or the Koreans itself do kimchi, that's a fermented cabbage. So they all bring your biome, the bacteria that live in your gut, into better balance.
Wow, that's a really good thing because I've started learning to eat pickle and I love it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I
No,
keep
a
feeling
little
a
bit
bit
of
guilty
ferment is
eating this
important.
tasty pickle.
Yeah.
So, Bharatji, also you mentioned about working on a local, national, and international level. So, are you also involved in a lot of European work right now with for bringing the Corona pandemic information and educating people in Europe as well?
So I do a lot of media work for Europe, but Europe is in a very good place and it doesn't need people like me. So I tend to go away to where people need me, like Africa and Far East and South America.
Right. So these are the places where. So, what can we do? What do you think we can do to support our brothers and sisters around the world?
Because I tell the politicians to behave, because they have got the money. They have got the money to do it. Ourselves, we are just a drop in the ocean. But what we can do is continue to highlight the plight of other people.
Right. Oh, look at that. Whilst the dosa is made all nice and delicious as well. That's one for your wife as well and one for you. There you go. All nice lunch, a romantic lunch set up for you both.
Yeah, I've got after our program, which is now coming to an end, I've got a flurry of activity to rush to my room, reset my camera, reset my everything, put on a suit and tie, and in 20 minutes, I'm talking to Al Jazeera. So I've got 20 minutes to dismantle everything here, run into my room.
Don't forget to eat a few bites of this delicious food. It would be a shame to waste that. Yes, absolutely. Haven't we had an amazing time with Bharatji? Real wealth of knowledge, wealth of talent, and what amazing information he shared with us. I remember all the tips that he mentioned about, just a quick little recap, that he talked about, making sure that we don't keep oils in a plastic bottles, keep oil in a glass bottles, because it's more healthier for you. He also spoke about making sure that when you buy your vegetable oil, make sure it also is vegetable oil with 100% rape seeds, so that it's a good quality. We also talked about the onions. When he was cutting the onions, we talked about keeping the root there, so it's easy to cut as well. And I think that it also prevents all the chemicals being released very quickly, which I think make your eyes water, right? I also loved his little tip about ginger, because we use ginger every single day. But he said also keep the skin aside and put it into your masala tea, so you're also utilizing all this wonderful ginger and not wasting the skin, and utilizing it for good for your nutrition. I also remembered one other thing Bharatji talked about was to thicken sauces. If you're making sauces, if you're making curry, you would actually use a little bit of that curry, like if it was red kidney beans, you would mash it up, and then you would put that in the sauce, so that it thickens your sauce as you make your food. So these are really great, amazing tips that he has shared with us. Was there any final tips, dear Bharatji, before you go for your next meeting? And thank you for your wonderful time, because we know that you're very, very, very busy. And to really share this delicious recipe with us has been a real treat for every single one of us.
Now, eat well, sleep well, and be happy. That's all we can do. Anyone, really. Eat well, sleep well. And but you really must. You must eat more nuts and fruit. This is very important. Fruit and nuts and berries. Fruit, nuts, berries. You must make it a parcel of your part and parcel of your daily diet. Fruit, nuts, and vegetables. But fruit, berries, and nuts, very important. A little bit of fruit, a little variety of fruits. It's very, very important. It provides fibers, minerals, vitamins, and it keeps the doctor away. That's very important.
Very nice. That is a really wonderful little gem and a little nugget that dear Bharat just left with you out there. Because actually health is wealth, I always say. So if you keep yourself healthy, then I think you can enjoy life to its maximum as well. And of course, having wonderful knowledge that is being shared, try to implement it, like, for example, buy good quality masks when you use them. Even that is a really fantastic little tip, but such a life-saving tip. So thank you, dear Bharat Pankania. We had a really amazing time with you. I just wanted to say, of course, a very big global namaste to you. I hope you continue sharing your wonderful knowledge with us and keep supporting Healing Our Earth. We're, of course, going from UK, Bath, right all the way to Mauritius very soon, and we're going to be meeting Anil and Saivani Sambhu very shortly to talk about their delicious recipes. So dear Bharatji, have a fantastic afternoon, enjoy your day, and a happy Sunday from everybody here on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you. Namaste, everyone. Namaste.
Global namaste to you. Thank you. Wow, wasn't he amazing? Gosh, I got so many tips there. That was really, really a huge list of tips, and I love them. Every single one was something useful for all of us. Now, if you've tuned in, I'm sure that it's because you love cooking. I know that you're probably jotting down your wonderful vegetable recipes, or of course you're watching, so you're supporting Healing Our Earth for some reason. Whatever the reason you're here, just wanted to say that, of course, Healing Our Earth is here so we can educate, we can entertain, and we can inform all our family members around the world, Healing Our Earth audience members, about topics that will help to enhance their life, help to create a little bit of happiness, unity, friendship, whilst, of course, continuously transforming your own life as well in a positive way. We also have future events taking place. For example, on 11th of July, we have the COVID special. So do tune in for that, because you're going to get a wealth of wonderful, wonderful knowledge there to help to keep you and your family safe, and also to help to perhaps deal with issues that you may be dealing with yourself at the time. So we've got the 11th of July COVID special, and of course future events are happening as well. For example, on the 25th of July, we also have a really, really amazing event, which is called actually Guru Purnima. It's a Guru Purnima special. It's one of my favorite days of the whole year, when the energy is very high and the amazing guests who are going to come together on that day will definitely uplift your spirit anytime. So do make sure you tune in on that day, and keep tuned in, because we'll give you more information about that. All of you Bollywood fans out there, if you enjoy Bollywood music and singing and enjoying Antakshari or watching Bollywood films, whatever the case is, if you're a Bollywood fan, then 18th of July, you're going to have a really, really amazing treat where we're going to bring together amazing Bollywood singers and specialists who are going to, of course, entertain you with the world of Bollywood. So let's move on to Mauritius. And we will say to them, we would love to say to, of course, well, why don't we just say hello to them first? dear Saivani, a global namaste to you, and dear Anil Sambuji as well. We know our dear Saivani. She's our family. She's part of our Healing Our Earth family. She's one of our wonderful coordinators back in Mauritius. She has brought in amazing guests herself, all throughout these events that we've been holding. But she herself is an amazing guest. So today she's going to be sharing a wonderful recipe, I'm sure, with her dad, Anilji. But let me do a little bit of an introduction if you do not know of these beautiful father-daughter team. Now, Anil and Saivani, a father and daughter duo, are both keen cooks, and the Sambus, which are of course Saivani and Anil Sambu, Sambus love to prepare dishes for the family and friends regularly. Really lovely. They say, when you want to give to people, if you feed them with food, it's one of the best things you can do. Now, Anil Shankar Sambu, a senior flight purser and a very down-to-earth, jovial person, which you will find out, loves doing seva, which is, of course, what we say, service to the needy. He loves helping people, he loves traveling and exploring the world, and he, of course, loves being a wonderful chef, which he is. He is definitely a really great chef. He enjoys preparing diverse cuisines of the various countries and cultures, and his speciality is, well, they say, almost everything. So anything you want, he'll be able to cook it for you, which is really good. Now, Anil's motto is a family that prays together, cooks together, eats together, stays together. And that has so much knowledge. And so it's a pearl of wisdom is what I call that motto. It's a very, very powerful statement, and a very good one too. Now, Saivani, the daughter, is a child psychologist and a counselor. She's an artist, she's a singer, she's a performer. She's also inherited her cooking skills from both her mother and father. Very often, both daughter and father are found in the kitchen cooking together. Whilst the father prepares the starters and main course, Saivani gets busy with the desserts. Yummy, both sounds really good. Now, she loves to learn the new cooking styles and the secret magical recipes from her father. Isn't she lucky she has her father to share all this lovely knowledge with her? Now, Saivani enjoys discovering new dishes and putting on her chef cap whenever the opportunity arises, which she has done today. Now, Yam Delights is something they're going to be working on today. They're going to be cooking this something called Yam Delight. Instead of me introducing that, let's find out from the two duo, what actually is this yam that they're going to be cooking for us today? A big global namaste to you, Saivani, again. How are you today? How are you doing?
Namaste, Haniji, and all our viewers, wonderful viewers who are joined with us. And special thanks to the coordinator and director, Mr. Neil Kumar, as well. And thank you, Haniji. That was such a long and indeed a nice introduction.
Well, you have so much talent, Saivani-ji and Anil-ji, such long talent list. We have to make sure that our listeners and our viewers are all watching and understanding what a wonderful calibered people we have here. So, so Saivani-ji, so what do you have in store for us today? Tell us, what will you be presenting today?
Right. I will let my father tell you more about that. Yeah.
Sure. So Anil-ji, where are you? Wow. Is he dressed up? Oh, wow. You're dressed up for the occasion. I can see as always. Oh, is it haircut? Special haircut?
Good evening.
Look, good evening. Good evening. We can tell he's a very jovial person, right?
I'm forgotten you. I've got a good surprise for you. Later on, you will discover. And nice, a global namaste, and especially to the dear viewers also who are watching us all around the globe. So a global namaste, good evening, namaskar, and pranam.
Pranam, Pranamji.
Yes, thank you, thank you. So our famous, the French name, gâteau aoui. Gâteau means cake, and aoui is the fruit. It's a tube, rather. It's a tube that's grown underground. And we also call it taro bowl delights. Taro bowls, because it's shape of bowl. Or yam. Or if you prefer French, I know many people like French word, especially here our, it's beignet de taro. Beignet means the gâteau de taro.
Right, right. So did you say penne de gâteau? Did you say penne de gâteau?
Gâteau.
Yeah, gâteau.
Right?
Yeah, it's like a cake. Right,
Yeah.
right.
Gâteau
Very nice.
is a French word also, and a Creole word also, meaning cake. Cake, beignet.
Yes, yes, absolutely. This sounds really good. Well, what I would love to do is please, as a father and daughter team, please go ahead, and I'm looking forward to this wonderful, delicious recipe that you have in store for us. So I'm going to present and leave this whole. It's yours. I'm passing it on to you now. All yours, dear Saivani-ji and Anil-ji.
Thank you. Yes. So we'll have a presentation of what it is, because how it is been prepared, then how. As you see the PowerPoint, is it being shared on the screen?
Shortly.
Yes, we can see it. It's coming very shortly. There you go.
Okay, very good, very good. So the taro yam is eaten in different styles, different presentations. We can grate it, as we will discover one, or we can boil it or steam it. That also, which is very healthy, and also we can make it like taro chips, right? We can make it like taro chips, and so in 3 different presentations that we can do it and enjoy the wonderful taro. So the taro is commonly very famous in different parts of the globe. So in Asia, in India, in South Africa, and also in the places of oceanic regions, and also the islands, namely Mauritius and some other islands in the Mascarenes and the islands, which is so as you can see, that's it. And the picture, the nice picture there, and how it is presented on the bowls. And this is the grated, you can see this is the grated yam, taro, and the spices that goes along with it. All right, and you have next. So the recipe is that So the recipe, you can see the ingredients. So 500 grams of grated yam, taro root. So teaspoon salt to taste, 80 grams of ginger, because the taro, it goes well with the ginger, and ginger is very nice for the throat and for the body. It's got many health properties. 3 tablespoons of sugar to our taste, 8 to 10 strands of spring garlic greens, 8 to 10 greens corianders, and then 3 tablespoons of starch, so 1 tablespoon of dark soya sauce, and some chili flakes. I haven't forgotten you, Honey G, chili flakes for you. Yes.
Oh, I'm loving this. I'm looking forward to this. This is my favorite
Red
bit.
ones, you know, red ones, red chili flakes. So this is the taro. This is the taro, typical picture that I got from the market, right? Fresh one, fresh tubes, so that they are, you know, big tubes, big tubes, and the white part is they have sliced it into 2. So the cross section of it, and when you see closely, you know, they have small veins, you know, which is light purple color, light violet purple color, and they're very nicely designed. And you know, for artists and people who have inspiration of nature, it's a very good piece of natural decor and natural artists that they can do for painting and get inspired to for the house or for the walls, or in any way also. So that's the garlic springs, and the coriander red springs, and the ginger. So this is a summary of that. And here we go. Here's the one that the slice one. If you have a closer look, you will see how the design, the pattern is nicely the light violet purple color, nicely designed on that. So in itself, it's a wonderful way of design and presentation. So now we will go to the preparation. So we would like to thank our collaborators, Seksha, Gayatri, Saivani by my side, and the whole team watching us, all viewers around the globe. So now we'll go through a small preparation. Everything is set, but I have to grate one and show you. So now, this is the one that has been peeled and washed. So one word of precaution now, because since on it has a gluey substance, a bit gluey and sticky, so it's worth that as a precaution, it doesn't slip in your hand and you get hurt. So it's good when you peel it, you wash it and let it dry. So you see it's completely dry, so it won't slip in your hand. And also some people who have sensitive skin, another way of precaution, have sensitive skin, is good to put some vinegar in the hand, or simply to put a glove to protect the direct touch with the skin, you know. But my skin is a bit, you know, okay, used to it, so it's okay for me. It's direct for me. Okay. Thank you. So now we'll grate it like that, softly. We'll grate it like that. Soft grating, not pressing, just lightly, so that you have a nice medium, you know, medium. See, nice medium slice. Let's see, and how nicely grated. Not too thick, not too thin. Medium grate. That's it. Voila. C'est fait. Voila, c'est fait. That's it. Done. When this is done, then you get everything. You start everything putting in the bowl. Now here it is. Here it is. That has been already been grated. There it is. And now you put the ingredients here. Here you are. Mix it well thoroughly. Now you put the ingredients here. Now your cornstarch. Now the cornstarch, the ginger. Ginger. That's it. Ginger. We chop the sprigs of garlic, now the coriander, and in the meantime, you put your stove on, your frying pan on light flame. Get the oil heated lightly. So that's it. And while mixing the food, you always have positive thoughts and light music to keep on with the mood. So you mix it well, and you add the salt to taste, some salt to taste. That's it. Some the dark soy sauce, the sugar, and this is a secret to enhance the taste of it. That's the secret. And then that's for you, Honey G, the flakes. That's the red chili flakes for you, Honey G. Good, wonderful. Voila. So you make it in a dough. So that's it. You have it a dough, a nice dough, like that.
So this is called Yam Delights, and here in Mauritius, most commonly known as gâteau à fruits. And this is among one of the best snacks. Later on, we'll know more. Why is it that so? Because we have lots of snacks in Mauritius for high tea, tea time, sometimes in morning for breakfast as well. So, yep, as you can see now, we are making the balls, the beautiful round balls. And by the time the oil is getting heated, we find that we prepare the balls so that it's ready to be fried. Okay.
Right. You make the balls.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that. This typical, you know, it's very typical for Mauritius, you know. It's very tasty, full of taste, you know.
I love the way you make it. I love the way. I love Anilji, the way you're making them round. You know.
Yeah, you know it well. Okay, when I come to UK, you make for me like this. Very nice.
Yeah, this is great. Just squeeze them to be. Just make sure it's nice all round. Oh, so yum. Then it's really nice.
Yeah, and I think we can hear the oil is ready, and it's ready on the stove there. So we will be moving towards the frying section.
So making your balls, you get your balls ready in the meantime. In the meantime, your oil is getting, yes.
Right.
So that's it.
Yeah. Some people, they enjoy it very much along the beach, or you go on a picnic, or you go with the family, and you are sharing some nice snacks together. So this is a very healthy as well. It's healthy because we have ginger in there, we have sprigs of garlic, of course we have the taro itself, and it is said that all the root vegetables are very rich in lots of vitamins, and they have lots of nutritive qualities. So, yep, this is the Yam Delight.
So it's very famous, with the taro root with ginger and spices. It made like that, we blend the taste, So that's now your balls are ready. Now you just put it in your frying pan. So we move to the frying pan on a light flame.
Yeah. Low flame, yeah, low flame.
Voila.
Even the sound of these wonderful
yes.
bhajias, the sound of the frying sounds so delicious.
I was about to say that, Kaniti. Yeah.
It does, like as soon as you put them into the oil, it's like, that sounds really yummy. Look how really delicious they look.
Yeah. So we allow, because this is a snack that is deep fried, so we'll have to allow it to get a light brownish color, and then we keep on stirring, we keep one by one. We stir it so that we ensure the inside is well cooked.
Right.
So that's
right.
Yeah.
So you have the whole recipe. Maybe at the end, you could share the recipe again, so whoever wanted to write it down can write it down. Yes, it's a
right, definitely. We'll do that again. Totally. Because, and this is, it's very fastly done. You just need to get your taro ready, grate them, and I think around half an hour to 45 minutes, or even less, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very fast snack to prepare, which is
very good for guests who come to our house, maybe in the afternoon. So maybe nice little afternoon tea with some nice little snacks, isn't it? Quick snacks to make.
A nice view, always in the flower mandala shape. Always, one and then yes, always in that shape to create more energy,
More energy, spiritual. It's a spiritual bhajia. Spiritual bhajia, we call yam.
Very good, yeah.
Yam bhajias.
Well,
I love the fact that you put the spiritual side into it. Actually, they look really nice, like a flower.
Anything you do, you must have good vibrations, good thoughts, and it enhances and goes with the food.
And being happy, like Anilji, do make sure that whoever's out there, when you're cooking, you must make sure one thing you have to follow with Anilji is his happiness. Whenever he cooks, he's always so positive. He's always so happy, with really beautiful, positive words, positive energy, and his big smiles as well. So everything is a proper package. Is a positive package.
Yeah, thank you very much for the good word, the good kind words, and that reflects the positive energy. And see the nice frying. So it's coming up almost ready. I think a couple of minutes more, it will be done.
And let me tell you, this is, it does take some time to get ready, prepare everything, the ingredients and, you know, to make the balls, mix everything well, get them fried. But by the time you eat them, it's done in a second, you know, because it's so
They're
tasty.
gone.
Yeah. You can end up eating a lot without your knowledge because it's really very delicious and crunchy. It has a crunchy state. So
Yeah.
you'll get, we'll get to that soon. We'll get to that soon. All right.
The important thing is to make sure when you're frying these is to make sure they're not they're cooked from the inside as well. They shouldn't be uncooked from the inside.
Right.
So make
The
sure it's all
frying
on.
Yeah, and to ensure also that it doesn't get burnt as well. So we try to, you know, like you can see, we keep stirring them one by one. We turn each of the balls so we can see if it's well fried.
Yes, yes.
And
That's it.
also to ensure it doesn't break, so it has to be done very nicely. Yeah. Good, almost ready to be plated.
Oh my
then-
God, that looks so delicious. Oh my gosh. Yummy.
All I've made for you. We'll give you.
All I've been doing is seeing these beautiful recipes all throughout this afternoon. My mouth is watering.
Oh yeah. I join you with that. I join you. Very good. Yeah.
So is there normally some kind of chutney that comes with this, or you just eat it by itself?
Yes, yes. Well, it's coming. It's coming.
Oh,
it's
all
coming.
right. So,
You're
yes.
very impatient. You're very impatient. Just hold on. It's coming.
Right. I couldn't handle myself. I couldn't hold myself any longer.
Yeah, it's very yummy.
Yeah. It's
Tasty.
almost done now.
Wow.
Almost ready. So we will now, just drain the oil and get it there.
So almost done. Since it's fried, so you have to put it in the voila. That's it.
There you go. From the frying dish to the plate. So these are gâteaux à fruits for all the French-speaking viewers who join us. And in English, so we'd say it's yam delights or taro balls, and very nicely cooked, crispy, crunchy, and delicious. Right.
Voila.
This is voila. Let's learn a few French words there as well. Voila. Amazing. I have to say you're becoming a very, very proficient video camera lady, dear Saivani. I love the way you're, showing your recipes very nicely. Very nice. You can see them exactly the way it's meant to look. Beautiful.
Yes. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Haniji. And we are loving this, sharing of our tropical recipes of Mauritius with the whole world. Everyone.
Absolutely. Your lovely recipe is going to be eaten by so many people around the world who are going to be following this delicious recipe of yours.
Yes. Okay.
So this is the famous gâteau à riz, which is also called, the queen of the fusion cuisine of Mauritius. You love Mauritius now and forever. People smiling everywhere, showing you how.
I think it's gone mute. We can't hear you.
Okay.
The sound went. Oh, yes, the song went mute for a while. We heard the first two lines.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it became really, we thought, what happened next?
So let me, okay, replay. You know, now it's the
Replay.
Euro Championship, so there's a lot of replays, you know, to catch the best moment. You know?
Absolutely. We'll do a replay, no problems.
It's called the queen of the fusion cuisine of Mauritius. One of the most famous delicacies and snacks around the island. So everywhere. So you love Mauritius now and forever. Different places everywhere, showing you how much we care. Welcome to Mauritius. Mauritius, truly gracious. Mauritius, truly harmonious. That's it.
We've got our Mauritius Muhammad Rafi. Singing a lovely, wonderful Mauritius.
Muhammad Ali. So it's got an explosion of taste. See, yummy. Now you are asking. So
Haniji,
that's the chili, honey G.
Chili G.
You're always in my mind when I see red chilies. And for you, honey G, to make life more sweeter for you. And for me, of course, on healing our earth.
And a global
Together, I'm sure,
namaste to you.
with the big team. So that's
I will never forget the chutney now.
That's the red chili with garlic sauce.
That's delicious.
So that's it. You put some little chili on that, and that's it.
The chili is made at home.
So the crust outside is crunchy.
You made the chili. You made the chili? Did you make that chili sauce?
Yeah. Fresh, all freshly made.
Right.
Chili
So
and garlic, everything.
You put what into the chili sauce? What did you put in there?
You put some chili and some one small slice of lemon with the chili, and then you put some garlic.
Right.
The garlic and little bit vinegar and 1 pinch of salt.
Oh, right. Okay, so we've got the secret recipe now of the delicious sauce now.
Freshly made, chili.
Great.
Yeah. Voila, the chili.
Oh, yummy. Yes. Thank you for sharing.
Voila, that's the chili sauce. And now, yummy for tasting. The chili, voila, for tasting. That's it.
Very, spicy.
So I was saying the outside is crunchy and the inside is soft. It's soft inside. So when you eat, you have crunchy and soft taste. And with a blend of all taste, it's munchy, it's chewy, it's crunchy, and rich of taste, sweet, salty, and strong umami of flavors with a tinge of spice. Wow, kya baat hai. So now we'll go for tasting.
Yeah.
Honey G, this for you.
Wow, that is looking really good. Can you eat one on my behalf as well, please?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yummy. I'm going to pretend to eat as well. You're making me jealous, actually.
The crumb.
Oh, this is so delicious. I think they're really making me jealous, actually. And not just that, they're rubbing my nose into it.
Everything. And with all the positive energy, it tastes more than best.
Yes, absolutely. And because Anil Ji and Sevani Ji has made this, it will have even double extra energy into it, I'm sure. And yeah, so this is a delicious, we would probably say pakora or something like that in Indian terms, something like that.
Yes, in Indian terms, you would say pakoras. Yeah, indeed. But best because we are not, this is made base of the taro. The taro is the main ingredient. That's the yam. So in Mauritius, we'll call it gâteau à fruits, or we can also call it yam delights or taro balls. And
Right.
yeah, let me think. In Hindi, you would say yam pakoras, I guess.
Yam pakoras. Let's call it a yam pakoras. And also, could we put potatoes instead of the yam? So
Potatoes.
could we use potatoes instead? Like, you know, when you do the grating of the potatoes?
Definitely.
Yeah, you can make all bowls, with dough, with flour.
I think sweet potato, tapioca, potatoes as well can go there. Yeah. That's about it. Yes.
Yeah, so that's for people who are trying to be a little bit more adventurous and they want to try different things. Well, here's a recipe, which is your main recipe, but you can put a few extra ingredient here or there or replace to try out and experiment with your own style, right? So yeah, but it already looks beautiful as it is. So I would probably try the yam pakoras.
Yam delights, because it's very delightful to have it with tea and some garma garam chai, you know, masala chai or adrak wali chai or elaichi chai. This goes perfectly well.
That sounds really nice. And tell me, because you do a lot of things, are you going to be doing any other recipes right now, or is this our one? Can I ask you a few questions?
Of course, you can.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
I'm coming with another thing. So this is eaten also. You know, it's a very it's also eaten as a meal. Not this one, but the yam boil. It's also eaten as a meal. You know, in many countries like Africa, in Asia, you know, when you go, and even in the restaurant, you know, they serve it for breakfast, you know, steam one, and it's very good. And all the family of the tubers, you know, like I said, potato also can fit in there, family of tubers, like tapioca, sweet potato, and some other. So people eat it as a meal, you know, on breakfast, at breakfast time, you know, together with a nice cup of tea or milk. So it's very filling, you know, it's like replacing the cereals, you know, the cereals and milk.
Right. So in the Western countries, we would probably have cereals, but in like you're saying, in the other countries, they would have this as their breakfast. And sometimes we go to India, they have idli sambar or something in the mornings, or paratha. So in here, you could have these yam pakoras.
And it's also, you know, highly recommended at least once a meal in a week to have like either yam, tapioca, sweet potato, steam and maize, corn, all these, one meal in a week for health, for good health, to have once a meal like that, boiled steam. So without oil, without anything, just steam and that, and lightly salted to taste. And it can be eaten also with a light spread of butter, or butter and salt, or with some, of course, with some chili also.
Absolutely, there comes the sauce again, our favorite sauce again. Yes, and you both make a lot of different types of recipes because you cook together a lot as a father and daughter team. What is your favorite? What are your favorite dishes? Can you share some of your favorite dishes that you normally cook?
I'm coming with the yam, one last part. Tell me, in UK, what is the promotion actually? Buy one, get one free.
Oh, well,
when you went shopping last week.
Well, there are different offers all the time. I'm sure, you know, I'm sure there are many offers there. Buy one, buy one free. But what's
the last item that you bought and you get one free?
Well, it's normally, I haven't had a chance to do shopping for a long time. It's always online or sometimes, but yes, you probably buy, I don't know, a sugar, you know, you buy sugar and you buy another sugar with it. You know, so you buy one bottle of sugar and another sugar with it for free.
Okay. So let's put it, since you have a very nice smile, you can do a nice pub for a toothpaste. So let's put it, you buy a toothpaste and get a toothbrush free.
Well, if there was another one looking like me, then I won't be unique, right? And we won't have unique Anil. We won't have unique Saivani. There will be 222 everywhere.
So in UK, you buy one, you get one free. But here in Mauritius, only in Mauritius, which is very special, very harmonious, very gracious. So you buy one, you get two free.
You're very generous, I can see. Very generous.
This is the yam boiled.
Boiled.
Right.
Boiled yam.
Boil the yam. So buy one, get one free.
Ah, so you have both together. This is fantastic.
Buy
Really nice.
one, get one free, and buy one, get two free.
That's lovely. And Anilji, oh my God, you
One secret.
so
One,
these are
this is a
different.
secret. I tell
You-
you a secret. Don't
Oh,
tell
yes.
anyone.
Mhm.
Okay, this is only for you. This secret. You can make taro chips. This is taro chips. Crispy taro chips. See.
Right. So
See,
you just
I
fry
like it.
these? You just fry them?
Yes, they are finely cut,
come.
very finely roundish shapes.
Same like potato.
You
Same like potato.
Then
And you fry it, you make
fry it,
chips.
and it becomes taro crisps.
Very nice. Yeah, so must be very
Yeah.
healthy as well. Must be very healthy. Chips.
Yeah, because
yes.
you don't need to add anything in
Yeah.
there. You just fry them, and even because it already has a taste. So it's not necessarily that you add salt but if you want some seasoning, some nice chaat, there's the chaat masala. But I feel it's good as it is, and the taste is also crunchy and very, very delicious. There's a sweet taste as well, very far off, but a very sweet taste. So of the crisps as well.
That's really
So
nice.
that's the
That's
one.
really good.
So that's one that you buy. That's the one that you buy. And that's the two that you get free. Buy one, get two free, only unique in Mauritius.
Well, we have to come to Mauritius, all of us, so we can get buy one,
Yes,
get
buy
two
the
free, right?
Yes.
And this is the one, and this is the one I was saying, the steam one, boiled one. Very healthy.
Right.
This is
Right.
the one that they used to eat as a meal for breakfast or even as a meal. And you can smear it with butter, little bit butter spread, and you can enjoy it like that or straight away like that, according to your choice. And then the chips also you can eat as snacks. Crisps, crisp, taro crisp. You eat it very crunchy and very tasty.
Yes.
People like potato crisp, Walkers, potato crisp. But if they start eating taro crisp, they will stop eating potato crisp.
Well,
That's
that
it.
would be good actually, because if you stop eating potato crisps, they're
Come
not very good
on.
for you.
Yeah.
Crunchy, yum, yum.
I can see Anilji, he knows, I'm sure he's got shares in the yam factory.
One for you, Honeyji. This one for you. I eat for you.
He's really making me jealous now. He is. Don't worry, you can give one to Saivani ji. She can eat on in behalf of me. Now, I just wanted to ask both you, Anuji and Saivani ji, if you're making this lovely, delicious meal like this, is there any other recipes they can make apart from this? You made crisps, you made eating it as a boiled, steamed yam, and you made it as the nice pakora yam. Is there anything else that they can make, like sabji or other things like with yam?
There is, correct. There is another variety of taro, but smaller. And this one is violet purple color. The other one is white. And with the other one white, you can use it. You can usually they cook it as we cook potatoes. You can boil it. You can put curry. You can make many other dishes. Same like potatoes. You can mash. You can boil it and mash it like mashed potatoes. So this is another variety. It's small in size. Look at the big one at this side. I've shown in the picture. But you can use it varieties ways, same as the potato, and it's very, very delicious with curry in anything. Much more delicious than potatoes. So that's another way of preparing it.
That's very nice. And the recipe that you shared with us right at the beginning, would you be able to run through that recipe one more time so that everybody knows how to, just in case if you've just joined us, and all our Healing Our Earth audience members out there, if you've just joined us, you mustn't miss out on this wonderful, delicious recipe. Also nutritious as well at the same time by the looks of it. But let's have a look at how you make this, just in case if you've just joined us.
It's taking a while we share the picture.
Yeah, we're sharing it on the laptop. and it's coming. Then
Oh,
we'll
okay.
share the
So we're going to
recipe.
be sharing the recipe because just in case if you wanted to take a quick little recipe notes or something,
Yeah,
then here
sure.
comes a little recap. So if you haven't
Yes,
written the
sure.
notes down, here you go.
So the main, I'll say the main ingredient is the taro. It's a tube, taro root or taro tube, how we call it. And its shape, it become like this, you know, the big one. You can have big one like this tuber, this size round, and the length can be as long as arm length. It depends, but normally it's three quarter arm length. It depends on that, and it's brownish color tube, grayish brown, I must say, right? And then
Oh, so
you peel it.
It's 500 grams of grated yam, taro roots. You mentioned.
Yes,
there's half tablespoon of salt.
That's the recipe. Yes, that's it. It's come on the screen. Right?
80 grams of grated ginger.
For 500 grams of taro, grated taro, you can get about 20 to 25. You can get 20 to 25 cakes, balls. You can get 20 to 25 like this. Yummy. So, and then you have salt. You put salt to taste, sugar, ginger, very nice for throat and health. And then some garlic, Springs garlic. The ginger is there. The coriander, 8 to 10 strands of coriander, and some
Sugar.
So sugar, spring onion, starch, dark sauce.
Yes, you've got half a teaspoon of dark soya sauce, and you've also got the half a teaspoon of chili flakes that you're putting, and of course people would need oil for frying. So which is fantastic, yes. So you've got the yam taro roots, salt, ginger, sugar, garlic, coriander, starch, soya sauce, chili flakes, and of course oil. And that creates this whole wonderful recipe. And look how really lovely it looks as well. Thank you for sharing that, Anilji.
Yes, that's it.
Yam delight pakoras.
Yeah, I like the pakoras. Yeah, correct. We are famous with the name of. As I say, this is the queen of the fusion cuisine for Mauritius. You know, very tasty delicacy. You know, with blended taste, a blend of taste, of many of flavors, and with a tinge of spicy and wow. So.
No, I would like to say thank you so much. I mean, that looked really like a delicious recipe. And not just that, I'm sure we can all go out there. If you love cooking, then this is one definite recipe you should try out if possible. And of course, it comes all the way from Mauritius, which so you can enjoy some intercontinental food and recipes at your home. So, you know, maybe surprise your family with something new, something different by adding this recipe in your home. And of course, when you have these wonderful guests who come to visit you in the afternoon and you're thinking about afternoon tea, instead of samosas, you could make some yam delight pakoras. Is that right, Anilji?
Absolutely.
Wonderful, absolutely. That's great. And I seize that opportunity to welcome you all here and to have it freshly made for you.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, I have to go somewhere different because I know you've shared a lot about your recipes. You've talked about how fantastic both of you are anyway in terms of cooking for your friends and family. But can you tell us a little bit before we finish off about what you two do? Because we've got a few minutes just to share again with our audience members who have joined us for the first time. What do you both do? Tell us a little bit about your background. Although you love cooking as a hobby, what is your real background? In terms of
I've got different passions and different profession also. We're mostly in the aviation, traveling everywhere, right? many places and visiting places, fond of meeting people, enjoying transculturals also among various countries around the globe. And this is one part of it, aviation part, traveling, hobby, taking pictures, taking photographs. And then secondly, we are much in the education system, education, like in our NGO, the education in human values, specialization. Since it's in our regional island, in our oceanic place region, so our NGO is in Indian Ocean Center for Education in Human Values, where we promote the values in the education system across all ages, starting from children, the youth, the ladies, and the adults, and the senior citizens. And we conduct trainings at all levels also for government bodies, non-government bodies, for corporate, and all. And we do village adoption program also, where we go and integrate the value system in anything that they do in life. We have, and we call it, EHV, education in human values, everyday human values for all people of all ages, including senior citizens.
Absolutely. And Sevani ji, you also work with children as well. And, this is amazing work that Anil ji has mentioned about working within value-based, encouraging people about value-based. How do you feel, and you work with children as well, you're a psychologist mixed with children. How can you bring in values, include cooking, being creative in the kitchen, bringing in the values and working with the family? Can you maybe give a few tips to our audience members of how they can utilize their cooking time to help to develop values and to enjoy that together time? Is there any few tips you could share?
Absolutely. Before that, I think my father would add a few points, and then
so we couple with that, we are also in the social field. So when I was youth, baby youth, right, young. So I was the national youth coordinator for Mauritius for two terms. So during that period, so we have lots of program, everyday human values, youth marching towards the millennium, sports and values day, where we have integrated values in sports at all levels, and we have youth leadership program in values, and we are marching together every day in human values for the children. And we did residential retreat for the youth, where we have about 200 of youth coming all over the island. So few youth were selected from each region, and we could accommodate as maximum in the National Youth Retreat Center, which owned together with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, which are done in collaboration. And in that, we did the values, we did songs, we did sports, we did yoga, drama, silent sitting, healing, and health and cooking sessions as well. And one day of that, it was only Sadvik food. So salad, brown bread, and all, because some people are not used to that type of healthy food. So we give them an introduction of that. Sprouts, for example, salad, sprouts, and all this with brown bread.
Right. This is very good, because you talked about sattvic foods, right? So you can also, parents can teach children about having more sattvic foods, or maybe even helping them to develop the taste for sattvic foods as well. Because if you cook it on a regular basis.
Raw salad and sattvic food.
Absolutely,
Uncooked food, salad, carrots, sprouts, lettuce, cucumber, and with a slice of brown bread. That's all. That was the breakfast.
That's yummy, yes. Well, we've got lovely messages. We've got lovely messages coming for you saying this is wonderful work you're doing with the youth, and it's really fantastic.
I will end. I will end on that note. When after it was weekend, it started Friday afternoon, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So on Sunday evening, when the youth went back at the different region, their places, I got call from their parents. Hey, Anil, what have you done with her? I say, oh, what happened? I don't know. But they start cleaning their room. They start arranging their food into order. They put their room into order. They start cleaning their own things. And most of all, they start eating Sadvik food. Things that the parents could not do for 15 or 20 years. The magic in 2 days they do it. So this is another magic.
Congratulations, congratulations. Really good work. Actually, we always say that our youth is our future generation, So if you teach them these lovely values, if you teach them these wonderful ways of being, they will pass it on to their children as well. So it's a really good way to implement these wonderful values. I'm very proud of you. I just wanted to congratulate.
The magic also is that, when the national TV, the NBC Mauritius Broadcasting Corporation TV interview, then they give their interview, and the TV, they say, oh, we have become vegetarian in a weekend, and some have gone even further. They have become vegan, So then I don't know what magic, what miracle happened, So we just conducted.
Well, we know how the miracle happened. It's because of Anilji and Saivani-ji. We know that, and of course Gayatri-ji, which is your wife as well, and of course Saivani-ji's mother. The whole group. Now we have to move on to our next interview, dear Anilji, but I just wanted to finish off with that, just to say a really big congratulations, because I think all the work that you're doing, and I should have given you a bit more time to share this wonderful knowledge, which I was trying to do. So we could share this really amazing work that you're doing. But I just wanted to say, please do come and join us again for our future vegetarian sessions. Come back with some really amazing recipes of yours, as always. And Saivani-ji, if you wanted to share and stay behind for our panel discussions at the end after 7 o'clock, maybe you would want to join us. So please do join us. We would love you to be part of our panel discussions at that time. So with that, I would like to say, before I go on to Tina is a wonderful lady who we'll be meeting very shortly right now. But before we say goodbye, I just wanted to say global namaste to both Anilji and Saivani-ji. Don't forget to have one more yam delight pakora on my behalf with some sauce, all the way in Mauritius on my behalf.
Absolutely.
Yummy.
You have a whole plate for you. This is for you. This is for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful program, and keep on going every Sunday. So a big thanks to the pioneer and the coordinator, director of Healing Our Earth, and the wonderful, ever sweet as Honey-ji. To you as well.
Thank you. You're on top of my friends list, my dear Saivani-ji, with the beautiful things you speak about always. So thank you. So we are moving all the way from Mauritius with these really beautiful, wonderful couple, father and daughter. And you haven't even met the wife yet, the mum yet. If you have 3 of them, it's power packed. So let's move on to our UK.
Anil, thanking Neil and the whole team there on Healing Our Earth. So the family that prepares together, eats together, and enjoys together, and prays together, and stays together, and heals the world together.
Absolutely.
So
and because
team.
what
Thank you very much.
Anilji, what you finished with, which is very powerful, with our Healing Our Earth, we're also a family here. So we're all cooking, we're also sharing our recipes with each other. We're also praying together for the goodness of the world as well, to improve our world. And we're also helping each other become healthier and happier. So, from your family unit, you are also sharing this at the external big global unit, family unit. Thank you for that. So have a lovely day, And we're moving on to our dear Tina Patel. Oh dear, you are going to love this next session, because if you like spicy, yummy foods, you love delicious snacks, and you love really healthy smoothies, then you're going to be in for a treat. So go and get your notepad, get your little pen ready, because we're moving back to UK all the way from Mauritius, and we're going to go and meet Tina. Now, hello, a big global namaste to you, Tina.
Good evening to all. I hope I can manage this. Hopefully can all understand.
Yes, we can't hear you very well. You're very low. The sound is very low. So whilst you're putting that together, I am going to introduce our dear Tina. Tina is actually, you know, really, really amazing lady. She is a natural cook. So let me tell you a little bit about her. She's going to help make some lovely churro, really nice, delicious churro, which we call Bombay mix. At the same time, she's also going to help us make, and she's going to share with us her special recipe of how to make a refreshing avocado and banana smoothie. So these are something that you have lined up, we have lined up for you. Now, a little bit of background about Tina. Tina Patel moved to England after getting married, and she was born and raised in Kenya, where her love for cooking stemmed from her mother, who was a very talented cook. Now, from a very young age, she learned to cook, and her skills and knowledge of cooking have been growing ever since. Like the rest of us who have some kind of a passion, you will find your skill in that area will continue to grow. Tina also takes inspiration from online recipes. Her mother's cooking and many dishes she makes are creative and intuitive, which is really good because it sounds like she's a very intuitive person, where she uses creative ways to build her, create her recipes. So we're going to find out one of her creative recipes today. And a little bit more about her. Tina takes, actually, you know, she enjoys cooking a whole load of different cuisines, I have to say, but this includes Indian, Mexican, Chinese, and Italian. And you won't believe these are four of my favorite continental foods. All four of these, Indian, Mexican, Chinese, and Italian, are my four favorite ones. Now, in this session, as I said to you, she's going to be sharing these wonderful recipes of her. So I wanted to really welcome her in a really, really global namaste way, in our Healing Our Earth manner. A global namaste to you, dear Tina.
Thank you so much.
Your sound is still very low. Your sound is very low. Well, we need to. Yes. You need to. We can't hear you, dear Tina. You need to just increase the volume on your iPad, if possible.
Full volume. It is full volume. Can you hear me now?
Very lightly, very lightly. I can't hear all your words, my dear. So whilst we're just sorting out the little technical side here, I will share a little bit about this Bombay mix. I'm not going to tell you what our Tina has lined up for you, but there's one thing that I have to say. Bombay mix has become so popular. Every Gujarati family you go to, every Indian family, every Asian family, and now even multicultural families use Bombay mixes, you know, as snacks at their home as well. So today we're going to get a chance to make this wonderful chowder, which Tina will utilize and show and share with us. And whilst they sort out this little volume side of things, I also need to maybe share a little bit about the smoothie that they're going to be making. The smoothie, especially with banana and the avocado, both are really, really jam-packed with nutrients, as we know. So how to make a delicious smoothie using both of those, she'll share with us. Hello, dear Tina, are we back? You're on mute, my dear. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Very low.
I've tried everything, but it's just to do with the iPad.
Namaste, Tina. This is Neil Kumar here, if you can hear me. If you look at your other camera, which is pointing on the cooker, if you put a sound on there, maybe that will work. Don't worry about three cameras. Look at the sound where I'm prompting. Look, you're being asked to unmute. unmute the camera that is pointed on the cooker. Unmute, yeah, that's the one. Now, if you can speak to that. Can you now speak, please? Tina, if you can hear me, speak, please. If we can join the sound on the one pointing to the cooker, which is unmute now. If you can speak, we can see. And maybe we can reconnect. It can join again. Honey, you can carry on talking till that is sorted. So Tina is going to do a chevdo, which is an Indian snack, popularly known as Bombay mix. Honey, if you could explain to us more.
Yes, of course, of course. So whilst we get this technical side sorted out, I would say one thing about Tina, and that is that she is a home cook. She's a home chef. And I find some of the most amazing cooks end up being the home chefs, because they cook in such a way that they use, really nice intuitive recipes, which means they're a little bit more creative with the way they create their recipes. They add new ways of bringing the same recipe to you, but in a more delicious way, maybe more enhanced flavors, maybe more multicultural flavors. So the way she's going to be sharing with us about this chowder, which is the Bombay mix, I am really looking forward to. Apart from that, whilst we're sorting out this technical side, let me tell you a little bit about the food aspects of things as well. When we talk about recipes, I have found that a lot of chefs around the world, they will include different areas when it comes to cooking. It will be aromatic, which means the smell of the foods would be really, really beautiful. You'll find visually they make sure that it's presented in a really beautiful way. As you can see when you watch television programs, especially cooking based, you'll find that they'll always have these little green little coriander pieces or whatever it is, little pieces to put onto their foods to just enhance the color and the visual look of this. So that's also, I think, very important when it comes to our cooking, when we're cooking at home. When we cook at home, I think that there's lots of things that are included, is how you present it, how you cook it. I normally find that when I'm cooking, I put music on, I sing along, I am cooking, and I fully present. It's like when we say a meditation, the way you meditate in life means that you are fully present. So when it comes to cooking, even if you're fully present whilst you're cooking, that's something very positive. In other words, if you're making a dough, like a chapati dough, then you would be fully present in making the dough, not saying, oh, what's on TV there and what's happening over there and I need to make a phone call here. Now, let's see if we can find out how Tina cooks her foods here today. Let me find out. Hello, Tina. I went back again whilst I was sharing.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Absolutely, I can. Thank you very much.
We have to change iPad to the phone, so that's, I think
no problem. It would be a pity not to hear your wonderful recipes, for us to share with everybody else. Now tell us, Tina, what do you have in store for us? We were just sharing with our audience members that when you're cooking, how you have to be fully present, because of course you give it a lot of love. It's like a meditation, isn't it? It's a creative process when you're cooking. So what will you be doing for us? Tell us a little bit about what you have lined up for us today.
Right, today I was planning to make chevdo, which is a bit healthier option than what we normally had back in Kenya and India, all deep fried. I tried and make something less fattening, use more cereals, which I don't deep fry. I do deep fry. The only thing I will deep fry is the nuts, is the cashew nuts, the peanuts, and the raisins, and green chilies, curry leaves, and the coriander. That I'll deep fry just so that it gives the flavor to the chevdo that we have, what we used to have back in Kenya. Everything else is going to be not fried, so that's less fattening, less saturated fat in your body. Karishma, establish
One thing you've really haven't mentioned is the fact that it's a cereal Bombay mix. So you're making this Bombay mix out of cereal, and that's the reason you're saying that the some of the food, some of the parts and the ingredients are not fried, because they're made out of cereal.
Yeah. So I'm going to be using cornflakes, Rice Krispies, and Cheerios. And then I do put a few crisps in there because I think that just makes it more crunchier, just more tasteful. That's the only ingredients I'll be using.
Right. So just at the end, maybe we can run through a recap, so that just in case if anybody wants to write down how to do this, maybe you can go through a recap. So how do we make this churro, and how are you going to be showing this?
Well, the first thing I'll do is deep fry the cashew nuts, peanuts, raisins, the green chilies, curry leaves, and the coriander. Keep it on the side, and then in a different pan, put a tablespoon of sunflower oil. In that sunflower oil, I will add sesame seeds, fennel seeds, whole green red chilies, and cinnamon sticks, and cloves, and coriander, and the coriander seeds. Put that in, and then add all the other ingredients. And after that, just add salt, turmeric powder, chili powder, and a bit of ground sugar. That's the icing sugar.
Wow, this is that's a long list. Maybe we can go step by step. Maybe how about showing us step one, step two? Imagine I've never made Bombay mix in my life, right? Just show me in step by step format. What are you going to do first, and what are we going to do next, so that I can also learn. Maybe I can make churro and Bombay mix for my own family now.
The first thing I would do is fry all the nuts and then keep them ready, so that when I put them in a kitchen roll, all the oil gets taken off. So before I start doing the churro itself, but I just get that ready first.
Right. So would you like to show us how we're going to make this whole thing? Thank you.
First thing is go and just deep fry the cashew nuts. Oil ready.
Okay, so you're deep frying the cashew nuts at the moment.
Yeah, so just till it's a bit golden brown. And because we can store this for a month or two and in an airtight container, and it does not change its taste at all.
Right. So are you when you make the cashews, are there a particular type of cashews you think are good for the Bombay mix?
It depends on what you like. It can be anything that you can change it to your liking. So if you don't like maybe if you don't like Rice Krispies, you don't add Rice Krispies. If you don't like the Cheerios, you don't add that. So it's depending on what you like. For me, the kids like everything, so I just change. I make different recipes every so often. I change it just to make it a little bit different.
Right. So in terms of the cashew nuts, I mean, do you use jumbo cashew nuts, or do you use a smaller cashew nuts? Is there any particular cashew nuts?
In the halves, into the I do the whole ones. I cut them into halves.
Yes, right. So we split them, don't we? First, before you fry them, we split them into half so that they're smaller rather than the bigger chunks. I understand.
Yeah, because it's much more easier to actually use it when you're eating it. Actually.
Yes, absolutely, yes, and they look nicer as well, don't they? Rather than big chunks, they blend in better. So yes. And do you put any salt and chili on top of the cashews?
Yeah, as soon as all the nuts are done, I've got all the sugar, red chili powder, salt, and turmeric powder, just so that it gets the color as well. So I've done the cashew nuts are done. I'm going to put the peanuts now.
Yes, very nice. So we are making all these fresh at home. These are the areas that we would make quite fresh. And
Yeah.
peanuts as well. You know, sometimes there are different types of peanuts. There are little red peanuts. There are, you know, with the lighter skin peanuts. Is there anyone which are sweeter for Bombay mix?
Is much nicer in taste as well, and they don't change the taste for a longer period. The red ones are much more tastier, so I do use the red ones.
Yes, yes, I believe so. I think a lot of people use that for Bombay mix. So if you were somebody wanting to make Bombay mix at home, then you know, do get the little smaller red peanuts, because they're a bit more tastier when it comes to Bombay mix. Okay, right. So that's very interesting. And how about so there is cashews and peanuts, and then you mentioned raisins.
Yeah, bananas, they have got a sweet and sour taste. So because I'm not using any lemon or anything for the chevro, they have got a tangly taste into it, not very sweet. It's got the sweet and sour both in it. So that is the reason why I use the golden yellow raisins, sultanas.
Right. So the golden colored ones. Again, you know, if people were going out there for shopping and you are looking to buy these raisins, there are all types. There's dark raisins, light raisins, different colored raisins. So, of course, you know, Tina is suggesting, from what I understand, to go for more of the golden colored, the golden brown colored raisins for the Bombay mix.
So I don't know whether you can see them.
That will come soon, I think, and when the video changes over, the camera changes over.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't actually see, but but you're saying that it will be those. Are you going to be frying those as well? Do you fry them?
Yeah, I do fry them. Yeah, so because you store it for a longer period, it has to be fried, and it stays longer, and it doesn't go. The taste doesn't go funny as well.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Yes.
So these are those are the raisins. Okay. So we're now frying the raisins. What type of oil do you use for your Bombay mix?
Use sunflower, normal sunflower oil.
Right, there's a sunflower oil, yes, that you use for this. Absolutely brilliant. When did you learn how to make this? So since how long have you been making this type of Bombay mix?
We used to, a long time ago, when I moved from Kenya to here, my mom used to send it to me from Kenya. And then one day I decided this is ridiculous. So me, my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law decided we're going to make something from home now. So that's how we started doing it. And ever since we've been making, my mother-in-law makes it at home. My mom, we always just do it from home because we need larger quantities anyway. To buy it from the shops, it's smaller bags, and it doesn't work out.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And not just that. I mean, at the end of the day, you're saying it's much more healthier because the cereals do have some vitamins and fortified minerals in it. So that if you're making this for children, they can also enjoy something which is good for them too.
The ready-made one has got so much sugar in it. So that's another reason why we chose to make it at home.
Right. So what are you doing now? What have you, you've just done the cashews, the peanuts and the raisins. And what will you be doing next?
And I'm going to do the curry leaves now.
Right. Oh, I see. So you fry the curry leaves beforehand and then put them in, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, curry leaves are meant to be also very good aromatic. So it's got lovely fragrance that comes through from. Yes.
And
it's called limbra, and it's called in English. What is it called?
Sorry.
In Indian we call it limbra.
Yeah.
Green. Yes. And bay leaves, is that right? Is that what you would call in English?
Yeah, we curry leaves, or I think I think it's curry leaves only because we call limbra in India and Kenya.
Right. Okay. So here you go. So you've got this wonderful bay leaves or curry leaves that you've just fried.
Yeah.
Now you've got the cashews, the peanuts, the raisins, and the curry leaves that have been fried, ready to do your Bombay mix, right?
We put in green chilies now.
You're frying the green chilies. Now, how do you prepare the green chilies? How have you kept that ready? Did you cut them up?
Chopped up.
They're chopped.
On how hot you want, you can use as much as you want, as spicy as you want. I've only done about 4 green chilies for this amount that I'm going to make. And because I'm going to add red chili powder for the color purpose as well.
Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to clarify. So you chopped the green chilies. So you bought green chilies, you chopped them up, and then you fried those, and then you put them in. Okay, yeah, that's nice. So you fry everything separately rather than do, you know, when they do vagar.
Yeah,
so you
tiny bit of and then the next ingredient is
can you lift it up a little bit? Can you lift it, please? Because we can't see it. Yeah, that's it. So it's coriander.
Yeah, fresh coriander chopped up. I washed it and dried it. So, and then I'll just deep fry that one. That's again also gives a really nice aroma to the chowder as well.
Yes, absolutely. I love the coriander taste in there. That tastes really good. And it's also good for you because coriander is meant to be a very alkalizing plant. So when you have that in your food, it's meant to make it, instead of, we have very acidic foods. So coriander and anything green like celery, lettuce, cabbage, anything like that will always make your body more alkaline. So it's very good for you.
All the frying is done. Just going to take the coriander out of the frying pan.
So right, so you put everything in one place, all fried. Actually, this is much faster to make, isn't it? It's much quicker to make. You don't need a very big pot or pan to mix all your ingredients in. Just little pan, you know, like a little frying pan, and you can cook everything you need to cook in one go. It's no wasting of oil either, because you're using your oil again and again. Make everything you need in one go.
Yeah, and also now that I've fried it, I put it on double tissue, and I'll put another tissue on the top to get rid of all the oil from it. So
right, yes,
literally take all the oil out. That's done. So that's how it looks. I'm just
can you raise the plate, please? Can you raise the plate, Tina? Okay, so we've got the whole of that ready. Thank you. That's wonderful.
And to this one, I'm going to add half a teaspoon of turmeric, yellow turmeric.
Yes.
And then a bit of chili powder.
Mm-hmm.
Just a tiny bit.
Because chili powder to taste, I'm assuming.
Yeah, a bit of salt.
Mm-hmm. Roughly how much salt would it be? Half a teaspoon?
Half a teaspoon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then a bit of icing sugar or brown sugar, you could say.
Yeah. Sprinkle with the icing sugar, about 1 spoon?
About half a teaspoon.
Half a teaspoon again. Okay, right. No problems.
Mix that.
Wow, that's already looking really delicious there, isn't it?
The smell is lovely.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. It looks delicious. Looks really nice. And I love cashews anyway. I love cashews and peanuts, which are meant to be, because being a vegetarian, it's one of the things you can chomp on as snacks in between. Yeah, so which is great.
Or buttered as well.
Yes, yes.
And now I do the part and put all these ingredients together.
Mm-hmm.
So put my saucepan on. Gas on, and I'll take a tablespoon, not even a tablespoon, a teaspoon of oil in there.
Yes, yes.
And let the oil just heat up. I've also got hing. I don't know whether you have ever heard. It's the Indian. It's called assaffade or something. God,
Right. So I can't, I'm actually the video, as soon as the video changes, then I'll be able to see what you're doing. I cannot actually see what you're doing on the camera. So maybe very shortly, the technical team will allow us to watch you on another screen.
Okay. Is it okay now?
So we still can't see it, what you're doing at the moment. So, but it's okay. You can maybe explain to me what you're doing. Ah,
Yeah.
there you go. Yes.
Some on the gas.
We have a third camera as well. Is that right? You've got a third camera which is showing us how to cook. Yes, that's right. So right. So we're now. How do you do this? So you put how much oil did you put in there? About 2-3 tablespoons.
Not full tablespoon, just a bit less than that. Just little tiny bit of oil, just to do the vagar. To be honest,
right.
Oil is warmed up. I'll put cinnamon sticks, cloves, and red chili powder. Red chilies, dry red chilies.
Right, right. So
it's just red chilies, yeah.
I see. So it's red chilies that you're putting, right? You just buy the red chilies, full red chilies.
And then I put the cinnamon sticks and the cloves in there as well. Let it just warm up a bit. In that, I will add sesame seeds, half a tablespoon of sesame seeds, half a teaspoon of fennel seeds, and dried coriander seeds as well. So a tablespoon of coriander seeds as well.
So what you did is, can you share that again? What you're putting in there, please?
Coriander seeds.
Yes.
Sesame seeds.
Mm-hmm.
And fennel seeds.
And fennel seeds. Okay. So you fry all that together, do you? That's
yeah.
Right. So you started off, when you were doing this, you started off with the chilies and the cinnamon sticks. And these were red chilies, the red chilies that you had. And on top of that, you put in the coriander seeds, the sesame seeds, and the fennel seeds as well.
In that, I will add a bowl of cornflakes.
Mm-hmm.
A bowl of Rice Krispies.
Right.
And Cheerios.
Oh yes, they're nice. They're fun to eat, isn't it?
Yeah. And all that. And I had also got. That's the best part, because I don't have to make.
I can't see that. All right. So this is ready salted. Just ready salted.
Yeah, ready. It's potato sticks from.
Yeah, potato sticks. Understand? Right. Yes. Yes.
So I'll add that as well in that. Also, lightly salted crisps as well. So I just crunch it a bit and then add that to it.
Right, lovely.
Add as much as you want. You don't have to add. If you don't like it, you don't add it either.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a wonderful idea. It's mixing it with the sesame seeds and the fennel, so the taste gets into every area of the food.
Just have to bit warm. Just cooks it for a bit, just to make it sure that all mixed up.
Yes. Oh, it's already looking like a very yummy snack, right?
It will look nicer with everything in it.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure.
I'm going to add the chili powder just to give more color to it.
Yes.
About half a teaspoon of chili, and you can add more if you like it spicy. teaspoon of turmeric powder.
Yes, turmeric powder as well. It's all about half a teaspoon that you're putting in.
A teaspoon of salt as well.
Mm-hmm.
All that, and sugar. Again, icing sugar. So,
do you use icing sugar all the way through?
Yeah, because it melts, it blends in easier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Some people, they grind the sugar, right? They grind the sugar and make it into icing sugar at home. The taste is a little different, right? That is a, or do you think it's icing sugar is fine, you know?
It's finer, very, very fine. So it blends in so well. What happens with the other sugar, it sticks underneath the pan and it doesn't get mixed together.
Right, I see. That's a very good point. Yes.
Now this is nearly ready, so I'll add all this fried nuts and curry leaves and all of it to it.
Right. So you've mixed everything that you had previously made.
Yeah.
And you're mixing all of that together.
Yeah.
Well, this is a really good way, isn't it? Because sometimes when you go to shops as well, it's quite expensive to buy, you know, chevras and Bombay mix. This is a very delicious and very nutritious and a very quick way of making your food, you know, your Bombay mix, which will last you for a long time.
In an airtight container, it lasts you for ages, so it does not go off at all.
Yes, absolutely.
Chendol is ready now. They just need a cup of tea now.
Oh, yes, of course. Nice masala tea. Masala tea is really good to have, right, with this.
My lot likes rotli with it.
Yes. Actually, I am having my masala tea too here, which is really nice. Masala tea is one of the best when it comes to eating with Bombay mix. Just a nice bowl of Bombay mix with a nice cup of tea. Really delicious for an afternoon snack.
It is. And also back in Kenya, we used to make it into we used to have rotlis and we used to put the chevro in the middle and just make a wrap of it and just have.
Yeah.
And you have rotlis, you just chapatis, you just use bread, butter it up, and then just put chevro on the top and have it.
Absolutely, I remember that as well. Yes, I would have some of these sandwiches. I would take it when I go to school or somewhere like that. A little bit of butter with some chevro in it because I like the spicy foods, and it does taste very nice. Absolutely, it's a great way. And I think that also Bombay mix it's a very traditional dish, really, isn't it? This is modernized, but it's a traditional dish that's been there for years, for thousands of years, I'm sure, whenever the cooking started, whenever the oils and the cooking started. So our Indian traditional ancient families and people in India would have come up with this delicious dish. And now in this day and age, it's really good to see it modernized so we can transform, you know, for the youngsters, give them something that the youngsters would enjoy.
Definitely. The reason, I mean, back in India and Kenya, they deep fried all the puff rice and the gram flour seed, what do you call it? Split beans, green moong dal. All they used to soak it overnight and fry it. So rather than doing all that, this is easier option, quicker.
Yes, I think very nice for the you know, so because a lot of women nowadays work, so they don't have the kind of time that they used to have many years ago, because some now men and women both work. So when they come home, they only have weekends to do these things. So sometimes, you know, this is a really good quick dish to make, and it's fantastic because the family has good snacks at home as well. So it's a good way. Yes, absolutely. And with all the peanuts and the cashews and everything that you're putting in, it's got a lot of the traditional ingredients as well in the Bombay mix.
Definitely. The cashew nuts, the raisins and the peanuts, the curry leaves and the green chilies, coriander, fresh coriander, everyone, even in India, even in Kenya, they still use it. So yes.
Yeah.
One of the that, yeah. So my Bombay mix is ready now. Just
That's delicious. You need to send a bowl over for me as well. A packed lunch bowl, right, for me. So I'm sure that Neil as well, Mr. Neil Kumar, would love that delicious looking Bombay mix. And so would the rest of our volunteers who work here at Healing Our Earth. They would love that. So well done, Tina. Thank you for sharing that really delicious recipe. And what else are you going to make for us today? What else are you going to make for us so that we can have something very nutritious to have with our Bombay mix?
Yeah, so now it's going to be an avocado and banana smoothie with, I've got chopped up almonds and pistachios, and also rather than using sugar, I was going to use honey.
Yes, that's right. So you're using use pistachio as well? You've added pistachio in it?
Yeah, pistachio as well. And I do put a pinch of cardamom powder as well, just for the smell. You just have a nice smell. It's lovely texture anyway, using cardamom powder as well.
Yes, so I can see that you've got, like you said, honey, avocado, banana, pistachio, and you have a cinnamon powder. So there are 5 ingredients you need for this. Okay, and of course you probably need a nice blender to turn it all into a smoothie. I noticed that you had you're using a banana which is ripe. So do we make sure we use ripe bananas, or does it not matter?
The banana, if it's ripe, it's better, because then you don't need to add too much sugar in it. So
all right, so sweeter. So if it's a sweeter banana, then yes, I understand. Yes.
Yeah, and 1 avocado.
How do you tend to you just cut it and just put the pieces in there? That's it?
Yeah, I put just banana slices in there. I've got to add.
So there's a quick way of cutting that avocado by the looks of it.
It's so easy, full of energy, full of nutrition. It keeps you going all day with 1 cup.
Yeah, I find that actually, Tina, because sometimes, when you have smoothies, your appetite, you don't have, you lose your appetite. You don't want to keep eating like snacks all the time, because for some reason it tends to suppress your appetite. So it's a really good when you have smoothies which are very filling and very nutritious. The body doesn't crave for sugar. Body doesn't crave for various things, snacks in between.
And then I've got a teaspoon here. I'm just going to add some honey to it.
Yes, that's my favorite. I always have honey in my tea as well.
So that's just because I just had a little bit, because the banana was quite ripe. So that's the I've got cardamom powder here, just a pinch.
Right, just like a 1/4 teaspoon.
Yeah, just really tiny bit. And I am going to put some pistachio almonds in it.
Okay. Almonds are very good for you, right? Especially for your brain power. It's good to increase your brain power if you have lots of lovely almonds every day, especially if I think especially if you soak it at night and then you use the almonds in the morning and put them in your smoothie.
Yes, but it's the best thing to have in the morning. It really is. I've got about 3/4 glass of skimmed milk, because avocado and banana is quite fat, got quite a thick texture. So I normally use skimmed milk.
Right, so it's thinner, right? It's much thinner rather than very thick. That's true. Less fat as well, because of course if we have skimmed milk, there must be less fat in it as well.
That's yeah. I mean, I'm so used to having that now, so I don't really like even semi-skimmed milk. I don't like it anymore.
Yes. Some people put other things, you know, like you put pistachios and you put almonds. Some people put walnuts as well and other things as well.
You can. I'm just going to blend it now.
So here you go. It's a lovely, lovely smoothie. Look how quick that was. It was like a quick little smoothie, but how nutritious can a smoothie like this be? Amazing. 10 minutes of your time during the day, making a smoothie, but really amazing, lifelong, I would say, lifelong benefits in terms of health. So here,
you can add ice to it, but I prefer not adding ice to it. This is the best way to have it.
Right. So ice, oh yeah, so those people who like cold smoothies may enjoy a bit of ice there. I like cold smoothies myself, so I prefer to put a bit of ice in mine.
Right, so I'm going to add,
you're going to sprinkle a little bit of this, the nuts. Oh my God, that looks really delicious, doesn't it? Even if you don't want to have a smoothie like this, you will probably want to have this because of the delicious look of it. And all you need is a straw maybe in it with a little umbrella, you know, like a little wonderful cocktail. Make it look very visually appealing. Very nice.
That's the smoothie, and that's going to get.
And I have to say that's wonderful because Kamlesh, your husband, your hubby, is doing an amazing job supporting you there. And so well done to Kamlesh as well. He's probably the technical man, the organizing man, the supportive man, everything that you can think of there, which is brilliant. And it's good. It's good for husbands and wives to work together for these things, to enjoy the time together as well and to feed their family. That's delicious. Wow. Tina, 5 out of 5. Should I say 10 out of 10? Wow. That's bravo. If you had a book and I had to write a review for you, I would write 5 out of 5 for you there. That was lovely. That's delicious. So should we do a little recap about what is the actual recipes we are using? Because I noticed that from what I have written in my little notes here, I understand right in the beginning, you have raisins, peanuts, and cashews. This is for the Bombay mix.
Yeah.
And what you do is you fry each one of them. You make sure you have golden raisins, so that's a better tasting one for the Bombay mix. And you then make sure you fry it in sunflower oil. After you fried that, you also fry some other things like coriander, some chilies. And you also put some bay leaves, so which we call curry leaves. Curry leaves, right? Curry leaves. So you
Limri or curry leaves, yeah.
Yeah. So you will fry that, and then you put it all into one little bowl. And in that bowl, you make sure you put half a teaspoon of turmeric, half a teaspoon of maybe chili powder, half a teaspoon of salt, maybe a little bit more or less, depending on the taste. And of course, then you also put some icing sugar, like a half a teaspoon of icing sugar. Is that right? Is that all good? And you mix it all together. So that's one step done, which is your first step.
One step, yeah.
Yeah.
That's on the side, and then we do the second.
Right, and then you move on again for the second stage of the Bombay mix, and you put some oil into another frying pan, or the same one with another frying pan, and you make sure you put a little bit of red chili, the red chili, the dried red chili we have. So you put that in there. You put some cinnamon sticks as well, and on top of that, you put some coriander seeds, you put some sesame seeds, and some fennel seeds. Is that right?
Yeah.
You fry it all together. So you kind of, fry it all together. And then you add your cornflakes, a big bowl of cornflakes, a big bowl of Rice Krispies, and a big bowl of Cheerios. You mix all that together so that it all gets the flavor of everything that you have created here. And then you mix the whole thing together with your cashews and the peanuts and everything that you had. And then you end up adding some potato crisps. So you use ready salted potato crisps with the sticks. So you make sure you add that on, and then you also make sure you add on the little bit of lightly salted crisps, which you crunch a little bit, so they're all like little squished up a little bit, and then you sprinkle that within the Bombay mix. And on top of that, once it's all done, you add some salt, again, roughly probably half a teaspoon of each. So you put turmeric powder, you put salt, you put chili, you put the sugar, the icing sugar as well, and mix it all together as the whole thing. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Completely, yes.
Yes. Well, fantastic. This is amazing. What a wonderful summary we put together. So all of those people out there who wanted to do a Bombay mix, you've got a whole summarized recipe for yourself to follow and to create this delicious, yummy Bombay mix, Tina style, I should say. Tina Patel style. So now, Tina, tell me a little bit. Let's do a little recap for our smoothie that we had, the avocado smoothie, right? And the banana. Would you like to maybe share that?
Yeah. So I had one banana, a ripe banana, one avocado. I had pistachio, almonds, pinch of cardamom powder and honey, and half a glass of skimmed milk. Put all that in a blender and mix it together in a glass, and then on the top I just added some more pistachios and almonds on it.
Yeah, which looked so delicious. Show that one last time. I need to enjoy that beautiful look. It looks so delicious. Show me one more time. How does it look? So we're going to have a look at this again one last time of how this. Look at this. Look at that delicious look. It looks amazing. I'm sure every single Healing Our Earth viewer who's sitting outside there, Tina, is going to become a Bombay mix fan after your wonderful, lovely, delicious recipe that you've shared. So tell me a little bit, Tina, we've done this wonderful recipe and everything. Before we finish off and move on to our next guest, but I'd love to find out a little bit about what inspires you to do cooking? What do you enjoy about cooking?
I think from a very young age, we see my mom used to cook from a very young age, and back in Kenya, you always used to help them in the kitchen, chopping, doing this, doing that. And at that point, when you're young, you don't get interest. And then as you get older, sometimes you just think you want something to do, something to enjoy in life. And I think that was one of the things that I enjoyed, cooking. And when I got married, came to UK, my mother-in-law used to love cooking as well. So that was another thing. We used to cook together. My sister-in-law loves cooking. She's a brilliant cook too. My Bobby in Kenya, she is very good cook too. So we all used to just share recipes and just create different things. And that's how we all just, I have done cookery lessons, and I've done different things to inspire me from learning more. I learn more from Facebook as well, where people put recipes on there. That's how I got really into cooking.
It's actually wonderful because, you know, when we're looking at how girls can come together, you know, like friends, how you can also make cooking a social thing.
Yeah, social.
But by doing a social, by coming together, sometimes, you know, you could make I'm just assuming that even if you make Bombay mix together, everybody's talking, enjoying, you can all make a little container for each one of you to take back home and enjoy the social time together. Sometimes I find that my family, my aunties and my mom, they come together, they make samosas, you know, at home sometimes, delicious homemade fresh samosas. And they come together, they're all cooking together, and then they all take a little bit home, you know, themselves. So it's a fun thing. They chat, and, you know, nowadays we're so busy. I know with COVID, it hasn't been the same, but it's a very good social thing. And I think that's a very good point that you've shared with us, that those of you out there, if you haven't got time to meet friends March or something like that, just have a day of cooking together, you know, day. So you can cook, enjoy, have a meal together and spend time together.
True. It's also just like a family sort of catch up time. It's like, your friends, if you're cooking with friends or you're cooking with family, you're just talking about what happened to this and what happened that, gossip time. It's all included there. So yes.
It's absolutely, I really again say to you that well done, because being a home chef, being somebody at home, and just being a mom or just being somebody at home, you coming out with these beautiful, innovative, very nice, intuitive, you call it intuitive, creative recipes, which you make yourself, depending on whatever you like. And that's something we can all learn from, because cooking is also an art. It's like if you wanted to paint a picture or you want to paint some kind of a painting artwork, you do it your way, your style. So if you wanted to put a little bit more turmeric or put a bit more peanuts, so, it's the way you would like to do it yourself. It's your style, right? Nobody's going to say it's right or wrong. It's just whether it's tasty or not. And I'm sure it's very tasty. So, which is great. Well, we are actually coming to the end of our, session with you, Tina, which I've thoroughly enjoyed. What do you think of Healing Our Earth? Have you been watching Healing Our Earth in the past?
Because honestly, because you have it on a Sunday, I come work on a Sunday. So when I come back home, my husband's always on it, socializing on that. So I'll just quickly talk to everyone. I have met a few of the candidates in the program. So and we do chat and meet up, and so that's how I actually.
Oh, well, how important do you think it is to have a platform like Healing Our Earth?
It is very, very important, because I think I think the young generation learns from it, getting together, doing these social events and learning how to cook healthy food, keeping healthy, doing exercises and meditation and yoga. It's difficult for the young generation to understand all that. So I think it's very important for them to learn.
Yes, absolutely. No, we really, really appreciate that. We've been having some amazing comments, and just wanted to share whilst I'm talking to Tina, is the fact that we've been getting amazing messages, amazing comments from people around the world who've been really, really grateful, always saying such amazing things about the platform. So we're very grateful, and we'd like to also say a very big thank you to everybody out there who've been continuously supporting Healing Our Earth. And I hope that you will continue to support our Healing Our Earth programs that we bring to you every Sunday. Every single person here are volunteers. Every single special guest are volunteers as well. And the technical team in the background are all volunteers. So our aim is just to be of service to the world, to be able to educate, entertain, inform people, inspire people to have happier, healthier, more peaceful lives. So hope you enjoy that. So Tina, just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us here. I'd like to kind of finish off with saying a very big, global namaste to you. Is there any final message you want to share with our Healing Our Earth audience before we say bye-bye to you?
I mean, it's, if anybody needs any request of any other recipes they need, they can always text me. Or and avocado and banana milkshake also is the only one other thing I forgot to mention. You don't always have to add a banana. You can have strawberries or just the avocado on its own. Even that's really healthy. So
yeah, so that's a really good thing, because you can also, of course, use your own fruits that you prefer to use in your own smoothies. That is very, very true. Thank you. Perhaps, Tina, you may want to take a photograph of your Bombay mix, and you may want to take a photograph of your smoothie and share it with us in our Facebook, or share it with us so we can share it with our audience members. so they can enjoy a special little thing there. So thank you, Tina, for joining us here. I would like to say a big thank you to Kamlesh as well for also supporting you all the way through and being such a great supporter of Healing Our Earth. He's always there. And just to finish off with, just for our audience members, many years ago, when I was performing one day, and I think I got a splinter in my foot. And I can't believe that Kamlesh remembers after all these years that I believe that I think I met him or went to the house or something like that, and to help, was it to your house, Tina, to get the splinter out, right?
We had, I think, sorry, a charity event. Yeah, we had organized a charity event in Goring where my in-laws are, and that's why you had come over to do a program for us, and that's when it happened. Yeah.
Yeah, oh my God, yes. And also just to let the audience members know, because yes, I've been always involved in a lot of charitable work anyway, from performances and things, but even when I had the splinter in my foot, I would dance all the way through. Nobody ever knew that I had that splinter in my foot, just to dance as it was meant to be. And then afterwards, backstage, it was like, help, my foot, I've got this big splinter in my foot. So anyway, Tina, just to finish off with that lovely story, I want to wish you the best of luck. Enjoy your day. Have a fantastic Sunday and a wonderful global namaste to you. Thank you for sharing such beautiful recipes with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Oh my God, that was really fun, wasn't it? I feel like running in the kitchen and making Bombay mix for myself and for my family too. Now, before we do that, I still have a wonderful two guests who are joining us here. And I really, really find these two amazing because they're such a great pair. They work together really well. I have with me two wonderful ladies. One is Seema Bhatia and one is Alicia Jain. So I would like to welcome both of you. A big welcome to both of you. A global namaste to both of you.
Global namaste, honey. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm so excited to have to see what you have in store for us today, my dear Alicia. Last time you created this really lovely dish for us, but this time I know it's going to be another really cool dish. But before I say anything more, let me perhaps just do a little bit of an introduction to these lovely ladies, because both of them are really super, super talented. Let me start off with Seema. Seema is, of course, one of our Healing Our Earth team members anyway. So she's part of the family here. And now, of course, Alicia is also part of our family. Now, Seema's coming here to share with us something which we call a healthy twist, a vegan. Now, what is all that about? Well, you'll have to stay tuned in to find out. But a little bit about Seema. Now, Seema Bhatia was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya. She, of course, is based in UK right now. Her culinary interests began at an early age, founded on a family food business. That's right, her background is completely food related. She's a pro, a complete pro. Now, Seema's passion, along with her extensive travels in Asia, have allowed her to follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on food as medicine. This is very interesting because some people eat food just for the sake of food, and some people eat food, just to ensure that they remain healthy. So she's very much into this side of things, nice, healthy cooking. Now, in this session, Seema and Alicia will demonstrate a simple and easy to make a vegan roasty with a twist. I don't know what this is, but it's called a flammed chili laced tomato. Oh boy, I really want to find out a little bit about that. I'm not going to tell you anything more because I'm sure they'll share what they're going to be doing today. But I just wanted to say with our dear Alicia, she's also another one who's joining Seema with making this healthy twist vegan. Healthy twist vegan. It's a tongue twister. Now she actually was born and brought up in New Delhi, India. So we are going all the way from UK to Kenya to India. All these people from different backgrounds, and she's been passionate about creating recipes and cooking since she was a little girl. She still is a little girl. She's only 22 years old. And at 22 years old, this wonderful, talented lady, she's now a psychologist. She has a master's degree in psychology, actually. She's also passionate about well-being, both mentally, physically, and is therefore using her vegan social media page to promote healthy living. Isn't that wonderful? This is, everybody can do a little bit in the world to support, to make this world a better place. And this is what she's doing. What a lovely, lovely, action that she's taken to support the world. And she promotes healthy living pages by sharing some really nice, tasty recipes, which are also very healthy. Now, finally, Alicia has been a vegan for just over a year and has dived into her Indian roots and started learning the health benefits of using nature and plants as her source of medicine, using naturopathic and Ayurvedic teachings. That is brilliant. I'm sure Seema had something to do with that because she's got a fantastic background in this area. And she also started learning about Dr. Seebe's nutritional guide to alkaline eating and how a lot of his teachings correlate with ancient Ayurvedic teachings. I'm very much about alkaline foods. I think alkaline foods are very, very, very important to include in your diet. So very, very well done. I would like to really, really welcome these two gorgeous ladies here. Hello, Alicia. Hello, dear Seema, and a global namaste to you.
Global namaste.
Global, you both sound so quiet. Am I very loud, or is it both of you very quiet?
No, not at all.
So,
thank you for that lovely introduction. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to hear that again, so I did that again. I did a second global namaste to you because I like the way you say that, Alicia. Just being cheeky here. So now, who is going first, and how are you going? Can I let you take over and present your special program, both Seema and Alicia's? Seema, what do you say? I can't hear you, my dear. There's no.
Seema, if you can hear me, you are on a wireless, you don't need it. You can remove that and speak directly onto your instrument because we can't hear you. Over and out.
Just a second. Can you hear me now?
So yes, we can. Yes, thank you very much. We can hear you now, Seema. Thank you. So Seema, now we can't see you now. We have only got your picture. We need to see you again. We've lost you. So while Seema's getting the technical side sorted out, Alicia, tell me a little bit about this food that you're going to be making today.
Okay, yes, thank you. So Seema Auntie today is going to be cooking and demonstrating a recipe of.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
But I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. You just need to. We need to put the audio on, my dear. So whilst we're doing the technical things, let's see, Alicia. So you're making what for us today?
So Seema Auntie is going to be making a rosti, which I'm sure she will demonstrate. But it's a potato base. It's basically a potato base, crispy potato base with yummy things on top, like your tomatoes, flame tomatoes with spices and za'atar and a few Middle Eastern twists here and there, along with parsley over the top, and it's a lovely, refreshing recipe, and I'm a big fan of it.
Oh, that's lovely, and it sounds very multicultural. It does. Does it come from a particular background, a particular country, or is it your own recipe that you've made?
It's been made with a bit of a twist. I believe I'm not exactly sure about the origins. I'm waiting for Seema.
Absolutely, no problems. Whilst we're doing that, I know that you're also very interested in this Ayurvedic and natural types of foods. Well, what is it that you find very interesting about that subject?
When I went vegan, I opened up to a whole new world almost, because initially I went vegan for the animal cruelty aspects and things like that. But as I kept eating plant-based foods, I started to see the health benefits for myself. And I started to look deeper and deeper into what it is that plant-based food offers you and us as human beings. And I found that plants are just wonderful. They can be used for pretty much anything. They complement us, we complement them. I also, not only do they keep you very healthy and very youthful and help you live longer, and there's all these health benefits associated with them, but they can also be used as medicine. There are a lot of healing foods, healing herbs specifically, and oils and things like that. So the more I dig into it, the more I find out every single day. So it's just a fascinating world for me. So I love it, and I've started looking into Ayurvedic teachings as well. And I figure it's good to go into my Indian roots for that.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
an interesting thing what you're saying, but because a lot of the Ayurvedic, and Ayurvedic and natural healing foods will have natural foods included. It's going to have herbs or plants and, vegetables, and it'll have all things which are very good for you,
Yes.
which are all full of life, as we say, life force.
Yes.
Everything is made out of the earth. It's all like grown on the earth. So it includes a lot of the energy which is around, like prana we call it, or life force, which is included in the foods. So when you eat it, you're eating live foods rather than dead foods which have been processed and preserved and things like that.
Yes.
So that's a very positive thing. So people out there who are watching right now with Healing Our Earth, it may be worth, just doing a little bit of, because we now have the internet, just doing some reading up or watch a YouTube video about why Ayurvedic foods are so important, why, natural foods are really important. Now, I know that we've got Seema coming very soon. Seema, I think we need to change your video. You need to make it more horizontal, so need to like landscape, make it more landscape. Yes, that's it, perfect. We got that. That's it, perfect. So we're going to now move there. Thank you, Alicia, for sharing that. That's really interesting. I'm sure we're going to come back, but I'm going to let Seema take over now. And what do we have? What will you be presenting for us today, Seema?
Thank you very much. A little technical mishap, but we're all sorted now.
Yeah,
okay, so today I'm going to be presenting you with a very different menu. So like you said, it's healthy. And I like to say it's nice to be healthy. It's important to be healthy, but it doesn't harm if you're a little bit of naughty, if you have a little bit of naughty as well. So we're going to be making actually a dish very much like the hash brown. It's a rosti, and it has origins in Bern in Switzerland. It's normally had as a breakfast dish, but this is something that my children love. And it's something that I like to put together, and it works beautifully well as a soft pizza-like base if you're gluten-free. Okay, so we're going to just be using potatoes for this. And what I have here is I've just pre-grated some potatoes, as you can see. So I just took about 3 potatoes and I just grated them up over here with the grater, and I put them into a bowl. Now you'll notice that the potatoes will discolor a little bit. Don't worry about it. Just give them a little mix. Now many schools of thought will tell you to drain all the liquid out of the potato before you're going to start making your rosti. Now I've tried that and I feel the rosti tends to break. So what I do is I keep the water inside because the starch binds the rosti, the potato pancake, together. It's very simple, it's very easy, it's very straightforward. So as I said, I've grated 3 potatoes here. And as I get this going, we'll have Alicia talk a little bit about potatoes and all the elements that I'm using here. We're using a lot of herbs. We're using parsley, we're using garlic as a spice, tarragon, spring onion. It's green chili. It's a different menu. We're going to be working with beets and onions, and it's different, okay? But I hope you all will enjoy it. So I'm going to get my stove here going. Just lower the heat a bit. Now, when you're making a rosti, it's always better to heat your pan up on a low heat because you don't want to burn the base. You want to crispen the base and get a goldeny brown base. And it tends to cook really fast. So just, go with the pan. And what I'm using here, I'm using a non-stick green pan. So it's friendly. It's eco-friendly. And I'm working with grapeseed oil, thanks to Alicia, who introduced me to this oil. Alicia, maybe you'd like to tell us a little bit about grapeseed oil, sweetheart?
Sure, I'm so happy to see you're using grapeseed oil. Yeah, I've made a sudden switch to the different types of oils that I use in my cooking. It's such a small change, but it's something so significant. Something so simple like that can help you be a lot more healthier. So grapeseed oil, as the name suggests, stems from the seed of a grape, and it's got a lot of nutrients, a lot of antioxidants, And the main thing about grapeseed oil and cooking with grapeseed oil is that it keeps its alkalinity. So that's why I use grapeseed oil in my cooking. And yeah, so alkaline eating. Simanti, do you know about alkaline foods and alkaline eating and things like that?
Yes, I've been reading a lot about alkalizing the system. They say cancer cannot thrive in an alkaline system, right?
Yes.
So it's better to have more alkaline foods. Okay, so I'm going to jump into the potato roaster here. And I'm just going to work using my hands here. And I'm going to spread this across. Just very gently. You want to just, pat this around, get it going. You don't want it too thick or too thin. If you pat it too thin, it's going to break. So it's a very rustic dish. Like I said, it has its origins actually in the farming community of Bern in Switzerland. I haven't salted this potato or anything. I've kept the liquid in. It has oxidized a little bit. Don't worry about that. And as I pat it in, then I'm going to, you can see that the starch is actually holding it together, binding it together. You can use your hands, you can use a spoon if you want. Get it going, get the edges in. Like a hash brown. If a lot of you go to America, you would have had a hash brown, and then turn the heat up a little bit. Now this will cook for about 3 to 4 minutes. You want it to really, crispen up at the bottom. And Alicia, recently I was reading up about potatoes and gut health. Can you tell us more about that? They say potatoes are a gut cleansing food.
Sorry?
I was reading up recently on potatoes and gut health, that they're a gut cleansing food.
Sorry,
A gut cleansing food. That they clean your gut.
Sorry, give me 1 sec. My audio is having a bit of issues. 1 second, sorry.
We're going to tease this a little bit. We're just going to tease this up a little bit, and get it going. And then we're going to flip it onto a plate and put it back into the frying pan. So while this is happening, we're going to salt it to taste. Just very lightly. I'm using sea salt here, not pink salt today. I thought I'd go with some sea salt. Now, I love pepper. I love things so peppery. I'm going to pepper this up with a little bit of pepper. Now, this is optional. It's a matter of choice. And let's just check this.
Sorry, can you hear me?
It's a little bit more. It is so. If you want to, you could add a little bit more oil just to crispen up the sides. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Just a wee bit. This is a non-stick pan. If you're working with non-stick, try to get the green pans because they're a lot more healthier for you, the green pan. That's something I've discovered recently. I'm going to taste this up a little bit. It's getting there, as you can see.
Can you hear me, Simanti?
Once the sides start crispening up and getting golden, then you pretty much have an indication that it's time to turn your rosti over. Or you could just have a little peek like this and see, which means it still needs time to go because they still need to golden up and crispen up. So the rosti is going to be the base, okay, for this dish. And then we're going to flambe up some tomatoes. So they're going to be chili garlic tomatoes. And the noti in this is they're going to be flambéed. And we're using port today. Now, traditionally, you'd probably have had a vodka penne, which is tomatoes and vodka. But what we're doing today is we're using port because I feel the sweetness of the port just ties into the cherry tomatoes, sweetens them up and takes them to a whole new level. So let's work with that. Let's give this a little bit of a higher heat. Tease that up a little bit. Get that going. Oh, yes. Done. And now to be a little skillful here. Get that over. Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that. Can you see all those golden crispy bits?
That looks delicious. That was quick. Usually potatoes
very
take
quick. It's the perfect mother's recipe for hungry children. If your children are really starving and they come home from school, this is what I used to make for them. And what I would do is we love chili cheese toasts in our home, okay? So I grate up some cheese, I put on some green chilies, put on some coriander, stick it into the grill, just under the grill, allow it to bubble and golden up, and I give it to them with some chili sauce. You know, I'm from Nairobi, so I love my chili sauce. And they would love it. They would absolutely adore it. So what I'll do is I'll just get this plate cleaned up a little bit, because we're going to replate the rosti back onto that plate. And just give this a few minutes, about a minute or 2 or 3 minutes. You can just, try to slightly tease it up to see if it's coloring up. No, it's going to take a little longer. You can press it down a little bit. Don't press it too much because you don't want that juiciness to go out of it. I have retained the potato starch in this because it gives a certain softness and it binds the potato together. Lots of recipes will tell you to squeeze out half of the water or squeeze out the water completely. Please do not do that, because your rosti will not bind into cake. So this is a lovely potato cake you have over here, as you can see. Now, a variation you can do with this potato cake, I may as well share it while it's cooking, is you can throw in some red chili flakes into it. And the little flakes look like little, gems that have gemmed up this potato cake. You could add green chili into it. You could add oregano into it. You could add tarragon into it. Any herb of your choice. Our obedient herb today, Alicia, coming to you, is parsley. Would you be able to tell us a little bit more about parsley, Alicia, please?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry about earlier, my audio went when you were asking me about potatoes and gut health. So I'll talk about the potatoes just very, very briefly. You said to keep the starch in. I thought that was very interesting. Because most people say, starch is, not good for you and things like that. But actually, when I started doing a little bit of reading about potatoes in general, it's actually very beneficial for gut bacteria, and these bacteria digest it and turn it into short chain fatty acids, which was very interesting about potatoes. So that was very interesting. And parsley is one of my favorite herbs. I just love the taste of it. The reason I think parsley is so good is because it's full of antioxidants. It's cancer fighting, and again, it's very alkalizing for the body. And something I didn't know is it's also got a lot of antibacterial properties as well. And it's so easy to add to your diet. You just sprinkle it over a dish, something like this, or any Western cooking, some stews or soups or pasta or anything like that.
I was recently reading a bit about parsley, and they say it's a diuretic. It's a water pill.
Okay.
So it actually helps the body eliminate excess sodium. It helps the kidneys eliminate excess sodium from the body. That I found really interesting. And some cultures used it as a breath freshener as well. Interesting, right?
Oh, wow. Okay.
I know. This is pretty much done. I'm just going to slide this on here very slowly, as you can see. And this is a super easy menu today. If you've got hungry children who come back home from school, this reminds me of my days in Hong Kong. My kids would come back from school and they'd be starving because they just have finished their PT and PE class or their gymnastics. And I found that if we gave them a snack at that time, they would A, eat unhealthy, B, they'd be too full for dinner. So we implemented something called dinner in my home. So it was lunch come dinner, although they would carry a small school lunch from home every day. So that was the time when they came home, I could get anything into their system that was healthy, be it a salad, be it spinach, be it anything. So I thought, okay, I'm making these potato cakes. Sometimes I put cheese on it, etc. I said, how do I get more tomatoes into their system? You know how children are, we don't like it, it's yucky, ew, and all that. So I said, how can I make it exciting and colorful? Because children really eat with their eyes. If something looks really appealing, they're going to eat with their eyes. So I thought to myself, why don't I do these tomatoes? So I'm coming on to the tomatoes, and I chose cherry tomatoes because they're naturally sweet. Our children love sweet. So I thought, why not use cherry tomatoes? And they're rich in lycopene, which is heart healthy. And again, I'm just going to use a little bit of grapeseed oil here, just about a tablespoon or two. And Alicia, I'm going to ask you to speak about the benefits of garlic. So what I'm doing is I'm using a teaspoon of garlic here. Now, I was reading recently that garlic is rich in allicin.
Yes.
And you have to chop your garlic up. You have to chop your garlic up and let it rest for some time so that it releases a compound called allicin. Could you tell us more about allicin? I'm just going to turn the heat up a notch here.
Yes.
Just going to gently caramelize this. We're not going to take it too deep.
So it's interesting you said you have to, chop up your garlic. The other thing about garlic is very good if you, the main thing about garlic, what it releases, that compound that you said, that's released when the garlic is either crushed or chopped, or that natural oil comes out of the garlic. Yeah, and it's that compound is highly medicinal. In fact, even Ayurveda talks about the medicinal properties of garlic, and you follow Ayurveda, don't you, Simanti? It's yeah, so it's very medicinal. Apparently, they used to use garlic back in the day, but in very small quantities because of the fact that it was so medicinal. So I found that very interesting. It's good for treating colds, combat sicknesses, and it's a very good substance for blood health. So
I'm going to bung in a bit of chilies here at this stage, and it's good for gut health, you said.
Blood health.
Blood health.
Yeah, it's good for blood pressure mainly, which I found out recently. My mom actually started taking cloves of garlic for reducing blood pressure. And in a week, her blood pressure was back to normal again. It was fantastic. So yeah, it's very good for blood health.
I'm going to bung in about a cup to 3/4 cup to a cup of cherry tomatoes. And you could add in some more grapeseed oil at this stage, but I like to keep my oil content low. I think since we're all going down a healthier route, it's better to keep the oil content low. Sea salt it up to taste. You can use pink salt if you like. It's a minimal amount. Of course, my go-to spice is always black pepper. Bung that in. You have to work very fast with this recipe. Now, this is really healthy. We have the heart healthy tomatoes, which children love. You don't want to cook them too much. You just want to lightly give them a toss because you want them to retain their goodness and you don't want them too mushy. And we're going to do something very exciting here. And it is, we're going to flambe this. I'll take the spoon, the spatula off. Now, I'm not allowed using a gas flame in my home. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work very fast. I'm going to get this going. And this just brings the flavor in together. It ties everything up really well. And if you're ready, that may not sound good, so I'll do it again. There we go. So you have the healthy with a little bit of naughty.
That looks delicious. Seema Auntie, can I ask you why you chose port for this recipe?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Could you give me a minute? This is just sizzling up.
Yeah, no
problem. I use port here. Okay, I've switched that up. That's ready. Yes, Alicia?
Yes, I was asking you, what was the reason you incorporated port into this recipe? It tastes delicious.
Okay. So traditionally, when I work with tomatoes, especially with pastas and penne pastas, we normally use vodka, right?
Yes.
We normally made with vodka. But just by accident, one day I didn't have vodka at home and I had some port. And I thought to myself, why don't I just bung in the port and flambe it with the port? And you know, the sweetness of the tomatoes and the sweetness of the port and the richness, the depth of the port really brought everything up together to a whole new level. So I thought to myself, my God, this is brilliant. This is something I have to do. And like I said, children eat with their eyes. And my children love to see exciting things happen. You know, when they see flambing, especially when they were younger, they would go, oh, Mommy, wow, so nice. Yummy. And my husband would say, please don't put the house on fire. That's the first thing it says. Please, I beg of you, don't put the house on fire. So you do all these fancy things. So the way we serve this up is you can see the tomatoes aren't fully cooked. And you're going to take some of these juices. Now, the pot actually deglazes the pan. All the caramelized bits of garlic get lifted up as well. So there's a lot of flavor. And the thing is, we're going to plate this up and we're going to use our bottle herb today, which is parsley, which is beautiful. And you could serve this dish like this on its own. It's beautiful, all the lovely food goes into the rosti, you cut into it, it's comforting, it's soft, it's cozy. And if I'm allowed to say this word, if you use a pot, it brings a lot of pizzazz, it's got a little bit of sexiness to it, it brings a lot of happening to the dish, okay? So we're going to keep this as it is, and we're going to add one more element to it. Now, it's a vegan menu, so what I have here is some coconut yogurt. Alicia, this is the same yogurt we had the other day at lunchtime.
Yummy. That was delicious, by the way, I have to say.
Yes. So coconut yogurt is very rich in prebiotics. So we're looking at gut health again. Alicia, you can tell us more about prebiotics and probiotics, sorry. And Alicia, you can tell us more about probiotics and prebiotics as we go along. Yeah. Again, you know, my love for Alison rich garlic, just about 1/4 to 1/2 teaspoon. We're going to give it a taste, a stir, a little bit of salt to taste, some black pepper. Now we've got the chili in the tomato. So we don't want to add more heat to this dish because then all you get is the chili. Now, what I want to speak about is tarragon. Okay, tarragon was brought into France in the 14th century by Saint Catherine from Siena, and she presented it to the Pope. And it's famous for its anise-like or licorice-like flavor. Just eyeball in about a teaspoon. It gives that lovely anise-like flavor. And we're going to add some parsley into this. So it's a really easy yogurt. Now this is like a dip, okay? It goes beautifully well with chips. You know, French fries, we love it. It goes wonderful with Doritos. If you're a person who likes to snack, it goes wonderfully well with sesame breadsticks. Just dip them in. Carrots, cucumbers, peppers, you name it. It's wonderful as a dip. So you can see this is really happening. It's a sauce. And we're going to bung in lots of parsley. I love parsley. Been following the Mediterranean route recently. Some spring onion, just to give some crunch and texture. You could toss in red onion if you wanted to into this dish. But really get it all herby, get it all herbed up. Give it a good stir. Really yummy. And what I like to do is, once this is done, I like to just put a little bit of this on top. You know, be generous, and there you are. That's your dish. It's easy, it's fast, it's fresh, it's simple, it's homemade. And the thing is, you only need to get your ingredients done mise en place in advance. So there you are.
That looks
one of my children's lunch menus in Hong Kong and now in the UK. They can enjoy that. Would you like to see that again? Before I think I took that off too fast.
Yes, that looks fabulous. I have to say, this is a very quick recipe. So this is like something that you could do after work if you're tired, if when the kids come home from school and you're short on time or something. This is something that you can quickly whip up, and it's nutritious, and it looks so delicious, especially that sauce on top, that coconut yogurt sauce. You could have that on its own as well, if you're entertaining or something, and you want to present a dip. I suppose that's something that you could put out with some bread. Or like
it's fabulous as a dip. It really is, and I'm hooked on this coconut yogurt. Really, you know, it's thanks to you, Alicia.
No problem. I'm glad you liked it.
So
you're making me hungry.
Substitutes for this dip, if you want to follow the Indian route, which a lot of us like to do. A lot of my friends will tell me, Seema, I don't have parsley at home, but I've got fresh coriander. If you're going to add fresh coriander into this dip, then substitute spring onion with red onion, because coriander and red onion complement each other. They go hand in hand, okay? Especially when you're working with Indian cuisine. Added some green chili, into this. if you're flambéing the tomatoes and you're using chilies, like we use green chili, you can substitute the green chili with red chili flakes if you wanted to. If you didn't want to use parsley, you could again use fresh coriander. Not a problem, not an issue. It's very versatile. Should you want to take this dip a level even further, and we talk a lot about anti-inflammatory foods these days, antioxidants, everybody's singing anti-inflammatory. Add in some organic, please go with organic turmeric powder, or try and buy turmeric from the Meghalaya region of India because it's the best turmeric you find. It is expensive, it's available here on Amazon, but it's wonderful. Now, I always speak about the marriage of turmeric and black pepper. The Queen of Spices, Maharani, turmeric, Maharaja, her husband, black pepper. When you add turmeric, if you add in about a quarter teaspoon into this dip and yellow it up and give it that golden hue, we talk about golden milk, so we're having a golden dip here. Add in the black pepper to enhance the bioavailability of the turmeric by 2000%. Don't you agree, Alicia? This is something you must be doing very often, no?
Yes, every time I put turmeric into my Indian cooking, even if that recipe doesn't traditionally have black pepper, I just put a tiny dash of black pepper just to activate that turmeric and activate all those medicinal properties. It's fantastic.
Perfect. Okay, so we've got our dip done. Now, what we're going to work with is, Alicia, I think you have this salad and you said, or you saw it and you said it's like a big carpaccio, a little bit, it reminds you of a big carpaccio.
Yes.
So what I have here is I've taken a huge, big beetroot, and I've just used a mandolin and I've cut it into very thin slices, okay? I've done the same with the red onion, and I'm just going to tease it a little bit with these chopsticks just to loosen this up. So like I said, if you're working mise en place, you get everything going and it's really easy. Now coming to beets, Alicia, I was reading recently that they can, your mom was telling me that they can really help us lower our blood pressure.
Yes, that's the first thing I was actually going to talk about when you mentioned beetroots, the blood pressure element. Yes, it lowers blood pressure, but even if you have low blood pressure, it brings it up. So it actually is a regulator of blood pressure. So it's especially raw beetroot. When it's still got that electricity, that Honey was talking about, our foods have this life force in them, and they have this electricity, the ions, so to speak. So when they're raw and you consume them, they have all these beneficial properties. And like a lot of other purple foods, they have an antioxidant called anthocyanin, which is very, very good for, you name it, all sorts of things. It's anti-inflammatory, it's antibacterial, it's amazing. It's like a soup. Beetroot is like a superfood. So yeah, it's a very, very good blood regulator and inflammation and digestion, and especially brain health as well. So I need to incorporate more beetroots in my diet, definitely.
Oh, me too, believe me. Yeah. Speaking of brain health, there's a lot of speak about rosemary and brain health.
Yes, especially when you sniff rosemary, that aroma, apparently just by sniffing a little bit of rosemary, it improves your cognitive ability. There's some studies about the fact that it actually reduces signs of early Alzheimer's as well, that memory.
That's what I was coming to. Then they link it also to Brahmi, the Ayurvedic herb Brahmi.
Okay.
They say Brahmi and rosemary are also very good for brain health. And also Brahmi is very good for stress, as is ashwagandha. Now, that reminds me of my mom. During our exam days, she would always soak or biko almonds, Yes. She would soak them overnight. And I mean, our forefathers and our ancestors probably didn't know much about phytic acids and the sprouting process and almonds, etc. But they still had the wisdom. The ancient wisdom is so intelligent. That's what I say. And they would soak the almonds, and she would either give us 5 or 7 or 9 or 11. She tells Badam Khaya Kar. You've got to eat your badams or your almonds because they're very good for brain health. I know Hani was saying something early on today about almonds being very good for our memory and our brain health. So yeah, beets, great for brain health. I didn't know that. Thank you so much for that. See, we learn so much from the younger generation. We're so blessed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this lovely recipe. You're making me very hungry, I have to say.
You've got to drive up again with your mom then.
I know.
Okay, so we are going to be working on an anti-inflammatory recipe here because we're using apple cider vinegar over here, which is fermented apples. Could you tell us more about apple cider vinegar? This is the dressing, by the way. Alicia, anything on apple cider vinegar? Someone told me it's really good for gut health.
Gut health, yes, I've heard that. I've heard it's very, very good for gut health. You know, it's amazing. Something so acidic, our bodies, it's not actually what the compound is, but it's how our bodies react to certain foods. So even though it's very acidic outside the body, I believe it has a pH of around 3.5 or something like that. But when it's ingested into the body, when it goes into your gut actually releases enzymes of its own that react to the apple cider vinegar, and it alkalizes the whole body again. And as you know, I keep talking about alkalizing foods, but if your body is in an alkaline state, then pathogens, cancer cells, you know, and anything foreign that's got a negative impact on your body, it cannot thrive in an alkaline environment. So apple cider is very, very good for gut health. So
perfect. So what I've got here is about a tablespoon. Would you say that's the recommended daily dose, or would you recommend more every day?
You know, I would say probably a teaspoon to a tablespoon a day is very good, definitely. I don't know. I haven't necessarily looked into the daily consumption because I've always been told have everything in moderation and sort of space out your different medicinal foods. But I would say a tablespoon is good. Definitely, it's a great amount.
Wonderful. So this is going to be spread across 3 people today. One baby's not going to have it. She's going to go, oh, I don't like it. And I'm using extra virgin olive oil, about 3 tablespoons. So we're just sipping up a vinaigrette kind of dressing. Now, you know,
great ingredient.
You know, I lived in Hong Kong for 20 years, right? So I'd say the Thai or the Asian in me loves sriracha. So this is a bit of a cheat. You remember that day I gave you something with sriracha and we checked in and you said, Auntie, it's vegan, don't worry. And so just putting the sriracha because I like my pili pili, as they say in Kenya. Half a teaspoon of mustard. Okay. Now, if you want, this is optional. You can go with agave. You could go with maple syrup. If you're not vegan, you could go with honey, just a teaspoon. So that teaspoon of honey, agave, or maple is actually going to balance off the tartness of the apple cider vinegar. I'm just going to get this nice mix. Should you want to take this even further and bring in more Asian flavors into it, just toss in some gluten-free soy sauce or some tamari or some soy sauce into it. It does the trick. Give it a nice stir, a nice mix, as you can see. It's all getting emulsified over here, as you can see, and that's what you want your dressing to be. A wee bit of salt. Black pepper, I love pepper. If you don't want pepper, that's fine. You don't have to.
And olive oil is very good for you as well, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. You know, the Mediterranean diet, you're talking about the Mediterranean diet, they say it's so heart healthy and longevity and the Mediterranean diet. And also I was reading up on the people of Okinawa. You know, they live till forever. So I'm going to be really generous with this dressing and take it around. Okay, and I'm going to allow that to just soak in and get this going. Now it's very purple, so we want to add a bit of color. You know, we talk about eating our rainbow, right? So we want the purple, we want the green, we want the orange, we want the yellow. We have the red from the tomatoes today. I'm going to just sprinkle over a little bit of spring onion for a garnish. And if you want, again, some parsley, just to get this going. Just clean this plate up a little bit. And what we have here is we have this lovely beetroot and onion duo. That's really fantastic. And the way we would have it is with our chopsticks. We just toss it up together with the chopsticks. I had some chopsticks here. We just get it all tossed up, mixed up, and we'd have it with our dinner tonight. So this is a very easy, very simple, very, very healthy recipe. Onions are great to have in summer, they say. Alicia, now you grew up in Delhi, right?
Yes, yes, I did.
So, you know, in Delhi, they have that hot air called loo. Kehte loo chalti hai, the hot air is flying, right?
Yes, yes.
And you don't go out of the house because you can actually fall sick, right? It's very dusty and gives you a lot of allergies. But did you notice that people would tell you to eat onions a lot in summer in Delhi?
Yes, I've noticed that. It's especially when you've got that dust flying around as well.
Yeah, so my grandmother would say loo nahi lagti. So when you eat onions, you don't get caught by the loo, by the air. Speaking about ancient wisdoms and grandma stories, I want to share something about garlic. It's really exciting. It's a wonderful recipe. Well, not a recipe, a wonderful story. So you were talking about the benefits of garlic, you know, that it's great for heart health, it's great for cholesterol. You mentioned that your mom's having some garlic.
Yes.
So this is an ancient story that my grandmother would share with us when we were children. And I think it's really sweet and it's something very lovely to share. She said when Lord Shiva invented garlic and he brought it down to the Mrityaloka or the earth, the other angels or the devas went to Lord Shiva and they said, Devta, Maheshwara, Lord Shiva, you have invented garlic and people on earth are eating it and they're not going to die because it's so potent and it's so good for their health. And, you know, immortality. So how will there be reincarnation? Because, you know, we talk about reincarnation. It's just a story, okay? How will people, you know, reincarnate if they're going to live forever? How will how will the cycle of birth and death take place again and again? And he said, okay, I'll do one thing. I'll give it a bad smell. So not everybody will eat it. This is actually the story my grandmother used to tell us to make us eat more garlic when we were children. And we used to be like, oh, really? Wow, how amazing. So it's it's crazy how ancient wisdom, our grandparents would add all these different elements to the elements of health. You know, we'd soak our badams for intelligence, but yet they knew that it would sprout the almond or sprout the nut and make it more digestible. So the ACE inhibitors wouldn't inhibit us from absorbing all the nutrients, you know. They talk about garlic being so good for our health. Yes, turmeric milk. We grew up having turmeric milk as children, you know. Turmeric and black pepper, turmeric and cardamom. And yeah, all these elements. Okay, enough of the old stories. Here's the beetroot and onion salad that we have ready. Okay, and beetroot is anti-inflammatory, isn't it, Alicia, as well?
Yes, anti-inflammatory as well. That looks delicious. The colors just are so enticing, I have to say. And that dressing, the chili with sweetness. You talked about that balance of flavors, you know, the sweet, the tart, the salty. How do all of those flavors bring a dish like this together? Why do you bring all
in
of
Asia, they always celebrate bitterness, sweet, salty, sour, you know. So the earthiness of the beetroot, okay? Then you've got the pungency of the onion. And then, of course, you've got a little bit of the pungency in the dressing. And you've got the apple cider vinegar, which is tart. Then you have the agave, which is sweet, you know. Then you've got the salt. And you've got the pepper, which gives it a little bit of pungency again. When you bring all these elements together, it just ties in together. And I feel personally this beet and onion salad, which is a big carpaccio-like salad, goes beautifully well with this rosti with the tomatoes and the yogurt. It's different. This has a lot of texture. It has a lot of crunch. It has a lot of water because onions have a lot of water. But the rosti, you've got the base of the potato, which is soft and very and scrambled in all those lovely poured tomatoes, and brings a different flavor. Then you've got the coconut yogurt on top because it's vegan. You can use any vegan yogurt you wish to. You can use soy yogurt if you want to. But I love this coconut one. And it just brings everything together and it takes it to another level, so you have a meal ready.
Yeah, absolutely. And all vegan as well, like you mentioned. I noticed you're leaning to more of a plant-based life. Can you tell me?
I am slowly. I'm shifting. I'm the only one shifting in my home, actually.
How's it going?
Slowly. And a lot of awareness I owe to you and your mom, of course, who was one of the first people who spoke to me about veganism and how you've been so instrumental in influencing them. Tell me more about that, Alicia.
I think it's something that just sprung upon me one day, going vegan, because I felt it was better for the environment, better for us as well. And I'm a very impulsive person. If I make up my mind about something, I just go for it. So overnight, I just one day said, okay, that's it, I'm going vegan. And I've just never looked back. And at first, my family were a bit hesitant. They were like, okay, is this going to last forever? Is this a 1 month, phase that she's going through? But no, it's been a year and a half now, and I'm going strong. And actually, mom and dad have been enjoying plant-based cooking and vegan food so much. They eat mostly vegan food now, and once in a while they eat their meats and things like that, which is fine. But at least it's a majority of a vegetarian vegan lifestyle, which is better for them as well. I care about their health, they care about my health. It would just make everybody so much healthier, and especially when there's so much disease and stuff going around. One of the best ways to be healthy and to care for the environment is to go vegan, or at least try and incorporate vegan foods into your lifestyle. So yeah, I'm loving it personally.
When you tell me about Vikram, your dad, because I studied with your dad in college, right?
Yeah.
I can't picture him being vegan.
He loves his vegetarian food. He loves his dal, roti, sabzi. He could live on that all day, every day.
Well, actually, I do remember that because I stayed at your paternal grandparents' place in Delhi for some time.
Yeah.
And I was with your Aunt Priya. And I remember he loved his dal and his bindi and his sabzi and everything. But I just couldn't picture him being vegan,
No.
Vegetarian, yes, but vegan. Well done. Fantastic influence on your parents. And with Plant Bite, you're really making an impact out there. Well done, Alicia. Fantastic. Okay, so that's the beet salad. We're done with that. That lovely conversation. Now, I thought we're speaking about inflammation and anti-inflammatory elements. And people ask me, how do you wash everything down? I'm going to switch this off now. It's bleeping too much. So I've been doing a lot of flavored waters recently, and I feel if you allow them to sit for a while and allow the flavors to infuse, you can really actually substitute. We're always going out for cold drinks or fizzy drinks, etc. You can actually substitute those with flavored waters and hydrate yourself, especially during the summer months, and feel really good about yourself and energize yourself. So it's a very simple hydrating water, and it's a busy water. It's got a lot of ingredients in it, and you do have to allow this to sit for at least 15 to 20 minutes or even longer to allow the flavors to infuse. Now, the first ingredient I'm using is ginger. Okay, now Alicia, I lean a lot towards Ayurveda. Now, in Ayurveda, we speak about ama, which is the accumulation of toxins at a cellular level. So it's undigested food. So two elements that are very powerful in eliminating ama from our system are turmeric and ginger. So I tend to bung in a little bit of ginger, although it's a bit bitter, it is heaty. We are going to balance it off with, and talking about alkalinity, cucumber. So I have a few cucumber ribbons here, just 2 or 3. Just eyeball this in. It's very pretty. It's something really wonderful. You can, serve up to your guests. Just fold those ribbons up. And as you can see, I've just put in about 3/4 glass of water because I'm going to build it up with some strawberries. And to fight off that inflammation, and I'm going to have you speak about all these herbs now, after I finish doing this water, is some basil. Now, should you want, you can turn this into a chia fresca and you can sprinkle in some chia seeds. If you don't have chia seeds and you make faluda at home, you can use tak maria or basil seeds. We call them, I think they're called basil seeds. We call them tak malanga in Punjabi. And, you could add a lemon into this, should you want to. And you can substitute the strawberries with the raspberries. You could bung in some pomegranate if you wish to. And you could, maybe to make everyone happy, decorate your glass with another strawberry, especially if the children are having it. They love things that are all colorful and pretty. And you can have them munch on this fruit as well. And you have a beautiful flavored water there. But allow the flavors to infuse and keep you hydrated. Make a huge big jug of it and keep filling it up at least 2 or 3 times and drink it throughout the day. And you'll be ready to go at least 8 glasses a day of alkalizing water. Yeah, so there we are. It looks like a cocktail, right?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
It looks like a cocktail. And it makes you want to drink water, because how do we eat? We eat with our eyes, with our sense of sight. I feel children, the first thing they look for is something that's colorful, appealing, the sense of sight. We listen to food being cooked, the sense of our ears. Of course, smell, we say, oh my God, that smells wonderful. I can't wait to try it. And of course, our taste buds, our sense of taste. So, when you make food visually appealing, it's like you're decorating it, you're worshiping it, you're giving it gratitude, you're giving it good energy, and it's attractive, and you're tempting people to have it. So that's the anti-inflammatory water. You don't want to use ginger, don't use it. There's one more ingredient which I forgot, which is so important. Do you know what this is?
Is that cardamom?
It's elaichi, cardamom. Don't miss on this. Cardamom infused water, delicious, absolutely wonderfully delicious. Allow it to sit in the water. My grandmom used to have in her farm, you know what a matka is, right?
Yeah, like clay pot?
The clay pot, clay water.
Oh, okay.
So she had the matka with the tap, right?
Right.
So I've thrown the cardamoms in and they're going to infuse in this. And don't worry if you bite into them later. Have them. They're good for you. They help with BP.
That's so interesting. I've never had cardamom water before.
Cardamom water is delicious. It's delicious. So she would have the matka, the ghada, and she would put in a copper ring,
okay,
a silver ring, and a gold ring to balance the elements in the body. And she would throw in 2 pods of cardamom.
Oh, wow.
And every time she'd refresh the water, because the water would finish quite fast. The grandchildren were there, my mom, dad, the whole family. She would refill that and change the cardamom and, take out the rings and clean them up and put in fresh water. Ghade wali pani, it's thanda, it's cold, it stays cold.
Yummy.
And it's really delicious. So, yeah.
You said about the rings as well.
Have this water.
You said about the copper, the gold, the silver rings. Can you talk about that a little bit more? Because I haven't heard about
So the balances, I don't know much about that. I'll tell you what she would tell us. She says it balances the elements in our body. Apparently, in the olden days, people would go to the Ved or the doctor or the Ayurvedic doctor, and they would have medicinal pills made in pure gold or pure silver, which are apparently very good for you. Now, traditional Chinese wisdom to date celebrates pearl powder, which you can ingest in some forms. The very traditional Vedic doctors in the small villages in India, even in Pune, where my parents lived for an extensive amount of time, there is a Ved just off MG Road who still uses gold and silver. It's a very old traditional way. I can't elaborate too much on it. I'm still learning about it, but it makes sense. And copper.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Yeah. We know about copper and infusing it with the water. And letting your water sit in
and
copper.
And then the earth element with the matka. And the grounding earth element with the matka pani. It's earthiness, the flavor that comes into the water, how cool and cold the water stays. And it's quite tasty, that water, actually. I quite enjoy it.
Yeah, it tastes more fresh, doesn't it? Almost like
it does.
Water.
Indeed. And now, nowadays there's a lot of talk about having copper water, especially for arthritic pains, right?
Yes.
So a lot of people say you should have a glass of copper water first thing in the morning. Now, some schools of thought will tell you have it throughout the year, doesn't matter. Some schools of thought will say, no, you get metal poisoning. Have it, then break it up, take a break, and have it again, and take a break. So there are a lot of conflicting views on it. But copper water also, I believe, is very good for you.
Oh, I just wanted to share there, Seema and Alicia, that was such a wonderful, interesting presentation. Was enjoying listening to every bit of that. We're coming to the end of this little presentation, but I just wanted to share that the copper water that you spoke about, I've been having water in copper jug for many, many years. So I always have filtered water, and then I keep the water in the actual jug and I put it in the fridge because I like cold water. But I drink that water all the time. And the taste is so sweet, The whole taste of the water is completely different. And you can definitely taste when you go and have a tap water and you have copper water from a copper jug.
Do you break it up, honey? Like, do you have it for 3 months and then take a break and then have it for another 3 months, or you just roll it over?
No, I've always had copper because actually my mom, coming from my grandma and, like olden day, when they share that you should always have your water in a copper jug. So my mom's been used to having this all her life. She's like over 76 years old and she looks so young and so amazing. So she drinks always water in this little copper jug. So I've just became kind of used to thinking that, well, everybody talks about having water in this copper jug. Let me just get one. Then I got a gift, a jug, like a copper jug as a gift. And since that time, maybe last 8-9 years, maybe 10 years even, I'm not sure. But for a long time, I've been having water in just copper jugs. So are you saying we should not? Are you saying we should be having a little bit of a break in between?
That's what some people say because of metal poisoning. They say you don't want to over metalize your system. Also with Ayurvedic medicines, you have to be really cautious of the brand you're having because a lot of them contain hidden metals.
Right.
So you really have to look into the brands. Another thing, you share the copper water. Recently, you get these lovely bottles in the market with the crystals at the bottom.
Yes.
I have amethyst because I'm an Aquarian. So they say
amethyst. Oh, like me, I'm an Aquarian too. I'm a February born.
Amethyst water.
That explains it. All these healing our earth people coming together.
Absolutely. So it's very interesting. It's a topic we can go on for.
Absolutely. No, but it's very interesting to know that, it's a very important point as well, that what you've just shared with us, which is really important, that we have to consider that as well. Anything in excess is not good. Nothing, not less, not more. Everybody says that you should always find things which is in balance. And this could be another way that we're saying this. But I just wanted to say thank you to both Seema and Alicia. That, and I hope that, this wonderful, dish, this delicious dish that you've shared with us. Just wanted to say a very big thing. Oh, Sharon is just here. Hello, Sharon, all the way from America, USA. I think she would love to find out what she has to say. Please unmute because I think you're still on mute, my dear. Hi, dear Sharon.
Well, I'm standing here today in my greenhouse, our greenhouse. I'm showing you.
Wow, I love it. Oh my God. I'm packing my suitcase and I'm coming around. Please keep a room ready for me at your house, dear Sharon.
There's always a room for you, honey.
Thank you. Oh my God, it's a beautiful, it's quite a big greenhouse, isn't it? I think this will be lovely for Alicia and Seema. They will love it. It'll be a playground for them because they love everything natural, right?
Yes, this is this is only part of it. Outdoor, we have about 30 berry bushes, all kinds of berries, currants, and then we have 10 more boxes full of tomatoes and basil and lots of great things. And then we have chickens, actually.
Oh, so yeah, so you literally have everything fresh and organic by the looks of it.
Yes, everything is my husband, Jay, he does tremendous amount of research. So every year he's like experimenting with new things like this year, let's see if we'll stay in here. He hung the tomato plants on these, he built this thing and hung the tomato plants on strings.
Oh wow!
So that's
did
a new.
Did that work better? Was that better? Was that did you get more production? And was it
Well, they're coming faster. Like right here. Well, this is all cucumber. All those flowers will be cucumbers.
Oh wow! Amazing! I love.
This is catnip for my cats, and we're starting. You know, we live way up in the mountains, so now we're starting to get some. I think you can see snow peas.
Absolutely. Oh gosh, Seema, what do you think? I'm just going to ask Seema because she's going to love this. Seema, what do you think?
I want to take the first flight out.
We want you here. We want you all here. You're all invited here to Crestone.
We would love to come, dear Sharon. Sharon, thank you for sharing that beautiful, beautiful greenhouse. Amazing. And you know, Seema, just now Sharon showed this. How important do you think it is that we should be able to grow our own plants, just like what Sharon showed?
Honestly, if I had the infrastructure, I would do the same. I really would. You know, I'm from Nairobi, and we lived on an acre plot house, and my mom had her own shamba, or her own garden patch, and we grew sugarcane, we grew sweet potato, we grew onions, we grew tomatoes, we grew bananas. We were known as the house in Nairobi with the most mango trees for pickling mangoes. So it was, it was a very organic lifestyle, actually.
Yes, so we got quite an organic family here by the looks of it, right? Alicia, what do you think? Because you like your naturopathy and Ayurvedic stuff.
Yes, I've actually tried to grow my own produce over the last year. It started off with, some simple herbs and things like that. I've been growing basil, I've been growing thyme, rosemary, and I'm just starting my tomato plants as well. So I'm really excited about that. And I grew some kale, which is just, it's almost ready for harvest. But in London, it's very difficult to grow a lot of things because of the climate. So you have to be quite careful, and specifically with seasonal stuff. So throughout the winter, it was mostly bok choy and greens and rocket and things like that, salads mainly. So but yeah, I got very small yields because there's not a lot of sun in London, unfortunately. But I would love to grow my own. I would love to have a big garden one day and just grow whatever I can. Hope my tomatoes grow this year.
Look at that sun, Alicia, look at that beautiful sun and the clouds in the back of where Sharon is. Look at that.
So
she's enjoying the vitamin D as well, which you don't even need plants with, right? Just directly from the sun, which is beautiful. It's really gorgeous. It's absolutely amazing. Actually, I just wanted to ask, whilst everybody's here, Tina, you've joined us as well. Thank you for joining us again. What do you think? Because I know you like making those lovely spicy Bombay mixes that you just made today, but you make coriander as well, right? You use bay leaves as well, like curry leaves as well.
Curry leaves,
yeah. How important do you think it is that we make our grew our own coriander and our own
I have got my own curry leaves. I've tried for years and it wouldn't work. And a couple of years ago, a friend of mine went to India And I said to her, can you get me a small plant? Let's see if it grows. And she bought me just a very tiny little one, and now it's huge.
Oh,
So
wow.
I was shocked, but you can't move it. It's on the windowsill, and if you move it to another place, then it stops growing.
Right. So even the plants have a mind of their own, right? They want to, they either want a bit of love, they want a bit of tender, loving care, just like the rest of us need, right? Yes. And it's amazing. So I know that we've also got, by the way, somebody from Saivani from Mauritius who's joining us shortly. It'll be good to find out from them because they also love vegetarian foods and they love all types of, hi, Saivani, how are you, my dear? We were all discussing hello global namaste again, thank you for joining our panel. We were discussing this wonderful, starting off with Sharon, you know, showing off with a beautiful greenhouse which I'm packing my bags for, you know, so I can travel and visit her. But you know, we talked about how important it is to grow our own foods at home and the taste that you can maybe have from the vegetables and what do you think with the herbs, etc.?
Yeah. Actually, it's very healthy to have a little kitchen garden. And in Mauritius, when we had the lockdown, very often, I mean, it was recommended because everyone was at home and they had their kitchen garden. Those who didn't have started cultivating that habit. And it's good to because it teaches us a lot of values, you know. You get to have the patience, how to take care of a plant, what is needed, what amount. And for kids also, it's very interesting, you know, they get their own plants. And this is the plant that they'll be cooking soon. So yeah, this is very, very healthy because you're not using pesticides as well. It's all bio, like organic vegetables or plants you're growing. Your spices like spring onions, you have the thymes or corianders, you know, those we have in our chilies as well. So because and we had broad beans. I don't know if you know the white ones. So my mother and myself, we had planted broad beans and we have cooked so many times as well, which is very interesting and very, very nutritious as well. Yeah,
absolutely. No, that's right. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, it's wonderful because Tina just mentioned about, you know, growing this beautiful coriander things, and you guys use this coriander quite a lot, and we all do within Indian cooking. There's a lot of coriander used for that, so that's one of the plants that we could all think about perhaps using. We got Meeta joining us as well. Meeta, hello Meeta, my dear. Meeta Joshi is joining us right now from London, of course. Hi Meeta.
Hi, it has been so interesting to listen to everyone, especially Seema's program with Alicia. Yeah, very nice to, you know, I like the combination of both of you, you know, talking together. It was really very nice. You know, it reminds me, Haniji, when I was in India, in Ahmedabad, my parents' place, we used to have a garden full of many herbs and vegetables and fruits. Like we had papaya, chiku. Aradushi is one of the Ayurvedic herb, which probably Seemaji will probably recognize what I'm talking about. It's used for cold and cough. Duri. And now in my back garden, I have strawberries growing every summer. And in front garden, I have a mint growing every summer by itself.
Wow, look at you. So, right. So there you go. So even Meetaji has all these wonderful, delicious foods, which she hasn't told us about. Actually, you know, we're all part of healing our earth. And what I find is most of us are very interested in, of course, things that are very healing. At the same time, we also are very interested in how to look after the earth as well. So, you know, having your own garden and things like that, it's not destroying the soil with pesticides and fertilizers. You use just fresh soil, which, you know, you allow the universe, as we say, God energy is in every particle, to give you that food back, you know, like a gift. With all the nutrition and all the wonderful qualities that are incorporated within that, which is great. Or do we have Hasmita joining us here as well? Hi, Hasmita. I think you're on mute. I can see that our panel is getting quite big nowadays. We're actually multiplying like little rabbits here. So hi, Hasmita. Were you listening to this program? What did you find interesting today?
I've listened to.
We can't hear you, my dear.
Can you hear me? So I've listened to most of them. It's been a fantastic day and learnt so much. And it's very interesting about all the herbs and the Ayurvedic and learning new recipes. So it's actually fantastic. And funny you talk about curry leaves, because I've always struggled with curry leaves and I still cannot grow them. So I think there's an art to it, and sometimes I think it's just luck, isn't it, if you've got the right stem. But that's one of the challenges that we have is, and we can do the coriander and you know, the other stuff, but I think curry is one that is a challenge.
Yeah,
but it's been a lovely day.
Oh, I'm so glad, you know, because we saw these wonderful comments coming through with Meeta ji and yourself, Asmita ji, and everybody else who's like sending in their little comments, which really helps us to understand what are the areas you're enjoying, which areas are really, you know, connecting with you. And I mean, there was one little quote that I was wondering, you know, which I wanted to ask perhaps each one of you what you think. They say to eat is a necessity, but to eat intelligently is an art. You just spoke about the art just now, right, Asmita? But they do say that to eat is necessity, but to eat intelligently is an art. What do you understand? What do you understand by that, Sharon?
Well, immediately what it brings forth is, I remember in hearing about the ancient teachings in the temples, and that there were 64 different arts. And so one of these arts is the art of food and the art of cooking and the art of making food that is in connection with nature, with the seasons, and with the people's different doshas, right? And so eating intelligently is an intelligent thing to do because the food is so important in our systems, especially these days. And I want to say to you all, I need to go soon because it's July 4th here in the United States, and we're having a big party here because we're pretty free of the virus. And I'm about to make some pesto with the basil from the garden.
Wow,
So,
you're making us jealous again. Oh dear. We all wish we were all there in the party. We can have a virtual party. Maybe we can have Zoom cameras everywhere and all of us can enjoy, make our own pesto. Not as delicious as yours, of course, dear Sharon. Yes, no, that's really good. But it's really it's important, isn't it, to imagine this. Seema, what do you think? What would you feel here? How would you say to eat is necessity, but to eat intelligently is an art? What would you say about that?
I would agree absolutely. It is an art because you really, really have to have foresight with it, and you have to have good planning. You know, yes. and self-discipline. And with it, honey, self-love, because you want to look after the temple of your soul.
Yes, absolutely. We always see that our body is like a temple. And if you look at, like they say, God is living within you. They say God is in everything. So God is in you too. So you should also be respecting your body too, because if God is living in you, you have to respect your soul as well, which is part of God, as they say. So absolutely, Seema, that was a very, very powerful, that's a very good statement there. And with eating intelligently as well. Meetaji, what do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely, because whatever we are putting inside our body, it's going to make us basically, make our brain think, our thoughts come, our feelings, and our digestive system, our blood, our existence. So it is, we regard our body as temple, and so we have to be careful what we are eating, what are the ingredients, how fresh we are eating, and how much of love and our being we are putting while making anything.
Yes,
you can make simple pasta or just rice. And Maharashtrians, one of the delicacies of Maharashtrian community is tur dal, which they call varan, with ghee and plain rice, and that's heaven. So you don't need to have any elaborate, a dish or anything. Something which is simple but soulfully made. So it is, the art is in understanding ourselves. Each person is different. What goes with your system might not go with my system.
Absolutely. That was a very important point, because each body is different and somebody needs more vitamin C, or somebody needs a bit more iron, or whatever it is. So you have to eat food which is more intelligent, and you have to be very, very tuned in to your body to know what it needs. So, if you're getting tired a lot, then you need more energy. Yes. So you're absolutely
very intelligent, will tell you that don't eat this.
Yes, yeah, don't eat this. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that, Mitaji. That was very clever. That's a very intelligent answer as well there. Very nice. Saivani, you put your hand up there. Did you have something to share there?
You were mentioning, no, we eat, and we eat intelligently. That's an art. When I was in India, there was a conference about vegetarianism and vegan, where the master, the intervenant, was one of them. Really, that caught my attention, where he was saying that do we live to eat, or do we eat to live? So it's a play of words. And also he did there along the way that what do we eat? Like what to eat? What to eat? Like there's so many things. Oh, what to eat? Hardly anything. So it varies to different maybe countries or different cultures of people, where some, they have in abundance lots of food, they don't know what to do about it. And I know children, sometimes they will eat and then they will leave a bit, like wasting of food, whereas in certain places in the world people are starving to death. So then there's the part where we teach the kids, when you want to eat something, eat intelligently. Yes, that's the parents' duty there, to have a balanced meal and all that. But along that, teach them, if you want to, because sometimes kids, they have very big eyes and they want everything greedily. So just take little bit and eat it, finish it, some more, then you go and take. That's how we've been brought up. So we know we don't waste food.
Right. So there's a values as well. When you're eating intelligently, we need to ensure that our children are also very, very they're very aware about the food, aware about the importance, the gift of food that you're getting, and not to be able to waste. So it's a very good values that you can include into your and teach your child from a young age. And when they're teenagers or whatever it is, so when they become older, of course, they'll pass on that same good principles and values to others. So that's a very, very good point. A lot of families out there who are watching, mums and dads are watching. This is a very good point to include this for your children, to teach them. Just take a smaller portion, finish it, take a seconds if you want to. It's not we're going to say no, but just teach them that art of completing their foods as well. So which is really good. Thank you for that, Saivani. Thank you. There was also another thing. Some people also say, there are some foods which are really great for spiritual growth. We talk about sattvic foods. We talk about foods that can help us on our spiritual growth level, or to become better human beings. So, is there something that you could maybe share with that? Let's ask Nilamji. Nilamji's joined us here today. Hello, Nilamji. Thank you for joining us. I can just see you there in the panel. So thank you for joining us here at the Healing Our Earth. And global namaste.
Lovely to join you guys.
What do you? We thought let's find out, because we're having a little panel discussion as friends, as Healing Our Earth expert friends. What would you say regarding this? What kind of foods should we be eating to help us grow on a spiritual level, or are there certain foods?
So they say you get out what you put in. And in the very beginning, humans were made to eat plants. That's how our digestive system copes with plants, basically. And it's so interesting that what God has actually done. If you eat any type of plant, like fruits, vegetables, and when you think about all the nutrition that's in there, and it's all coming from this earth, I find it absolutely fascinating. So all the nutrients that we need in our body, obviously we can't eat the earth. And so isn't it amazing how nature is, that the plant gets all that from the earth, and then it passes it on to us. You see what I mean?
Absolutely, that's very true. And they even say when you're having good milk, for example, from cows, if you feed them lovely grass, then the grass turns into, and then the milk comes through to us. So, but if you're giving them any old thing, quickly cheap things to eat, etc., you're not actually creating good quality milk that they can give to us, right?
No, because all that goes into it. And the other thing I really find interesting is when you look at all the different fruits, you've got mango, you know, you've got guava, papaya. I mean, look at all their flavors and all the smells. So I think it was, they've all got their own benefits. And when you, not only when you look at it, but when you smell it, you want to eat it. So, you know, it's plants' way of saying, hey, eat me. I'm good for you.
I think this is a very important point you've said. Anything naturally made from the world, which the universe wants us to have, it provides us anyway, like berries and things and, you know, vegetables and everything that we need to survive is already being given to us. Plus, when it comes out, when it's produced by the earth, it has all the beautiful nutrients and life force that we call within the food. And the colors, the appeal, you know, visually appealing colors like reds and oranges and yellows. I mean, think about it. How do we do this? Whenever we would try to make something or cook something or put them in a tin or something like that, it's always, it's never that beautiful life quality that we could find. Absolutely, Neelamji. Very good point. I think that's a really, really good point. Let's find out from Alicia, because she's really into this naturopathy and Ayurvedic things, right? Alicia ji, let's see from you. What do you say? Look at the wonderful thing that Neelamji had just shared with us.
I think that's so important. It's so interesting hearing everybody's different points of views. But I tend to agree definitely with, if you're going to put if you're putting a lot of love into something, then you're definitely going to get them. But I feel that's the way energy works anyway, and that's how God's energy works. And it's almost like a karmic energy. What you put out comes back to you. So it's the same with growing your own food, watering your plants, those types of things, giving it nutrients. Then that's why homegrown food tastes like 10 times better than maybe something you buy from the supermarket or something that's mass produced and that's got a lot of pesticides and that type of thing. But in terms of spiritual growth, I actually haven't talked a lot about this, but I believe in intuitive eating a lot, and I believe in giving your body what it is telling you it needs. I think sometimes we fail to sit down and really listen to our bodies and listen to what it's trying to tell us, Sometimes it's just telling you, you just need more water, you just need more water. That really is something that holds a lot of life force and a lot of energy as well. That's something I need to work on. I don't drink enough water in a day, but
but that's very, very true. When your body starts telling you that we need some water, you start feeling dehydrated, and it'll tell you. Or if you're hungry, then it'll tell you you're hungry. But most of us just eat when we don't really need the food, but we just eat because we're used to eating at a certain time. I mean, we have Chanduji as well joining. Alicia, thank you for that. Hello, Chanduji. Thank you. Namaste and a global namaste. Thank you for joining us here today. And we just wanted to find out. We were thinking and talking about sattvic foods. Do you think it's important for for us to have sattvic foods for spiritual growth? We hear people tell us, right, that there are different types of foods, rajasic foods, the tamasic foods, and also sattvic foods. So if we ended up having sattvic foods, do you think it helps us with our spiritual growth or our choice of foods?
Just going back to the statement you made a moment ago, that when you're thirsty, your body tells you that you needed water, right? Likewise, your body asks for particular foods and you, in a way, gravitate to that. But out of habit, and it's a habit, that we end up eating at the time that we are so-called prescribed. Breakfast at 7 or 8, or lunch at 12:30, and dinner at such and such time. Yeah, and I think the more you listen to your body of what you want, what you'd like to have, and follow that. Yeah. And also coming back to what Neelam was saying, in terms of growing the foods, it's amazing, isn't it? That you planted a tomato seed, and the only thing you'll get is a tomato.
Right.
Nothing else.
Absolutely.
In the same
Absolutely.
soil.
Yes,
And
yes.
it only, and the beauty about it is that it only takes the nutrients it needs.
Yes.
Right?
Now that's really nice, Chandiji. That's really
Right?
good, because what you've just said about the seeds as well, and making sure that whatever the universe knows exactly, this doesn't mix and match. Once you put a tomato seed, it's going to give a tomato.
Excuse me, I'm
If you're going to
enjoying
put a
my drink
mango,
as well.
Ah, very nice, amazing. Well, I also that's thanks to Bo. He's making us jealous now, having his lovely food there. Well, I let me find out from Tina is somewhere here as well. I'm sure Tina was there a little minute ago. But you know, being a housewife and you know, raising kids and just being at home, making homemade foods, which
That's
you've
pretty
learned.
simple, isn't it?
Not really.
Most of the women do that.
It's not that simple.
Don't worry, Tina. When it's always simple when people talk about it, it's not as simple when we're doing it, right? Yes.
I think that role is underestimated.
Yeah,
Ministry
yeah.
of Home
Exactly.
Affairs is underestimated.
You know,
Not just the children, it's the husband as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
feed.
sorry, yeah. Don't
Yes.
leave them out, right?
Yeah, actually, panelists, you know, I just wanted to share with everybody. There's one thing that we hear from everybody, and they say that if you wanted to bring a cook into the house, a cleaner in the house, a childminder in the house, and each a gardener in the house,
Yeah.
and then you would pay them all separate fees, you know, for doing the work that they're doing, then a woman would be earning probably 3 times more than the
Agreed.
hours they have.
Totally agreed that.
Right.
Yeah.
Now coming back to spiritual foods though, before we go on to our little gender equality discussions. Yeah. So I was going to say, so Tina, what do you think? How what do you tend to buy organic foods for your home? You know, for the children, for the family members?
I do, believe me or not, this year we couldn't do much. Well, last year and this year we couldn't do much in the garden because of we have got some work going on in the garden. But before that,
I'm glad you.
Tomatoes, cucumbers, I do grow them outside in the summertime. That's the only time you can actually do it. But the taste is just different, completely different. And I think also coming from Kenya, you find that more of a quite interesting concept about it is different taste. So you taste something from here, you taste something in Kenya, and you just know the difference.
Definitely, definitely. Because when if it comes from Africa, you actually home growing it there and then. It's fresh, and it may take like a 4 days or 3 days to get to you. Whereas when it comes through the ships, when it comes through things, there's preservatives, everything put on it to look after. Then you get it 2 weeks later, 10 days later. You know, there's still time lapse and so many other things. No, that's very good point there. You know, and coming from different countries is different too. Coming back to Hasmita now, you know, just to find out. Sitting there with a big smile there. You know, we talk about blessed food. We talk about blessed food like prashad. And we always say prashad tastes so tasty. You know, why does blessed food, when you go to temples or churches or gurdwara and they feed you with food, why do you think it tastes so good? Do you think, first of all, it does taste better?
I think it does, definitely. And I think it's because it's made with love and affection, but also the positive energy and the fact that it's made with the I suppose when we worship and we're with God, that's a different spirit level, and it's made from the heart. And I think that I feel that everybody is making prashad makes it with very positive energy, and that energy is then felt. So I think definitely, and it's sweeter, of course.
Absolutely.
All prashad is sweet, right?
Absolutely, prashad is good. Yeah, because I always found that, you know, when you do an offering to God, when you always some people even every time they eat their lunch or dinner or something, they'll put a little bit and give it to God first and then have it. But even that, just that action also helps to give it such a nice spiritual connection.
And
or
it's
before
blessed.
you eat food, you just put your hands there and you just do a little prayer. Even people don't need to see it, but you just do a little prayer to say thank you for the food. It just gives nice positive vibrations to that food as well, which is really great. Come back. That's really nice. Thank you for that, Asmita. That's really a good point. Let me come back to Sharon here. Sharon, you've been working with a lot of different people all over the world. You're a scholar, you're a researcher. So when it comes to different cultures around the world, I have found that there are some people who eat for a hobby, not eat for health, but eat for a hobby, because what they do is they love traveling, they love trying new cuisines, they like trying different tastes. They eat everything and anything because they love food so much, right? They're food junkies, let's call them foodies. So what do you say about that? I mean, can you share give us a little bit of an insight on different countries and how food differs, and these people who tend to love traveling around the world? What do you think about that? Is that good, healthy, not healthy?
Well, it really depends. And, when you think about the different countries, like if you think about Egypt or Israel, or, those Middle Eastern countries that love things like chickpeas and hummus, and those kinds of, it generally has to do with what's available in that country. I mean, China has some really wild recipes. I'm sure could tell us about that. But people there are eating very unusual shellfish and seafood and things that maybe are not that good for us. But it also depends. There are some places where the food is so scarce that I remember reading about the Cultural Revolution in China, in which they were eating the insects. There was so little food, and there was such a drought and starvation that they were eating the grass. So it really depends where you are. I know I'm with the chef. He's also an amazing Haitian dancer, and he does Creole cooking. And so he's using all of the different plants that exist, in Haiti. So I think some people like to travel. Like my husband is a really gourmet cook. He sits there now on YouTube and watches. He particularly likes a French chef. He likes this kind of Mediterranean, Italian cooking. And although he's been making some nice Chinese gourmet dishes lately, he hasn't tried to do Indian food yet, or Thai, but he's working on it. And he likes to travel around this country actually, and try out all these restaurants. He just loves to go to these and so there are people I've met that's their hobby. They like to go from country to country, and the first thing they want to do is taste all the different food, and for their health. Hopefully they're also thinking about their health, because each person has a different body and a different constitution and different some people might have issues like diabetes, so they need to not listen to the craving for sugar, but other things that will be really good for their diet. And
absolutely.
Yes, and I want to say global namaste to you all, because I have to go. I'm making a nice gluten-free cake for my friend's birthday, and
yes,
and pesto.
Enjoy, of course, enjoy. And we're also finishing off in 5 minutes because we have this amazing singing that's coming on in 5 minutes. So we're going to be joined by our wonderful Girishji, who's going to be sharing some nice songs to finish off with. But before then, I just wanted to go to Seema. Let me find out from Seema. Thank you, dear Sharon, for joining us, and enjoy your day. And Seema ji, I just wanted to say just something that Sharon just shared right now. People who just go and eat lots of different foods. She talked about China. People eat all different things. They have unusual recipes and things. What do you think? What do you think what happens to our body when we eat different things, which may not be good for the body? I don't know.
Good food, good mood.
Sorry?
Good food, good mood.
Ah, beautiful. Good food, good mood.
So basically, when your prana is very low, which happens to most of us, I would, if someone came up to me, and this is something I do. I don't practice what I preach so often. I should do that a lot more, actually. I found something that instantaneously picks me up when my prana is low and I'm tired is a glass of fresh fruit juice. It doesn't have to be the very sweet fruits. You can go with beets and carrots, or you can go with the green goddess, or even a smoothie, because you're having the raw vegetables. You're doing it on the spot. You're consuming it on the spot. Don't wait. I'm sorry, if you're going to cook a dish, now I know it's difficult in the UK. A lot of us are working, and the lifestyle here is far busier than Africa, for example, where we have a lot of help. Try and consume your dish within 3 to 4 hours of production, because it turns from sattvic to rajasic and then tamasic.
Yes.
And a lot of
Absolutely.
research has indicated that a lot of, I'm going to say it's very openly, a lot of depression and suicide has been linked to a lot of tamasic eating, because it makes you sad and depressed. A lot of predominantly non-vegetarian diet. I mean, a lot of the animals experience a lot of fear before they're going to be consumed as a meal. So that fear, we actually ingest that fear, because thoughts are things. Now when we cook, we have a million thoughts going on in a day, and it's impossible not to have those thoughts. It's impossible.
Yeah.
And the more you're going to try and control them, the more they're going to come to you, because whatever you resist persists, right?
Yeah.
So what we want to do is just keep positive mantra, or just say, whoever's consuming this food, may they be blessed. I know I'm having these thoughts. I'm not going to entertain these thoughts. Or just say a mantra, or say Anadata Sukhi Bhava, may the giver of food be blessed. And I think that makes a world of difference. What Sharon said about the Cultural Revolution really hit me, though, because I visited China, and I know that in some parts of China, it's considered a sin to even waste a grain of rice, because they didn't have food. They didn't have food at that time.
Yes. And actually, it's good to also appreciate food at the end of the day, because although because today has been a very amazing day, full of we do a vegetarian kitchen, of course we call it, but with all these beautiful vegetarian recipes that we have shared with our audience members, the world, and of course, people who are going to watch this video again in the future as well in YouTube, they'll get all these amazing recipes. But, we have to be also very conscious of the fact that food is really, really important, because it's actually regenerating you, it's healing you, it's rebuilding you, your bones, your joints, your muscles, your nerves, your blood, every part of the organs in your body, they're all being continuously, there's no freezing point. There's always regeneration taking place within the body. And if you want to regenerate your body with good, nutritious foods, then you need to put good foods in your body, like alkalizing foods and, plant-based foods and good quality mineral-based foods, so that that your cells will become strong. And if you want to get rid of any kinds of diseases and illnesses in the body, then that it's very important for you to alkalize your foods, because diseases cannot live in alkaline bodies. It can only live in acidic bodies. So it's very, very important for you to also think about that side, isn't it, Seema? So, yeah. So we're actually coming. We've got a minute here. Any last minute, 1 minute comments, dear Seema, before we finish off and go to our dear Girishji?
Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food.
Wow, kya baat hai. Wow, wow. That's beautiful. Let food be your medicine, and let medicine be your food.
As the ancient philosopher said, the world's oldest doctor, and it's so true. If we can hold on to this, it's difficult, but even in baby steps, in small ways, I think it can impact our life in leaps and bounds.
Absolutely. Seema, thank you so much. That was really wonderful. Great to have you. As we say that, although Seema's here from UK, but she's also from Kenya, and she's also, from Africa, and she's also from Hong Kong. So we've got a multinational, multicultural young lady here with us. Thank you for joining us, Seema, and for your wonderful presentation today, which was really thoroughly enjoyable. I also wanted to say a very big thank you to every single panelist who joined us today. It became quite a big panel than normal, but I'd like to say thank you to every single one who contributed with your really amazing knowledge and things that will inspire others outside, people who are watching right now. So a global namaste, dear Seema ji. Thank you very much for joining us, and a global namaste to dear Girish ji. Hello. Prabhu Namaste. How is dear Girish? We have our Girish Jogia, who's our in-house singer, in-house artistic guru, I should say. We would like you to please, first of all, say how has your Sunday been, and have you been enjoying watching the program?
Absolutely. It's been a wonderful day, a day of relaxation, so much bhakti and so much of singing today. So it's been a wonderful day. And to continue with that beautiful journey with my beautiful family of Healing Our Earth.
Actually, with everybody that we've had, I've been so amazed at the wealth of knowledge and wealth of talent that all the people who've joined us today have, because the way they cook food, the way they've shared that wonderful knowledge of their, cuisine, all the culinary skills, the knowledge that they brought in about health, cooking, but with the health in mind as well. And also, of course, the panelists from different parts of the world coming on board to share their value systems relating to food. I think it's been absolutely amazing. What a beautiful day we've had today. So Girishji, we were going to request that before we finish off in about 10 minutes or so that we have to finish, would you like to maybe sing maybe one or two short songs for us so we can, before we finish off with a prayer? Thank you.
Definitely. I've got the most beautiful song of my living legend, my hero, Rajesh Khannaji. I've been singing his song for the last 2-3 days, continuously in his loving memory,
Wow, Rajesh Khannaji is my little hero too. He's gorgeous. I love him and I love his songs. All the movies that he's been in has the best songs ever, Please go ahead, Girishji. We're really looking forward to this.
Namaskar, my humble pranam to my beautiful family of Healing Our Earth. And here we go. Without taking too much time, I will dedicate these two beautiful songs for this evening before we close to the our Mangal prayer. Thank you so much. So here we go. So the first song I'm going to be singing today, which is very close to my heart, उसका जो ये गाना है, ये गाना इतना मेरे दिल के करीब है. And the words are so beautiful, very touching words. कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का क्या कहना. So I'm going to sing that beautiful song, and the next song I will be singing, कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए. Thank you. Hope you all enjoyed. Thank you. Namaskar. My global pranam to everyone. Thank you. छोड़ो बेकार की बातों में कहीं बीत न जाए रे ना. कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना. छोड़ो बेकार की बातों में कहीं बीत न जाए रे ना. कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, कुछ रीत जगत की ऐसी है, हर एक सुबह की शाम हुई. तू कौन है, तेरा नाम है क्या, सीता भी यहाँ बदनाम हुई. फिर क्यों संसार की बातों से भीग गए तेरे नैना. कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना. छोड़ो बेकार की बातों में कहीं बीत न जाए रहना. कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, हमको जो ताने देते हैं, हम खोए हैं इन रंगरलियों में। हमने उनको भी छुप छुप के आते देखा इन गलियों में। ये सच है झूठी बात नहीं, तुम बोलो ये सच है ना। कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे, लोगों का काम है कहना। Thank you. And the next song I will
Wow, kya baat hai. So beautiful, so beautiful. I just don't understand how they used to write these beautiful lyrics, you know, because there are, you know, there are so many wonderful lyric writers, but the kind of lyrics they used to write before, you know, just so heart touching.
Yeah, you know, they all these songs are based on a real life. You know, they dedicated their life, you know, to write these songs, and it wasn't just like sitting down in the morning, prepare ko, the songs are ready, and in the evening the song is out in the market, and 2 days later it's all forgotten.
Absolutely. So they must be very sensitive individuals who understand people's emotions, help also understand how to bring out people's right emotions as well. So, you know, can you imagine how deep thinkers these people would be who write these gorgeous, you know, wonderful, heart-touching lyrics? Oh, so which one was our next one that we were going to be singing, dear
It's
Gishti?
from well, the पहला गाना था, अमर प्रेम से। फिल्म का नाम भी ऐसा है, अमर प्रेम। दूसरा गाना है, ये आनंद फिल्म का है,
Yeah, that's a lovely. Amitabh Bachchan and Rajesh Khanna.
Yes, again Rajesh Khanna ji, and इसका जो दीदार था इस फिल्म में, he gave his best of his lifetime, in this film. And this film, no matter how many times you watch, it will grow in you. Every time you watch, you will understand more and more the depth of, the story, the songs, what the film was meant to be, and this song will summarize everything.
Fantastic. Please go ahead. We're looking forward to it.
Beautiful, beautiful. इस गाने का शब्द है, कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए, सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए, छुपके से आए। कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए, सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए, छुपके से आए। मेरे ख्यालों के आंगन में कोई सपनों के दीप जलाए, दीप जलाए। कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए, सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए, छुपके से आए। कभी यूं ही जब हुई बोझल सांसें, भर आए बैठे बैठे जब यूं ही आंखें। कभी यूं ही जब हुई बोझल सांसें, भर आए बैठे बैठे जब यूं ही आंखें। कभी मचल के प्यार से छल के छुए कोई मुझे, पर नजर न आए, नजर न आए। कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए, सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए, छुपके से आए। कहीं तो ये दिल कभी मिल नहीं पाते, कहीं पे निकल आए जन्मों के नाते। कहीं तो ये दिल कभी मिल नहीं पाते कहीं पे निकल आए जन्मों के नाते थमी थी उलझन मेरी अपना मन अपना ही होके सही दर्द पर आए कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए छुपके से आए मेरे ख्यालों के आंगन में कोई सपनों के दीप जलाए कहीं दूर जब दिन ढल जाए सांझ की दुल्हन बदन चुराए छुपके से आए thank you so much.
That was so beautiful, Girishji. We love listening to that. It comes from your heart, you know, the soul. It just comes from your heart and soul when you're singing. Now, I know that we're coming to the end of today. And as mentioned to everybody and to all our wonderful family members watching today, the audience members from any and every corner of the world who are joining us today, I hope you've had a fantastic day. Hope you've enjoyed all these wonderful guests who've joined us, who have given us their time, their skills, their talents, and of course their knowledge about their culinary skills, and of course help to inspire you to create more, you know, good vegetarian cooking, and enjoying more healthy foods. Now, just to finish off with, I just want to say a big global namaste to everybody from me, because I'm going to pass it on to Girish Ji to finish off the evening for us, or day or night, or wherever we are at this moment in time around the world. I keep forgetting we're a global platform rather than a local one. But just again to remind ourselves, you know, just to remind, on the 11th of July, we have a special program which is all to do with the COVID special. So COVID special is very, very important for all of us right now, because of course we're still going through a global pandemic, and you will be able to hear from some amazing experts who are coming on board, and of course sharing their knowledge and giving us tips to keep ourselves safe and keep our families safe. So this is on, of course, 11th of July from 2 to 7 p.m. as normal. We then move on to our next one, which is on the 18th of July, which is going to be a Bollywood special. We will let you know more about the 18th, of course, where the Bollywood event is taking place. But the next one is 25th of July, which is Guru Purnima special. That one, again, is a very, very beautiful day that we're going to have, with some lovely spiritually enlightening knowledge and shares. So do join us on that day as well. And from that onwards, please follow us on our Facebook, our Instagram, all our social media handles, because we will be continuously sharing some other transformative, informative, very, very interesting information with the rest of the world out there. So do join us if you haven't joined us as part of our Facebook family as well. So with that, I'd like to say from Honey Kalaria here, Dr. Honey Kalaria, I hope you've enjoyed a special vegetarian special today, and a global namaste to every single one of you, our special guests, our dear Neil Kumar, who's been an amazing, amazing inspiration to us all, for bringing this platform here, and bringing this whole family together, which is, I think, an amazing, amazing task and amazing feat. So well done for the great work you're doing, Neil Kumar, and the technical team, and Nishit Kotak. From Honey Kalaria, and Jai Shri Krishna, as they say. So dear Girishji, all yours now.
Thank you, Haniji. What can I say? All I can say, I pray continuously to our dearest Divine Lord to shower His divine blessing upon the Healing Earth family, and to all my beautiful sisters and my dear brothers, and Neil Kumar and Nishitji, who endlessly, give his love and his support to run this beautiful concept. So well done to Nishit Bhai, and thank you all across the global for supporting us and showering your love for us to continue. So thank you all. So here with this, we will go to our last divine prayer to close the evening. Thank you all globally. Jai Shri Krishna. As you all have been so busy throughout this afternoon, sharing some wonderful experience in wonderful dishes of beautiful food. So thank you all. I can't wait. The time will come so we all get together to share those beautiful dishes, in person with all of you. So कहते हैं ना ये मंगल प्रसाद है, so thank you all for showering that mangal prasad. And so here with this, you can close your eyes, let yourself relax, and just think of the divine. So say thank you, divine, for giving everything with your kindness, with your love, and with your blessings. The most important thing that we all are safe and sound and alive, sharing this beautiful journey together. So our gratitude to the dearest divine Lord for his love and his kindness. Thank you. ॐ भूर्भुवत्स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवत्स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ भूर्भुवत्स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति ॐ शान्ति ॐ शान्ति ॐ शान्ति ॐ शान्ति ॐ शान्ति शान्ति। ये ध्वनि मंगल ध्वनि है, ओम शांति। ओम शांति ओम शांति। बड़ा है सुख ये मंत्र मन हर, ओम शांति ओम शांति ओम शांति ओम शांति से होता है विकृतियों का हो ओम शांति 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 ओम शांति